The world goes dark, a terrifying silence before the storm. Then the system drops the bomb, human extinction, countdown is on, just 33 minutes and 23 seconds left, and a massive red dragon is already tearing through the city. Pure chaos, total destruction, proving humanity's worst fears were true, it was all over. Jin Hyuk is glued to his screen, watching that same terrifying countdown, the end of the world staring him right in the face. Later, he's with a small crew, all of them looking absolutely crushed, staring up at the shattered remains of their world. But then, a new system alert pops up, the Tower of Totality has just appeared, a brand new, insane challenge in this collapsing reality. This monstrous tower now dominates the ruined skyline, a terrifying new landmark that could be their only shot. Jin Hyuk checks out the holographic dungeon map, a level 100 beast, and the system confirms, 0 climbers so far. No hesitation, he dives straight into a shimmering blue portal, ready to face whatever nightmare awaits. Mid-fall, the system drops another bombshell, the realm of the Seed Kingdom is calling, but he's still locked in, still a challenger. He clutches his glowing purple sword, his eyes burning with fierce determination, questioning if this new, deadly game is actually for real, wondering if this is the moment everything changes, for good. He's back at it, hammering away at the keyboard, that annoying system message popping up again, but the viewer count is still climbing. His eyes are glued to the screen, a primal growl rumbling from the digital monster he's about to face. Boom. One moment he's at his desk, the next he's standing before the monstrous red dragon, a tiny speck against its colossal might. He stares up, unflinching, at the terrifying, scaly head of the beast. He's thinking, is this game seriously only for the absolute strongest? What even is this? But then, that signature determination flashes in his eyes, there's no turning back, he has to win. And just like that, he's airborne, his glowing purple sword a blur as it slams into the dragon with an explosive crash. He flashes back to a time he almost quit, but that's ancient history now. His eyes are blazing red, a fiery aura exploding around him. This is the real power-up. His legs are a whirlwind of motion, leaving behind any thought of a pathetic existence. Glowing chains of pure energy erupt, wrapping around him, boosting his speed to insane levels. He unleashes a fiery, earth-shattering kick, connecting with the dragon's massive body. The dragon lets out a deafening roar of agony, reeling from the brutal impact. Facing down the colossal red dragon, he wasn't just fighting, he was calculating, desperately trying to find the hidden rhythm in its devastating onslaught. But then, a sudden, explosive lunge. The beast's head shot out, a blur of scales and fury. Those razor-sharp claws and hardened scales gleamed with deadly intent, signaling an imminent, bone-crushing attack. He yelled out, bracing for impact, because this wasn't just raw power, this dragon was playing chess, and he was just trying to survive the opening move. Then, the ultimate weapon, a guttural roar ripped through the air, and a hellish torrent of scorching flames erupted, incinerating everything. And through the roaring inferno, its voice echoed with chilling malice, promising a death so painful, it would make a quick demise feel like a mercy. The flames weren't just burning, they were exploding, expanding at an insane rate, a blinding, destructive wave of pure energy. The sheer, unadulterated force of that blast tore through the very air, sending shockwaves that threatened to shatter the entire dungeon. A blinding, earth-shattering flash marked ground zero, as the dragon's power detonated. Debris was flung in every conceivable direction, trapped in a swirling, fiery vortex of pure annihilation. The inferno hit its terrifying peak, a cataclysmic, world-ending display of raw, untamed power. And amidst that absolute chaos, a lone figure was violently launched through the air, a tiny silhouette swallowed by the dragon's overwhelming, destructive might. The dragon's fiery breath exploded, leaving a raging inferno of red and orange energy in its wake. But amidst the chaos, he launched himself with an explosive kick, channeling raw, vibrant purple energy. Still flying from the previous hit, he twisted in mid-air, already lining up his devastating counterattack. Boom! The purple force slammed into the red dragon, exploding with a concussive impact. A razor-sharp wave of violet energy ripped through the air, a desperate, powerful strike. But the dragon's flames still had their grip, sending him spiraling down, the scorching air burning around him. Yet, the purple energy refused to die, jagged and fierce, it struck once more. It all culminated in a blinding, explosive burst of violet light, a direct, critical hit on the monstrous dragon. A deafening roar erupted from the impact, the purple energy momentarily consuming everything. But the red dragon was unfazed, its massive head lowering, a human foot now dangerously close to its jaws. Its voice boomed, dripping with pure malice, a chilling declaration, I will never allow you to leave this place alive. And with that chilling declaration, the dragon unleashed another inferno, engulfing the struggling man in a fiery, agonizing scream. Diathia, the red dragon, unleashes another devastating aerial breath, absolutely engulfing him in a fiery inferno. But even amidst the inferno, he stays sharp, analyzing the insane 773 breath mana swirling around him, even while still restrained. Then, with a burst of electric blue energy, he starts conjuring something new in his hand, glowing particles forming complex designs. He's tapping into the memory of the world, a mind-blowing skill he's just unlocked. The blue energy engulfs him, pulsing with insane power, ready to unleash its full potential. And from that ancient knowledge, an infinite library filled with records of skills starts manifesting around him. With eyes blazing with pure determination, he shouts, "I'll bring out hellfire," as purple energy explodes around him. Then, a devastating burst of purple flame erupts, slamming into the dragon with explosive power. He keeps up the relentless assault, his body absolutely radiating with the intense purple aura of his new, insane skill. But the red dragon is totally unfazed, its fiery eyes burning as it mocks his arrogance, calling his puny skill a joke. As the purple energy fades around its massive claw, the dragon gets ready to counterattack, its scales gleaming with pure menace. It completely dismisses his attack, roaring, "You'll never be able to kill me with something like that." Knowing he couldn't just coast by, a fierce purple energy ignited around him. So he declared his intent to forge a new path, combining the devastating powers of hellfire and black years. Then, a colossal burst of purple energy erupted from him, shaking the very air with its raw, explosive power. The purple light then shifted, coalescing into a swirling vortex of orange and yellow, a testament to the incredible fusion of these two skills, its sheer force echoing through the very fabric of reality. As the energy surged, his memory of the world skill leveled up, unlocking a new, game-changing ability. The orange and yellow vortex continued its furious expansion, its power growing exponentially, ready to unleash devastation. A voice confirmed the combination's success, stating its capability to cleave even a dragon, a testament to its overwhelming, dragon-slaying might. Finally, the chaotic energy stabilized, settling into a vibrant, swirling mass of pink and purple, its ultimate form now complete. Standing amidst the newly formed power, Kong Jin Hyuk now wielded a staff-like weapon, having gained the ultimate skill, the Dragon of the Void Dragon's extinction. From above, the red dragon Diathia looked down, its initial dismissiveness replaced by a profound shock, questioning if this was truly the strongest among the dragon tribes. Its fiery eyes widened in recognition, realizing the skill belonged to the ancient dragon emperor, and it roared in disbelief, demanding to know how a mere human could wield such an ability, and who the hell he truly was. Amidst the swirling purple energy, Kong Jin Hyuk met its gaze with unwavering confidence, extending an invitation for the dragon to join him. Slumped over a desk piled high with documents, he looks absolutely drained, like every single battle has taken its toll. But then, his eyes blaze with an intense crimson, surrounded by crackling purple energy, and he faces the terrifying countdown to human extinction, knowing he's been through too much, a total pro, and this isn't even his first time taking a life. This game? Unbeatable. The difficulty was off the charts, and he couldn't help but scoff, calling it absolute trash. But here's the kicker, the real world. It was all tied to this game, a digital reality that had become their brutal new normal. When this game dropped, human kings, too weak to be hunters, were executed before the dungeons even got M. So he had to get down and conquer this game all by himself. He grinded for 365 days a year, no eating, no sleeping, just an endless, brutal grind. But after just 5 years, everyone started to realize what was really going on. They finally got it, the Tower of Trials wasn't just hard, it was completely unbeatable. And at the very end, the ultimate challenge, the Gate Guardian, was waiting, the Red Dragon Diathia. The Tower of Trials was absolutely brutal, throwing players into impossible scenarios. Imagine an Arctic zone where it's negative 50 degrees Celsius, and you've got less than an hour before you're frozen solid. Or how about a labyrinth that was over 1,000 kilometers long? This game was just relentless. Seriously, this wasn't a game for fun, it was pure torture for anyone who dared to play. One player's frustration boiled over, screaming, "Fuck this trash game." You could feel the rage. And guess what? After its initial hype, the game's popularity absolutely tanked, because who wants to play something that's just pure pain? In fact, the game almost completely died out. But even then, a few crazy players just wouldn't give up, still grinding away at this impossible game. And among those few, one guy just kept pushing, his face showing the sheer grind, but also a hidden fire. Suddenly, a system message exploded across the screen, "You have cleared the Tower of Trials." Unbelievable. And then the ultimate message, "Congratulations, you are the first person to have cleared the Tower of Trials." He had to ask himself, is this for real? Now, looking absolutely epic in his new gear, Kong Jin Hyuk stood victorious, all that exhaustion replaced by pure, unadulterated confidence. And for him? It was all just fun. This game was pure torture, a relentless grind that had devoured Kong Jin Hyuk's life for a mind-blowing 11 years. He literally poured his soul into it, dedicating 11 years of his life, just to finally conquer that final stage. A thought flashes through his mind, maybe he should have streamed this epic journey. Or even better, uploading it to YouTube could have been a game changer. Just as he's brainstorming, a soft chime rings out, and a glowing blue cube pops into existence right in front of him. The cube expands, revealing a shocking message: "Thank you for playing our game until now." Then, another message pops up, telling players to continue to enjoy the game after the update. Wait, what? Is this a reboot? He's totally caught off guard. He glares at the screen, a mix of disbelief and frustration in his gaze, muttering about striking an oil field in the game, a true testament to its insane value. Even with the bombshell, he declares that this is hands down the best game ever, a masterpiece that should be preserved for all time, but they're just going to shut it down. Even if this game is getting a reboot update, he's completely done with it, no way he's playing anymore. With a determined look, he's making a huge move, he's quitting his streaming job too, a career he's stuck with until now. Slumped at his desk, the harsh truth hits him: he's got rent to pay, he's 27, and he can't just game all day anymore. Time to get real. Kang Jin-hyuk, the legendary gamer, stares out at the city, a heavy sigh escaping him. He remembers the days when everyone said he should be a pro fighter, but now, all he wants is to quit the endless battles. As the full moon hangs high above the city, the night is calm, but the storm is brewing inside him. But his moment of reflection is shattered by the buzzing of his live chat, where the fans are going wild, dropping comments and theories about what he's up to. He cracks a smile, a quick laugh escaping him as he scrolls through the chaos, but you can tell there's something big on his mind. The chat is blowing up, a mix of food jokes and savage comments about his game streams, with some fans even dropping cryptic warnings about the world being on the brink. He absorbs the messages, the ominous warnings about the world and the old sayings about caution, his face hardening as he processes the gravity of his situation. With a determined look, he faces the camera, ready to drop a bombshell on his unsuspecting viewers. The chat explodes with wild guesses, marriage proposals, boredom, you name it, but he just stays quiet, building the suspense before the big reveal. He lets out a small laugh, then drops the bomb: he's quitting. After all this time, he's finally hanging up his streaming hat. He takes a deep swig from his drink, solidifying his choice, no turning back now. He eyes the bottles, a quiet determination in his expression, planning to make the official announcement about quitting tomorrow. The bottles just sit there, marking the end of an era and the start of something new. The clock was ticking, a chilling countdown to human extinction, but our hero was still in the dark, as 2 empty soju bottles marked the end of a long night. Groaning as he dragged himself out of a heavy, drunken slumber, a muffled ugh escaping him. His head was pounding, a brutal hangover demanding his attention, but he knew he had to shake it off, declaring his need to clear his head for whatever came next. Moments later, a hand slammed down on an elevator button, the rapid-fire click signaling a desperate need to move. Then, his eyes snapped open, locking onto something that defied belief. Pure, unadulterated shock twisted his features. The impossible was happening. The denier of trials, a game concept, was now reality. A live chat feed exploded onto his screen. A desolate, ruined world, teeming with unseen forces, pulsed on his display, the ominous murmurs of the chat filling the air. He devoured the chat, a chilling revelation hitting him: this wasn't just some new game, but a terrifying real-world event, directly tied to Dungeon and Stone, a game from 11 years ago. The messages kept coming, each one confirming the insane truth: this nightmare had been unfolding for over a decade. How could he have been so blind? How could this have been hidden for so long? A sharp ding cut through the chaos, and the young man could only gape, utterly overwhelmed by the sheer, mind-bending scale of the revelation. The world was hit with an insane, inescapable reality. A system message screamed: Tower of Trials report version 1.97 update has been completed, then dropped the ultimate ultimatum: everyone, please clear the next floor of the tower within 30 days. The city outside was straight up apocalyptic, towering skyscrapers glowing with an ominous, blood-red light. Inside, Kang Jin-hyuk, rocking some new glasses. Another brutal warning flashed: if you fail, it declared, hammering home the impossible deadline: everyone, please clear the next floor of the tower within 30 days. Out on the chaotic street, he grabbed a young woman's shoulder, both of them staring up at the relentless holographic message, her face a mask of pure terror. The single, chilling word, humanity, hung heavy in the air, an overturned office chair below it screaming of the sudden, global meltdown. Even the most boring ceiling now felt like a scene from a horror movie, the light casting an eerie, unsettling glow. Back in his office, he stood frozen before a massive monitor, the relentless system message still dominating every pixel. And then, the final, soul-crushing blow: will perish. Get ready, because a new chapter just dropped, and the Flower of Trials reboot has officially completed its first update. And this isn't just any update, it's a game-changer, because the acceptance of reality for people has skyrocketed. But amidst all this chaos, Kang Jin-hyuk's face is serious. His mind is spinning, and he knows he needs to cool his head off, pronto. He's in an office, but his mind is miles away, fixated on the update's potential, because he knows if the Flower of Trials truly blooms, he can go back to the past. Suddenly, he's on the move, a fierce determination driving him to get back to the very beginning, shouting, "I need to go." The sprawling city below is a grim reminder of what's at stake, with the chilling thought hanging in the air, the world might actually end. But even with the world on the brink, his hands are clenched, and he can't help but ask, but why is it that? Even as he lies on his bed, a bizarre feeling takes hold, and his heart is actually filled with excitement. This wild journey, fueled by dread and a strange excitement, is taking him straight to Central City. The clock is ticking. Humanity's last hour is upon them, and the city is a madhouse, everyone screaming, "Where do we even go?" Everyone's yelling, "To Busan," but he's just checking his phone, the sheer panic of the masses washing over him. The truth slams into him, as people scream, "Where else can we go? We're all dead anyway. What are you even doing?" His face hardening with resolve. He's got the answer to, where can we go, anywhere but Seoul. He bolts, leaving the pandemonium in his dust. A desperate voice screams through the noise, telling everyone that if they stay, they're dead meat. He dives into the eerie silence of the subway, a total opposite of the madness raging on the surface. Facing a pulsing red portal, he knows it's go time, no hesitation, just a choice to make. A screen nearby screams the truth, Seoul's an event zone, just like tons of other cities, and this is his only way out. The central underground stairway is glowing like crazy, a straight-up portal to who knows where. He steps right through the shimmering portal, and just like that, he's in an event time. The world shatters into a dazzling, chaotic mess around him, a whole new reality exploding with every stride. With that determined look, he's staring down the unknown, totally ready for whatever comes next. Stepping into the event time, he's immediately surrounded by a whole new crew of players. These aren't just randos, they're all awakening to the power of Thule, and he's taking it all in. The tension is absolutely electric, everyone's throwing daggers with their eyes. And he's just like, yeah, that's totally normal, because, well, it is. The reason for the beef? Limited loot. The items here are super scarce, and if they're lucky, they might only snag 5 each. But then, out of nowhere, a voice calls him out, demanding, "Wait, you're Kong Jin Hyuk, right?" That sudden call-out makes him do a double take. The guy, all smiles and confidence, says he totally knew Jin Hyuk would be here, and then drops the bomb, he's a fan. Turns out, it's Lee Jun-soo, a massive streamer and MilkTuber with 500,000 subs, and he's partnered with Patreon. But then it hits Jin Hyuk, this isn't just a fan, it's the CEO of the company that fired him. And the CEO's got some nerve, asking if it's time Jin Hyuk got back to his scheduled strength. Lee Jun-soo throws out a big gesture, looking like he's about to drop a major offer. He's stoked Jin Hyuk made it on his first attempt, then hits him with the ultimate team-up offer, "Let's get some items together. We're partners." He stares, a single, haunting question burning in his mind, conquered? Flashback to the dark days, when Lee Jun-soo's company trapped countless streamers in brutal slave contracts. Forcing them into endless grind, only to bleed them dry, their cries for justice crushed by an army of high-powered lawyers. Jin Hyuk remembers the crushing despair, the lonely nights drowning in regret. The final, definitive sound of his career crashing down, a total blackout. Betrayed and broken, he walked away from it all, a former streamer now facing the very man who profited from his pain. And now, Lee Jun-soo, with that infuriating smirk, dares to offer a fair contract. A raw, primal growl rips from Jin Hyuk's throat as his fist tightens, the past igniting a furious fire within him. But this isn't the old world, and he isn't the same man. Lee Jun-soo, oblivious to the storm brewing, grabs him, his voice dripping with condescension, "Don't take me for a fool." But before the words even fully register, a lightning-fast counterattack crushes his hand, blood and fragments exploding outward. Leaving him screaming in pure, unadulterated pain. Boom! Kong Jin Hyuk just dropped the hammer, leaving Lee Jun-soo on his knees, reeling from the impact. He turns his head, a smirk playing on his lips, thinking, yeah, that felt good. But just like that, the scene shifts. The office is gone, replaced by some epic, glowing circular arena, and the heavens just opened up. The rain isn't just falling, it's absolutely pouring, making everything shimmer, with a constant plink as it hits. The rain is getting louder, a heavy thump-thump pounding all around, this new world is definitely making itself known. It's just relentless, that thump of the rain, soaking everything, the atmosphere is absolutely charged. Still that soft thump, the rain just won't quit, and now we're looking down at the wet ground. The camera pulls back, and bam! There's this crazy, green tree with wild roots, just chilling in the middle of this rainy city. That thump of the rain keeps going, hitting the leaves, really showing off how wild this tree looks. Even with all this rain, the sun's trying to peek through, making the wet leaves glow, it's like something out of a fantasy. Still raining, still thumping, and now we see the full scale of this monster tree, with roots going everywhere, it's absolutely massive. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk and some new girl are standing right in front of this giant tree, totally blown away, and she just shouts, "WHOA. A mangrove?" He's locked onto the bizarre, glowing tree, and it's all clicking into place, his memory. Totally on point. And check out those mangrove fruits, glowing like crazy. They're not just fruit, they're a stat-boosting, power-up jackpot for strength, agility, health, and mana. These aren't your average snacks, they're a massive power-up, a total game-changer for his journey. But then, a cold dose of reality hits him. Nothing this good ever comes without a fight. Just as he's deep in thought, Kim Min-jun rolls up, flashing a grin that says, "I know what's up." Those fruits are practically screaming, "Power up," and everyone knows it's about to get seriously competitive. And just like that, a whole crowd has swarmed the tree, everyone's eyes glued to the prize, yelling, "Mine," like it's a free-for-all. Even Lee Jin-ah, the woman he just met, is in on the action, staking her claim with a determined look. "Don't even think about it, they're mine." He lets out a frustrated curse. This whole thing just went from 0 to 100, fast. Kim Min-jun, always looking for an angle, tries to cut a deal, proposing a team-up for mutual benefit. But Lee Jin-ah shuts that down immediately, her tone icy as she declares, "Nobody's getting any of these fruits." He knows this isn't the moment for petty arguments, his eyes narrowing, ready for the chaos that's about to erupt. Kang Jin-hyuk explodes into action, a whirlwind of fury as he unleashes a devastating mid-air kick, sending multiple enemies flying. But wait, what's this? A mysterious, glowing fruit is tightly held, its power practically radiating off the screen. And here's the kicker, most people have no clue this fruit even exists, totally missing out on its insane power. Only the true veterans, the ones who've grinded this game countless times, they're the only ones who get it, they know this fruit is the only thing that matters. But even with all his knowledge, the fight is brutal, and he's sent crashing down, a terrifying 001 timer blaring as he lets out a frustrated shout. He's back on the ground, still throwing down against an endless wave of enemies, his grit is insane, even when everything's against him. But the sheer numbers are just too much, and he's launched into the air again, his body soaring in a brutal, undeniable defeat. Looking back at all that chaos, Kang Jin-hyuk's face is serious, his eyes lost in thought as he remembers the brutal truth of the game. He's got the cheat codes, the secret sauce, he knows this game inside and out, a massive edge that makes him totally unique. Suddenly, a devastating blow connects, exploding with raw power and sending shrapnel flying. The sheer force of the attack just keeps going, launching him through the air in a dazzling burst of light. He slams into the ground with bone-jarring force, the impact ripping apart the very foundations of the arena. Lying there, utterly crushed, a mocking voice cuts through the air, rubbing in the danger of those forbidden fruits. His mind is screaming one thing, run. This isn't his first rodeo, he's died here at least 50 times already. His tormentor just looms over him, a subtle, eerie glow pulsing from the very ground they stand on. With a dismissive turn, he just walks away, leaving his broken opponent to wallow in defeat. But then, a cold, cutting question slices through the silence. Was this really the end? Was he just going to give up? With a face contorted in agony, he screams his surrender. No way he's dying like this again. Lee Jun-soo just smirks, playing the part of the disappointed victor, mocking him for not devouring every single one of those fruits. But then, his face hardens, a chilling question escaping his lips, if everything was so great, why was he still stuck here? A chilling, knowing smirk spreads across his face, like he's holding all the cards, all the dark secrets. A sudden, shocking realization hits Kang Jin-hyuk, connecting the dots to a past deception, even if the full picture of the lie remains just out of reach. But hold up. Kim Min-jun is already strategizing, asking the crucial question, if that info was legit, what's their next move? A thought Jin-hyuk instantly shuts down, absolutely convinced it's all a massive lie. Min-jun, however, cuts straight to the chase, laying down the harsh truth, going solo is a death wish, making them easy targets. Which sparks an idea in Jin-hyuk. He proposes a radical shift, they need to go from lone wolves to a synchronized pack, all at once. Min-jun gets it, confirming the distribution plan, and Jin-hyuk just gives a simple, confident, yep. And just as they start moving, Min-jun drops a chilling reminder, if one of them goes down, they all go down. But a confident smirk flashes across Min-jun's face as he tells Jin-hyuk to chill, because he's a veteran of this game. The speed is insane as a foot slams down. With Jin-hyuk absolutely tearing through the terrain. Min-jun right there with him, his face locked in fierce determination. The forest a blur around them as they absolutely fly. Out of nowhere, a monstrous thud rips through the silence, and a colossal, glowing clawed hand explodes from the twisted, tree-like mass. Then, a barrage of shadowy, clawed limbs erupts, ripping through everything with a bone-shattering crack, as the horde closes in. But Kang Jin-hyuk's face is pure steel, his eyes burning with an unshakable resolve as he knows exactly what needs to be done. But Lee Jun-soo, crackling with a faint blue energy, is absolutely livid, spitting venom as he demands to know who in their right mind would ever put faith in a guy like that. A chilling smirk spreads across Kang Jin-hyuk's face, as he drops the ultimate taunt, "Go ahead, be the bait." Then, in a flash, he's gone, a mere streak of motion as he blazes across the scene. A satisfied grin spreads across his face, a silent triumph in his eyes as his master plan kicks into high gear. Boom! Shadowy tendrils explode into existence, crackling with an ominous blue energy. And Jun-soo is instantly caught, letting out a guttural "ugh" as the dark tendrils squeeze him tight. But then, bam! Red energy slashes rip through the shadows, tearing them apart. A lightning-fast blur streaks across the scene, leaving the tendrils in its wake. Help! Jun-soo screams, utterly helpless against the crushing darkness. Jin-hyuk's eyes burn with an intense, unyielding determination. Even while trapped, Jun-soo tries to pull rank, yelling about lawyers and trades. But it's no use, pure terror washes over him, a single tear falling as he whimpers, "I don't want." Whoosh! More devastating red slashes obliterate the remaining shadowy tendrils. Jin-hyuk's gaze ignites, his eyes glowing with an infernal red power. Crack! The last of the dark shadows are utterly annihilated, leaving nothing behind. With the threat cleared, he turns, a chilling declaration on his lips, "Next is." The clock is still ticking, humanity's fate hanging by a thread with less than an hour left, but Kang Jin-hyuk is already on the move, ready for whatever comes next. Out of nowhere, shadowy tendrils explode from all sides, but he's a blur of motion, deflecting every single strike from left, right, and above. The assault is absolutely relentless, with more tendrils coming from behind, above, and below, but he's a wall of defense, blocking every single one. Then, with an explosive burst of power, he unleashes a devastating counter, absolutely obliterating the shadowy tendrils. With his eyes burning with pure determination, he rockets straight into the monster's core, a brilliant blue aura exploding around him. Then, a colossal impact rips through the air, as his attack absolutely shreds the creature, making it explode in a shower of gore. Just moments later, the hunter lets out a triumphant sigh, declaring that he's finally done the job. The monster's remains explode one last time, and there it is, a glowing, pulsating core right in the middle. That glowing, organic mass is now crystal clear, its vibrant pink and red colors popping against the dark, ruined landscape. And just like that, the core of the mangrove monster has finally shown its face. He stares at the core, a flash of recognition hitting him, it's just like the game. But wait, wasn't the first boss supposed to be a goblin? Either way, snagging this core is the main quest, so let's go. No need for drama right now, he figures he'll just hold on to the core and turn it in later. He's diving headfirst into the darkness, blade already out, ready to carve a path through the root-choked abyss. He's not just fighting, he's building a legacy. Every monster he takes down, every challenge he overcomes, it's all going into his personal hall of fame. He hits the ground, light as a feather, but the air is thick with danger. Those glowing red eyes. They're watching his every move, and the mangrove is ready to strike. He's a blur of motion, dodging and weaving through the deadly roots. The green-eyed mangrove is still out there, and he's coming for it. Boom! The mangrove strikes. Shadowy tendrils explode from everywhere, a barrage he can't just run from. He might be no level, but that doesn't mean he's backing down. He's got that fire in his eyes, ready to unleash pure chaos. He's not just dodging, he's getting ready to hit back. A glowing weapon appears in his hand, and it's about to get wild. Whoosh! He's a whirlwind of destruction. His glowing blade slices through the tendrils like butter, exploding them into pure energy. He's not stopping, he's just getting started. The tendrils are disintegrating, turning into glittering dust under his furious attack. And then, the finishing blow. He smashes through the last of them, exposing the monster's glowing green core in a blinding flash. It's out in the open. That core is pulsing with intense green energy, a prize for the taking. He's got his eyes on the prize. But he's not just looking, he's already planning his next big play. Out of nowhere, these terrifying shadowy tendrils just came absolutely flying down, ready to grab anything in their path. But Kang Jin-hyuk wasn't even fazed, thinking, there's absolutely no reason to be scared, and definitely no reason to be afraid. These tendrils were going absolutely wild, striking with explosive force, and the impacts were just insane. They just kept slamming into the ground, kicking up all sorts of debris and showing off their raw power. But Jin-hyuk was just too fast, moving like a total phantom, his body a complete blur as he dodged every single attack. He kept up his insane agile dance, every move precise and perfectly calculated even in all that chaos. Then, with an absolutely insane burst of speed, he just slashed, his glowing weapon ripping right through those shadowy tendrils, exploding them into pure light. His foot slammed down with a powerful thud, locking him into place after that epic counterattack. That grim determination was etched all over his face, with a little blood spatter on his cheek just proving how intense this fight was getting. His eyes were still laser-focused, locked onto whatever was coming next. This was just another day for him, he thought, something he'd done countless times before. Kang Jin-hyuk was absolutely flying through the forest, a total blur of pure adrenaline as he launched himself from branch to branch. His mind screaming the desperate thought that he was almost there. A shimmering, electric blue cascade of glowing particles exploded behind him, a visual echo of the sheer danger he was escaping, as he kept up his insane, frantic escape. The ethereal blue light pulsed around him, like a living, breathing aura, lighting up the dark foliage with its otherworldly, intense glow. These vibrant, glowing motes of pure energy swirled and danced wildly in the air, a beautiful yet utterly ominous sign of the peril he had just barely evaded. Finally, he collapsed onto the forest floor, gasping for air, utterly relieved that he had made it out just barely. He lay there, surrounded by the lingering, shimmering blue particles, his body screaming from the exertion, but his mind was already racing, processing every detail of the encounter. The monsters he had just faced weren't just aggressive, they had a unique, insidious defense mechanism, they spread sleeping fonder. It had been a brutal struggle to escape their influence, but now, finally free from their grasp, he could finally move unhindered, ready for whatever came next. He knew just holding his breath wouldn't cut it against this thing. When a monstrous, red-hot claw came tearing out of the darkness, moving with insane, blurring speed. But a blinding burst of blue energy exploded from him, smashing into the attack with a bone-jarring impact. The blue light pulsed again, hard, shoving the invisible enemy back with pure, raw power. He pulled himself together, the blue aura blazing around him, ready to unleash hell in the glowing woods. Then his hand lit up with a savage red glow, tapping into a whole new level of power. A devastating blue strike followed, hitting the monster with an explosive, earth-shattering force. But the beast hit back, hard, sending him flying, leaving him momentarily dazed. His eyes blazed with pure, unyielding resolve, a crimson aura exploding around him as he absolutely refused to go down. Then, with one last, overwhelming surge of blue energy, he unleashed a decisive, monster-shattering blow. The forest floor exploded in a shower of debris as the monster was finally obliterated, leaving behind only fading magical particles and the sweet, sweet system notification, sleeping fonder, monster defeated, core acquired. He takes a deep breath, his eyes locked in, completely dialed into the moment. As he processes the system's message, taking in the unexpected gratitude for his insane grind so far. He's absorbing every detail, a slight frown hinting at the gears turning in his head. The system drops a bombshell, confirming his achievements are getting etched into the Hall of Fame forever, a legendary flex of his escalating power. He reads that notification with a slight frown, realizing the system is tracking and evaluating his every single move. This isn't just a game, it's a full-on audit of his existence. But then he hits a snag, name, unknown. He's wondering why his identity is still a secret, and that little detail definitely piques his interest. Even with the mystery, he's already admitting to himself that he's planning his next power plays, ready to absolutely dominate and climb to the top. His ambition is on fire, nothing can stop him. The system drops another bomb, clarifying that his face will be pixelated and his voice distorted, guaranteeing his anonymity. This isn't just a game, it's a full-on secret identity reveal. He reaches out, his hand brushing against a mysterious glowing object embedded right into a stone wall, a brand new opportunity practically screaming his name. And with a determined, powerful pull, he rips it right out, the stone practically exploding as it gives way. His eyes are absolutely glued to the newly acquired item. The hype is real, and he can practically taste the power. It's a small, vibrant green orb, absolutely pulsating with soft, ethereal light in his palm, its raw energy practically vibrating against his skin. And a satisfied, almost smug smile touches his lips as he finally holds it. The mystery of its power is about to unfold, and he's ready for it. Check out this insane red fruit, practically screaming with power. It smells like pure strength, but get this, it's made entirely of ki. And get a load of this glowing green orb, surrounded by floating particles, it's got that same wild strength vibe, totally made of ki. Hold up, a normal level up gives you 3 points, right? This orb is like getting 4 level ups in one shot. Eyes locked on that glowing orb, Kang Jin-hyuk just knows he's looking at something way beyond anyone else's league. No hesitation, his hand shoots out, he's taking that power for himself. He snatches the orb, and bam. A blinding green light explodes, totally engulfing him, this is some serious power-up stuff. Later, checking his system screen, he knows he's gotta be super careful with this new power. The system flashes another player's stats, Sanghwan Hyun, level 1, with all his strength, agility, vitality, mana, and luck laid out, plus his points and skills. Even with all that raw power he just got, he's still like, yeah, I'm the strongest level 1, no doubt. Just an hour later, the system drops a bomb, his first manhwa is dropping in a week, and a video is coming out in just 10 minutes. The social media feed goes absolutely wild with comments from Red Mask FC, Barbarian, and Princess, proving that the chat has officially blown up over his content. Time flew by, filled with the usual grind, until he finally unleashed something groundbreaking. Suddenly, a system alert flashed, video uploaded. This was the first upload since the world went wild. The internet absolutely detonated. Comments and reactions poured in, a tidal wave of pure shock and hype. Everyone was glued to their screens, their jaws on the floor, mirroring the collective internet freakout. The reactions, while diverse, all screamed the same thing, pure, unadulterated shock. Watching the internet lose its mind on his main account, Jin Hyuk just muttered, huh. Comments flew by. Park Ho-shik, director of S-Star Semiconductor, was throwing down 10 billion upfront and 100 million monthly, while Dog Dragon just wanted to talk cash. Jin Hyuk just leaned back, a puzzled look on his face, thinking, seriously, why is this blowing up so hard? He finally got it. Well, I guess it's natural. These are the new life stats of the gods, after all. Then it hit him, damn, I keep forgetting my old way of thinking doesn't apply anymore. The screen showed the bombshell, a trial community post about the first mangrove tree of greed clear, a world-shattering achievement. He'd lived a life where even a billion was a pipe dream. Meanwhile, a lone security camera watched the world unfold, its lens silently recording everything. Back in the day, everyone was just trying to survive the brutal dungeons and monsters on the frontier, and now, after blowing a huge chance yesterday, Jin Hyuk is locked in, vowing not to mess up his next move. He's walking away from some glowing mystery, his mind already calculating, because there's no way he's giving away his hard-earned knowledge for free, he's talking $1 billion for this intel. Forget everything else, because right now, information is king, and he's soaking it all in, eyes glued to the data stream. He's locked in, devouring every single detail. Fingers flying across the keyboard, he's already cooking up his next big play, a strategy guaranteed to pay off huge. He's looking at these so-called holy artifacts from outside the tower, and even if they're not worth much on their own, he knows they're the only way to get where he needs to go. He knows the real deal, they were all fakes, but that image of a glowing, ornate sword still burns in his mind, a pure symbol of the power he's about to unleash. Jin Hyuk is on the move, zeroing in on the National Museum of Korea, a place he knows is packed with fakes, but also the real deal. He scopes out the massive building, its name screaming, National Museum of Korea. His mind races, picturing the glowing, ancient sword and scroll, the very artifacts he's after, because this museum is a treasure trove. He knows the museum's got the holy stuff, but most of it's fake. The real problem is, an insane amount of actual artifacts have been popping up in dungeons. There's only one National Museum of Korea, and he's betting everyone else is also hunting for these artifacts, so this is gonna be a race. And just as he thought, Kim Min-jun, Lee Jun-soo, and Lee Jin-ah are already on the case, with Lee Jun-soo dropping the bombshell that people are vanishing because of these artifacts. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk whips out his phone, his fingers flying to hit up a forum. He's in the forum area, thinking he'd better check it out, wondering if anyone's dropped any intel yet. A jolt of concern hits him as he scans the info, his face going serious. Just as he figured, the whole thing is playing out exactly as he predicted. His intel confirms his worst fears, someone beat him to it. And in a dark, ruined chamber, a shadowy figure with blazing red eyes is already there, surrounded by destruction, its presence absolutely chilling. Jin Hyuk steps into the desolate ruins, taking in the destruction, and a chilling realization hits him, as I thought. The sheer devastation confirms his worst fears, someone beat him to the punch. Massive monster remains are strewn everywhere, a clear sign of the incredible power wielded by whoever got here first. Later, inside the massive National Central Museum, the only logical place for his target, he fully expected to find company. His eyes dart upwards, knowing the real treasure, the artifact everyone's after, is probably chilling in the medieval classical era gallery. This is the exact item that brought all these other players here. A super detailed map of the East Land pops up, showing off all the hot spots. Jin Hyuk, coolly manipulating a holographic screen, lays out his plan, I'll grab the artifact and bolt to the 10th floor. No time for messing around. Just snatch and go. Why complicate things? His game plan is crystal clear, even though the map only shows intel up to the 10th floor. Hands clawing from the abyss, a symbolic struggle for power. Good thing there's enough raw energy to uplift everyone caught in the chaos. Everyone's gonna want this power, and that's exactly how the real treasures stay hidden, buried under all the noise. Then, a sudden, brutal crack. He's cussing out the punks in his path, his hand grabbing for a broken relic, screaming, mine. With a primal scream, he unleashes pure chaos, sending bodies flying as he tears through anyone trying to stop him. Amidst the shattering chaos and brutal impacts, he's a whirlwind of destruction, tearing through the crumbling ruins. Then, a booming voice rips through the chaos, demanding everyone freeze. The intense man lays down the law, warning that anyone who dares to move is dead. Arms crossed, eyes like steel, he's laying down the ultimate threat. You move, you die. Jin Hyuk, looking totally over it, scoffs at the threat, but the guy just doubles down, making it crystal clear, this ain't a suggestion. He raises a brutal, blunt weapon, driving home the point, move an inch, and your head's getting caved in. The air is thick with tension as a faint crack echoes from the debris around Jin Hyuk's feet, showing just how messed up his situation is. No way he's backing down. Jin Hyuk just goes for it, smashing through whatever's in his way with a blinding blue explosion. Talk about letting his actions speak louder than words. His fists are practically on fire with white-hot energy, gearing up for the next insane hit. Meanwhile, a sharp-looking guy with gray hair is watching the whole thing go down, totally aware that Jin Hyuk's already got a knife and is playing for keeps. This just got real. Ignoring everyone else, he charges another foe, shouting that the map is his as he unleashes a brutal, red-hot attack. A hand, absolutely blazing with crimson power, shoots out, basically telling his enemy to get lost, or else. The gray-haired guy steps up, totally calling out Jin Hyuk's claim, his face serious as he asks, the map is yours? He just shakes his head, clearly not buying into that kind of talk. A hint of disbelief flashes across his face, like, is this kid seriously crazy right now? Then, the man finally introduces himself to Jin Hyuk as Min Youngwoo, making it clear he's no old geezer, and dropping some wisdom about honor and friendship. Min Youngwoo keeps going, his voice totally serious, telling Jin Hyuk he's not the only player in this game, and definitely not the only strong one. Then he lays into the kid, calling out his rude mouth in sharp words. But hold up. As he's talking, a faint blue glow starts pulsing from his hand, teasing that he's about to show off exactly how strong he is. An older man, back turned, throws down a chilling gauntlet, daring his opponent to guess who'd age faster. His voice dripping with menace, he continues, or if he'd turn them into a pile of ash first. But before the old man can even blink, a sphere of intensely glowing orange magic erupts in Jin Hyuk's outstretched hand, pure power crackling around him. The old man's jaw drops, his eyes bulging in pure shock, a single, disbelieving word escaping him, magic. With a chilling catch, Jin Hyuk unleashes the blazing orb, a fiery projectile rocketing straight for his foe. The magical attack slams into the old man with a cataclysmic explosion of fire and light, swallowing him whole in a fiery inferno. Jin Hyuk's eye, sharp as a blade, narrows, watching the fiery destruction with chilling intensity. His opponent is utterly consumed by the magical flames, his screams of agony echoing as his body rapidly incinerates. The relentless heat devours the man's very form, reducing him to dust in a horrifying display of power. Until all that's left is a charred, skeletal husk, still smoking, a grim testament to Jin Hyuk's destructive might. Standing coldly over the smoldering remains, Jin Hyuk delivers a chilling pronouncement, declaring the man's own arrogance sealed his fate. Then, with a casual turn, he addresses someone off-panel, "Oh, Miss Lee. Still on the ground? Don't worry, I've got your back." Suddenly, a familiar face appears, dropping a casual bombshell. But hold up, the human extinction clock is still counting down. Back in the action, Jin Hyuk is locked and loaded, staring down a massive, shadowy threat. He's got one target, and he's taking it down. Suddenly, dark, electric energy erupts around him, his eyes burning with determination as he lays down the law, anyone who gets in his way is getting taken out. The shadowy power surges, purple lightning dancing across his body, a clear warning of the storm he's about to bring. Then, a sudden, jarring cut, a flash of speed, and we're face to face with the real monster. Kwang. A terrifying, jackal-headed guardian, eyes blazing red, explodes into action, a whirlwind of dark power. But Jin Hyuk isn't backing down. Kwang. He unleashes a devastating purple energy blast, smashing directly into the guardian. The explosion rocks the battlefield, giving us just a flash of that incredible golden armor, then the smoke clears. Kwang. The Anubis guardian stands tall, unfazed, purple energy crackling around its massive form, a true powerhouse. Then, the guardian turns to Jin Hyuk, dropping a terrifying threat, it's going to make him eat his own head. No time to waste. The guardian attacks, its weapon slicing through the air, a deadly purple storm. Meanwhile, in a completely different scene, Lee Jin-ah is all smiles, cool and confident, making a surprising offer to someone off-screen, she wants to team up. He's absolutely fuming, letting out a frustrated curse as he dramatically announces he's done with the map and everything else, just take it all. With a defiant gesture, his hand lets go of the map, and it hits the floor with a definitive thud. But wait, a completely different scene unfolds. A mysterious brown-haired girl gives a super sweet, almost too polite, thank you. Her foot comes down, making a subtle but impactful sound. Back to the action. He's stomping away from a bunch of people in a ruined place, his every step screaming, I'm out. He keeps moving, and you can see a rip in his pants, but he's thinking, hey, at least I didn't tear. Talk about mental fortitude. Clutching his bag, he repeats the mantra, a fierce determination etched on his face. Just as he's walking away, a voice cuts through the air, calling him, "Hey, Mr. Fearless." Who could it be? It's her. The brown-haired girl, but now her eyes are blazing red, and a dark, menacing aura surrounds her as she snarls, "Do you think I'm joking right now?" Suddenly, golden energy explodes around her leg, powering up for a devastating attack. She launches herself forward with insane speed, golden energy streaking behind her as he barely has time to react. The golden energy around her leg just keeps getting more intense, the power of her strike reaching its peak. A colossal, dragon-like beast unleashes an earth-shattering strike, its massive, glowing blade tearing through the air with explosive power. The ground explodes as the attack connects, sending shockwaves through the very foundations of reality. A menacing, clawed hand, gleaming with golden armbands, lunges forward from the chaos, forcing a desperate gasp. As a shimmering blue barrier is absolutely obliterated by the sheer force. But even after that onslaught, Kang Jin-hyuk remains standing, his gaze burning with an unyielding resolve, a true survivor amidst the destruction. Kang Jin-hyuk is locked and loaded, ready to throw down. Then, out of nowhere, a massive blue energy blast detonates, hitting with insane power, lighting up everything. But he's not backing down. He deflects the attack with a burst of white energy, countering the unseen enemy. But then, a brutal red-orange explosion hits him hard, sending him flying. Meanwhile, a civilian is absolutely stunned, her jaw practically on the floor. The entire area just explodes, sending ice and crystal shards everywhere, it's pure destruction. Looking at the absolute mess, he's thinking aloud, what the heck just happened, and can he find that orb? Two guys nearby are freaking out, one asking if this is even real, but the other's like, nah, he's totally fine. Kang Jin-hyuk, ever the strategist, thinks to himself, they have no idea how strong he really is, so he'll just keep playing it cool. Later, the Anubis Guardian gets right to the point, asking, so, is it just your weapon that's missing? A mysterious girl with a fierce gaze challenges an unseen presence, declaring her dominion over a collection of powerful statues. Shadowy, dark energy pulses around her, a sinister purple glow hinting at the power she wields. But the real shocker? An ancient artifact, the avatar of Anubis/replica, is coming to life, and Jin-hyuk is watching it all go down. Her fury explodes, the dark energy around her surging with raw power. A statue, crackling with ancient power, ignites with a vibrant purple glow, energy particles swirling around it. Jin-hyuk's eyes narrow, a shocking realization hitting him, this magic is identical to the Anubis Guardians. It's confirmed, this is the same ancient magic wielded by the Anubis Guardian. Then, another statue, completely different, erupts in a blazing orange and red inferno, leaving everyone wondering about its incredible power source. Her face sets with grim determination, her resolve burning brighter than the magic around her. Jin-hyuk, processing everything, lets out a subtle humph, a sign of his strategic mind at work. She catches his subtle humph and fires back with her own, calling him out for trying to play it cool, but her words trail off. His eyes go wide with surprise, totally blindsided by her sharp comeback. He looks up, a challenge burning in his gaze, then declares it's time for a demonstration, daring anyone to doubt him as he promises to unleash what he truly confronted. Extending his hand with unwavering resolve, he demands to show her the truth with her own two eyes. His fingers connect with the pulsating artifact and a torrent of mana floods into the Pinewood Tiger replica, igniting its hidden, explosive power. As raw energy surges through the replica, Kang Jin-hyuk's entire form erupts in a blinding yellow aura, a testament to the colossal power he's unleashing. Right before his eyes, the ruler of the mountains roars into existence, the tiger statue now a blazing inferno of golden, crackling energy, manifesting with terrifying life. Witnessing the impossible unfold, the unnamed woman's eyes practically pop out of her head in pure shock, a stunned NNO way. Tumbling from her lips. The tiger's leg, now a colossal, power-infused limb, slams down with an explosive golden flash, sending shockwaves of energy rippling through the air. The manifestation intensifies, the golden energy reaching a fever pitch as the creature's form becomes terrifyingly real. But the tiger isn't alone. A small zone information demon bursts forth, a shadowy, canine beast with blazing red eyes and sinister golden markings, wreathed in a terrifying purple aura. Kang Jin-hyuk wasn't holding back. As he poured his mana into the Pinewood Tiger replica, it exploded into existence, manifesting as a colossal, glowing tiger-like beast. With an intense gaze, he thrust his hand forward, blue mana particles erupting from his fingertips. The hunter's gaze was locked on, his determination absolute, as his summoned power roared to life. The ruler of the mountain's tiger beast was fully unleashed, exploding with a ferocious roar and a blinding red aura. But that wasn't all. The small zone information demon burst forth, a shadowy, canine-like beast snarling with dark power. The Anubis Guardian was ready, its glowing red eyes burning with dark power, ready to strike. And right next to it, the red dragon Diathia, in its tiger form, was also primed for battle, glowing with fierce red energy. Then, with an explosive burst, the Anubis guardian shot forward, a blur of dark energy. Not to be outdone, the tiger beast roared and charged, a blazing red projectile. The Anubis guardian kept up its relentless charge, a shadowy force tearing through the air. These two absolute powerhouses moved as one, their combined auras a blinding spectacle of raw energy. And then, the red dragon Diathia, in its tiger form, unleashed a final, ground-shaking roar, ready to dominate. A shadowy, clawed hand, absolutely crackling with dark purple energy, strikes with devastating power. But from the shadows, the red dragon Diathia, now a glowing, majestic tiger, lets out a primal, earth-shattering roar, its body radiating with intense blue power as it explodes into action. The sheer, raw power of its roar absolutely shakes the very air, a terrifying, undeniable declaration of its arrival. It absolutely smashes into a horde of shadowy figures, shielding its master, its devastating attack sending them flying with an explosive impact. At the same time, the Anubis guardian, a sleek, dark canine, unleashes its own ferocious roar, its ancient golden markings blazing as it leaps into the fray. Together, these two absolute powerhouses absolutely shred through the encroaching shadowy monsters, their combined might a whirlwind of pure, unadulterated destruction. Diathia, the tiger, moves with absolutely blinding speed, its claws a deadly blur as it takes down yet another enemy. But somewhere else, Li Jina is absolutely stunned, her mind reeling from an insane power-up within her. She can feel it, a profound, undeniable change, a newfound strength that makes her totally different, stronger than ever. Back in the thick of it, the Anubis guardian holds its ground, protecting its master, as someone nearby voices their absolute shock, having never seen a monster this insane before. Li Jina, though, is seriously struggling with the sheer intensity of her transformation, the raw power threatening to literally rip her body apart. Suddenly, a monstrous, shadowy entity, absolutely crackling with dark energy and its eyes burning a malevolent red, looms into view, a terrifying new threat that just appeared out of nowhere. Completely overwhelmed by the sheer terror of it, Li Jina's earlier confidence absolutely shatters, a desperate thought escaping her as she realizes there's no way she can win. Kong Jin Hyuk is down on his knees, buried in a storm of scattered papers, the aftermath of pure chaos surrounding him. But across town, Lee Junsu's eye snaps open, a shocking realization hitting him, as he can't believe how this insane scenario is even possible. Back in the wreckage, Kong Jin Hyuk pushes himself up, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. Standing tall over a defeated Li Jina, who's still trapped in her own crushing despair, the cold city lights mirroring her silent agony. Meanwhile, Lee Junsu's sinister smirk grows, a cold, calculated demand leaving his mouth. As he towers over the broken woman, who can only mourn the loss of the man she once worked for, now vanished without a trace. This sheer audacity ignites a furious rage within Kong Jin Hyuk, his face contorting with anger. But that fury quickly sharpens into an unbreakable, steely determination. With a swift, powerful move, he seizes an ancient, ornate mask, his summoned beast, Diathia, a ghostly tiger, silently observing, as he declares his absolute intent to seize control. This mask isn't just any relic, it's an artifact of immense, ancient power, gleaming with intricate golden designs. And as he locks it down, a system alert flashes, confirming his acquisition of this incredible artifact, eliciting a satisfied "all right" from him. Clutching his new prize, he fully grasps its immense importance, realizing he now commands a second, game-changing artifact. A serious young woman confronts Kong Jin Hyuk, demanding to know if he's really going for the great map of the East Lands. But he just hits her with a casual, totally unfazed by her intensity. Then, with a confident pat on his massive tiger's paw, he just shrugs it off, saying there's nothing to worry about. Diathia, the colossal tiger, looms behind him like a furry mountain, a clear message to anyone thinking of following, don't even try it. Meanwhile, a small crowd of onlookers can only watch from afar, their expressions hidden in the growing darkness. Then, Diathia unleashes a thunderous roar, its raw power practically shaking the ground. Kong Jin Hyuk, with a look of pure determination, declares, he's going to get that skill, no matter what. His eyes are locked forward, a laser focus on his next objective. No time to waste, he simply commands, let's go. He reveals his plan, he's heading to the Tower of Trials, to snag a seriously powerful skill. The National Central Museum's second floor is eerily silent, its vast halls completely deserted. Out of nowhere, Min Youngwoo's voice cuts through the quiet, demanding to know, what is it? Kong Jin Hyuk, facing him, just lets out a low grunt, his eyes locked onto an invisible threat. The duo stands frozen, there forms a sharp silhouette against the desolate corridor. Youngwoo pushes for an answer, his face tightening as he demands, what's wrong? Before Jin Hyuk can even speak, a dazzling blue barrier erupts into existence right in front of them, pulsating with raw, mystical power. Jin Hyuk analyzes the strange sight, declaring, I think it's a magical attack barrier. The barrier flares even brighter, and Youngwoo's eyes go wide, a chilling realization dawning on him. He's fixated on the pulsing blue energy, his brain scrambling to process this unexpected, formidable obstacle. Jin Hyuk is straight up probing the insane blue barrier, and you can practically hear the energy crackling. He's already pinpointing the exact spot where the mana flow gets wild, like a total pro. Our man Jin Hyuk is getting serious, dark power practically radiating off him as he tries to figure this thing out. The barrier is just humming with raw power, vibrating with an almost terrifying energy. Then, boom. The barrier goes full-on supernova, revealing its name, Gardo. This thing is no joke. Jin Hyuk's brain is working overtime, and he's got a theory. There's a secret condition to break this beast. He drops the bombshell on Youngwoo, there is a condition. Youngwoo is totally shocked, like, a condition. Jin Hyuk explains it's all about weakening this crazy barrier. The two of them are locked in intense discussion, trying to crack the code. Youngwoo puts it all together, realizing they're on a quest to find the ultimate key to smash this barrier. Jin Hyuk lays down the law, revealing his brutal philosophy: no mercy for the strong who breach his defenses, but a calculated restraint for the weak. He makes a chilling promise to watch over his ally, ready to yank him from the jaws of death, but not for free, offering the mana as the ultimate compensation for his intervention. A gulp escapes Min Youngwoo as the weight of the deal settles in, prompting him to confirm if this means an all-out brawl is on the table. Pressing for a solid guarantee, he demands to know if the mana is truly his for the taking. Without hesitation, Jin Hyuk seals the deal, revealing his strategic move: he needs Min Youngwoo, the only one who can wield such raw power, on his side. Jin Hyuk smirks, seeing the undeniable advantage in their pact, as Min Youngwoo, with a reluctant sigh, concedes that he has no choice but to put his faith in the other man. A decisive nod seals their uneasy alliance, as Min Youngwoo reluctantly places his temporary trust in the formidable hunter. A surprising, almost familiar, address leaves the air thick with unspoken implications, as Min Youngwoo declares himself under Jin Hyuk's protection. The scene shifts dramatically to a barren wasteland, where Min Youngwoo, engulfed in a furious red aura, braces himself to unleash hell, a single word echoing his resolve: I'll try. Unleashing a torrent of raw power, Min Youngwoo incinerates the landscape with a colossal wave of blazing fire, a true inferno unleashed. Yet, in a blink, an invisible counterattack slams into him, catapulting Min Youngwoo skyward, his body twisting in a brutal, unexpected reversal. Then, a cataclysmic explosion detonates, tearing through the battlefield, swallowing Min Youngwoo and his companions in a fiery maelstrom, all while Jin Hyuk watches the devastation unfold. The barrier, once a symbol of absolute defense, absolutely shatters with a bone-jarring crack, unleashing an explosive impact. Then, a blinding flash of light erupts, swallowing everything in a maelstrom of searing fire and raw, destructive energy. But rewind just a second. Min Youngwoo had just steeled his resolve, his eyes practically glowing with fierce determination, ready to unleash his ultimate assault. Now, the full, devastating force of the counterattack absolutely consumes him, his desperate cry swallowed whole by the roaring inferno. He's launched violently through the air, a helpless ragdoll against this overwhelming, explosive power. Then, he crashes down onto the ground, his body carving a deep crater as debris explodes around him. An older man scrambles towards the fallen Min Youngwoo, his face a mask of pure desperation, screaming for someone to hurry. But across the way, Jin Hyuk stands perfectly calm, his mind already calculating, already planning to do his absolute best. A subtle, knowing smirk plays on his lips, a silent, chilling acknowledgement of his perfect success. Coolly turning away from the chaos, he just starts walking, leaving the injured Min Youngwoo and the frantic old man in his dust. He takes one last, calculating glance back, observing the perfectly clean floor and realizing no one else could have been there. With his objective seemingly achieved, he simply continues his solitary, confident departure. A shattered barrier hangs in the air, a scene of total devastation, but one voice cuts through the silence with absolute confidence, declaring that this level of power is simply impossible for anyone else. Except for him, as a legendary iron sword, etched with the ominous Darkland inscription, lies trapped within a frozen, crystalline prison, its immense power just out of reach. Jin Hyuk stares down at the epic blade, recognizing its raw power, but he's totally frustrated because he can't even use it right now. He turns away, shaking his head in annoyance. What's the point of having a god-tier weapon if it's just collecting dust? Better to just forget about it for now. Later, in a high-tech lab, he's checking out some glowing artifact, and he knows for a fact that nobody else has a clue about this thing. He looks down, a silent question hanging in the air, like he's hyping himself up for the epic quest he's on. His mind then jumps to the Sangpyeong Tomb, level 1, where a hoard of ancient gold coins is just sitting there, practically begging to be plundered. Clutching a glowing orb, Jin Hyuk realizes this is it, the last piece of the puzzle for his ultimate inherent ability, the one thing he needs to unleash the most broken skill ever. He zeroes in on another tiny, glowing artifact, because he knows the right side of that tomb is the only way to go. Then, with a blinding flash, two relics slam together, their fusion promising an insane power-up. His eyes are now blazing with an intense, golden light, a fierce, unstoppable determination burning on his face as he gets ready to unleash his brand new, broken power. Boom! The two relics ignite, sparking with an insane, fiery reaction. He watches, realizing this isn't just a reaction, it's a full-blown fusion, combining two completely different powers. And the energy? It's absolutely exploding, a raw, untamed force tearing through the air. Then, like magic, all that power condenses into a single, pulsating orb in his grasp. The light goes supernova, blasting out in an overwhelming, blinding flash. The relics finally complete their epic merge, becoming one unstoppable force. He's on his knees, engulfed in the light, and his eyes. They're practically burning with new power. A system message pops up, confirming the impossible. He's pulled off the ultimate combo, merging the relics against all odds. He stands, a confident smirk playing on his lips, his eyes glowing like twin suns, golden energy swirling around him. And the reveal? He just snagged the Eye of Horus, SS, a legendary relic. This isn't just any skill, it's an SS rank inherent ability that lets him pierce through every lie, every illusion, and see the absolute truth. Clutching the glowing orb, he's now wielding the Eye of Truth, a power so immense, it's hailed as one of the greatest eyes in existence. The clock was ticking down to human extinction, but Kang Jin-hyuk, surrounded by the chaos of an office, knew his visit to the museum had a far greater, hidden purpose. Then, a hidden quest notification exploded onto his vision, confirming he'd just fused two B-rank relics, creating an S-rank item, or even better. Another ding. He'd done it. All requirements were met. Pure blue energy erupted around him. A data storm copying and storing every single ability known to this world. This was his ultimate mission, to harness these skills and become an unstoppable force, a soul beyond compare. A power forged and perfected in the brutal Tower of Trials. Ding! He'd done it. He'd acquired the legendary inherent ability, Eye of Horus. This incredible new power was now actively manifesting within his very being. The system's inherent ability theory dropped a bombshell, complete quests, and he could acquire and upgrade inherent skills from the memory of the world, powers that would absolutely obliterate any lower-dimensional skills. His eyes, now blazing with an intense electric blue, were a testament to the sheer power coursing through him. But just as he was basking in his new power, a voice shattered the moment, yelling out to him from behind. With the human extinction clock ticking down, the intensity is off the charts. Min Youngwoo is going all out, shouting for someone to speed things up, no time for second thoughts. But back with Jin-hyuk, his new power is buzzing, and he's already strategizing, figuring out the secret sauce to snatch Min Youngwoo's skills. His eyes blaze with that signature yellow glow of the Eye of Horus, locking onto the challenge ahead. Min Youngwoo is still going absolutely wild, engulfed in a blazing, fiery aura, unleashing pure, explosive power. Then, bam. A system window pops up, dropping the ultimate intel on Min Youngwoo's copy condition. The guy's been faking it, hiding his real emotions, and Jin-hyuk's got to expose him to snag his skills. Jin-hyuk's mind is blown as the mission becomes crystal clear. And with a fierce, determined glint in his eye, he realizes the game plan: just tick Min Youngwoo off. To copy a skill, you gotta show your true colors, right? And Min Youngwoo? He's always been a master of disguise. But Kang Jin-hyuk, with that sly grin, he's about to rip that mask off, taunting, "So you're telling me, no?" That look in his eyes. Pure calculation. He's got it all figured out, declaring, "All I gotta do is make him mad, isn't it?" But across from him, Min Youngwoo is absolutely losing it. Flames are erupting around him as he screams, "Hey you!" The heat radiating off him is insane, a pure explosion of fury. But Jin-hyuk just coolly tells him, "You can just stop using your skill, you know." Min Youngwoo's jaw drops, his face twisting in pure shock and rage, the flames around him practically exploding as he yells. Jin-hyuk just keeps going, totally unfazed. "Honestly, there was no point in you keeping that up, you know." He just stands there, cool as a cucumber, knowing he's completely broken his opponent. While Min Youngwoo, absolutely burning with fury, screams back, "Then why did you have To do it?" While Min Youngwoo was still fuming, Kang Jin-hyuk was already making moves, facing a glowing blue barrier and dropping a single, powerful word, a Latin spell that was about to change everything. He knew the secret: this barrier was a joke if you spoke Latin, and with a final, booming, carpo, he shattered it like glass. The blue energy exploded into a fiery storm, and the barrier was gone, leaving him free to advance. And get this, the bold man didn't lift a finger to help break it, proving he was holding out on them. He thought, why even bother attacking if I can't copy his skill? But by playing mind games, he could force the skill out and snatch it. He stared at the tower map, ready to use it to totally throw his enemy off. He already had all the intel on the tower, so he didn't need any more help. That map, supposedly for the 10th floor, was totally worthless to him, just another piece of his master plan. Back with Min Youngwoo, his face was pure fury as he gripped a glowing orb, his voice shaking, barely able to process the insane truth Jin Hyuk was dropping. Jin Hyuk just smirked, his eyes practically glowing with pure, calculated mischief. He'd told him this was coming, right? The energy around him practically vibrated, showing off his insane power. With a confident flex, he stood tall, his master plan playing out perfectly. His hand plunges towards a mysterious glowing object, igniting a fiery chaos, and leaving everyone wondering what's next. And the unleashed inferno absolutely devours the room, scattering debris everywhere. A system alert blares, warning that a barrier has been breached, and the stakes for gaining an advantage just went through the roof. Min Jungwoo's face twists into an absolute mask of pure, unadulterated rage, his jaw locked in a death grip. The inferno absolutely explodes, vibrant orange and red hues crackling with raw, untamed energy. Amidst the raging chaos, he stands unfazed, coolly observing the destruction, a system message flashing, confirming this is the only way out, and he's ready to embrace the risk. Min Jungwoo's voice absolutely shreds the air, screaming, "What the hell have you done?" His fury absolutely explodes, vowing to rip the other man to shreds, every word dripping with pure venom. Jin Hyuk's eyes blaze with an ominous light, a dark, powerful aura erupting from him, and a system notification confirms, conditions met. A brilliant, electric blue aura absolutely explodes around him, a stark contrast to the raging flames, as he becomes the eye of the magical storm. He glances down, a system message popping up to declare, skill copied, the Elementalist. A glowing blue system window materializes out of nowhere, with a massive save button just begging to be pressed. The window then breaks down the insane new skill, revealing that by devouring an elemental's core, he'll gain total control over its power, and his elemental mana will skyrocket. He watches the inferno spread, his mind already calculating the raw power of the elements. But across the battlefield, Min Jungwoo's eyes blaze crimson with pure rage, utterly stunned that his signature fire skill has been brazenly copied. In his palm, a small, pulsating red elemental core glows with raw energy. While Jin Hyuk remains impossibly calm, observing the unfolding pandemonium. Then, amidst a roaring, fiery vortex, system notifications explode into view, confirming the ultimate prize, the Elementalist skill, as a brilliant blue aura erupts around him. Jungwoo's face twists in a primal scream of shock and disbelief, his world shattering around him. The elemental core pulses with even greater intensity in Jin Hyuk's hand. His eyes now burning with an electric blue light, mirroring the surging aura that engulfs him, as he coolly dominates the entire battlefield. Jungwoo's fury reaches a breaking point, demanding answers to this impossible betrayal. His rage intensifies, a storm of disbelief and anger consuming him. More system intel flashes, revealing the secrets to wielding this new, devastating power. And through it all, Jin Hyuk stands untouched by the raging flames, a subtle, victorious smirk playing on his lips. He's in his office, surrounded by a whirlwind of papers, a silent monument to the absolute mayhem he's unleashed and endured. Then, locking eyes with an unseen presence, he drops the mic, "Then listen to me carefully." A single, chilling word escapes him, a whisper of mercy. He flashes back to when 4 mysterious kids hit the National Museum of Korea, and he was right there, alongside Kim Min-jun, witnessing history unfold. Even back then, he saw right through their motives, knowing exactly what they were truly after. He lets out a frustrated, ugh, as he spills the beans on his wild journey from a regular hunter to a full-blown dungeon owner, a twist he definitely didn't see coming. But then, a game-changing thought hits him, a single, powerful, but that changes everything. He gets it now, everyone else is trying to level up just as fast, it's a full-on sprint for power. Suddenly, a holographic screen pops up, flashing his insane new stats, class, none, ability, the Elementalist, LV, Eye of Truth, and he can't help but blurt out, "What the?" With a fierce resolve, he vows to snatch up every single skill and innate ability he can get his hands on, his ambition now crystal clear. Across the way, Min Jungwoo's stats pop up, showing off his level 7, high intelligence, and more, but his face is pure rage as he snarls, "You are." His fury explodes as he lays down his chilling demand, "I want you and that girl downstairs to become the sacrifices for the mountains." A haunting memory flickers, revealing an old man and a young woman, as Kang Jin Hyuk realizes the epic quest he still faces. He knows, deep down, that to conquer what's coming, he absolutely needs to snag those crucial skills first. Rocking just one skill, he's totally exposed, so he vows to snatch up a ton more, hoarding them all for himself. His laser focus locks onto one thing, grabbing skills before anyone else even gets a chance. It's a frantic, high-stakes race. Then, bam. A sudden, crushing wave of exhaustion hits him, leaving him totally shocked. He clutches his gut, a pained grimace on his face, realizing he's already hitting his absolute physical wall. But wait, a new nightmare explodes. News flashes about a brutal attack at the National Museum of Korea, leaving at least 10 dead and over 50 wounded. Among the stunned crowd, Kim Min-jun and others are totally freaking out, desperately asking, what the heck is going on? A news anchor drops a bombshell. Rumors say the attackers were after ancient relics in the museum, and with so many critical injuries, the body count is definitely climbing. And get this, it's not just Korea. Identical, terrifying incidents have also rocked the US, Europe, China, and Japan. He's glued to the screen, a chilling report unfolding before his eyes. A tiger-type monster has just unleashed chaos, leaving a trail of destruction and casualties in its wake. The reporter's voice intensifies, revealing this beast emerged from a brand new dungeon, and the next footage is raw, unedited chaos, a terrifying glimpse into the monster's rampage. Then, boom! A blinding wave of blue and purple energy explodes, ripping through everything, a pure spectacle of raw power. And there it is. A colossal tiger beast, its claws crackling with that same deadly energy, absolutely tearing apart the city like it's made of paper. The footage cuts, but a chilling message confirms it all: this nightmare is real, and he's left to grapple with the terrifying truth. Across town, Kim Min-jun gets a frantic call, his mind racing with the same question: is the Eye of Trials really behind this global chaos, or is something even bigger at play? He's all ears, his face a mask of intense focus as he absorbs every word, knowing they need to act fast, no hesitation. Breaking news flashes on the screen: the government is officially stepping in, launching a full-scale investigation into the Eye of Trials. And get this, they've even formed a top-secret unnamed association, packed with superpowered veterans ready for anything. Min-jun takes it all in, his mind already calculating the impact of this new, mysterious organization, his expression intense. He can't help but notice the government's lightning-fast reaction, a clear sign of just how serious this whole thing is. Later, in a hushed conversation, Min-jun gets a cryptic warning from the elderly man: this unnamed association is way more powerful than anyone thinks, hinting at a hidden Game of Thrones behind the scenes. Kang Jin-hyuk is locked in, absorbing every word as a voice lays out the next steps. More intel from the department's top brass is on the way. His eyes laser-focused on the speaker. The man across the table, Han Sang-jin, cuts straight to the chase, introducing himself as the big boss, the chief of the brand new awakened association. A title that makes Jin-hyuk's eyes narrow just a fraction. Sang-jin doesn't waste a second, laying out the mission: this meeting is all about recruiting the best and brightest awakened individuals. And he's not holding back on the incentives, promising a jaw-dropping annual salary of at least 100 million won for a grade 7 government official role, with potential variations based on rank. He makes it crystal clear that this sweet deal isn't for the already famous, the ones plastered all over the news, a fact Jin-hyuk seems to be mulling over with a calculating gaze. Sang-jin's battle-hardened face, marked by a prominent scar, stays dead serious as he keeps dropping the terms. He leans in, stressing that if Jin-hyuk throws his lot in with them, the government will back him to the hilt, providing full support for anything he could possibly want, the sheer magnitude of the promise hitting with a heavy thud. Kang Jin-hyuk is hit with a bombshell offer: the presidency. This isn't just any offer, it's the top spot. But there's a catch, as the voice lays out the terms of this incredible deal. His face is a mask of intensity, processing the weight of such a monumental decision. And the kicker: the government is ready to throw its full weight behind him, no strings attached. But even if he walks away, he knows someone out there will be green with envy over what he's turning down. Meanwhile, an elderly man and a young woman are absolutely floored, the old man gasping at the unbelievable scale of the offer, realizing it's a life-changer. But Jin-hyuk's mind is elsewhere, focused on a mysterious figure from a video, someone who broke all the rules. Then, with a steely gaze, he declares that they have been using him like a pawn all along. And his final word? No matter what they dangle in front of him, he's not joining their ranks. He stares into the abyss, contemplating a world where the strong thrive and the weak are just fodder. It's a harsh reality, but it's his reality. This truth hits different, and he's deep in thought, processing it all. But Han Sang-jin, the mastermind, knew the game, and he threw everything he had at him, a blank check, no less, to try and buy his loyalty. Sang-jin, on the other end of the line, is already calculating, realizing that if he got rejected, it could only mean one thing: someone else powerful was already in his corner. But our hero, with a chilling smirk and eyes blazing red, is ready to deliver a lesson, a trial that will blow Sang-jin's mind. He just hopes the guy has a good appetite for what's coming. His face hardens, a fierce resolve burning in his crimson eyes, ready to unleash pure chaos. Clutching his phone, a silent vow echoes in his thoughts: this next move is going to be epic for him to witness. He pivots from the wall, a subtle sound marking the calm before the storm. The clock on the wall screams the time: 7 p.m., tonight. It's going down. As the clock strikes the hour, all eyes turn to the tower, the ultimate challenge. This isn't just any tower, it's the infamous Tower of Trials. Get ready. Under the cloak of night, the colossal tower casts its shadow over the city, a dark beacon signaling the ultimate test. The ultimate challenge looms, its very entrance about to burst forth. And with a thunderous chwaak, the Tower of Trials explodes open. A mind-bending landscape materializes, a realm of impossible floating islands glowing with otherworldly energy. Vivid greens and purples explode across the sky, with majestic waterfalls linking these impossible landmasses. And at the epicenter, the tower itself, a colossal, glowing monument of stacked platforms piercing the very heavens. Other challengers, hyped and shoving, crash onto a floating island, their energy practically vibrating. While Kang Jin-hyuk coolly takes it all in, confirming it's exactly what he expected. A subtle smirk plays on his face, as he realizes most of these new arrivals are total rookies. Then, a system message flashes, a special welcome for stepping into the tower. Golden coins literally rain down, shimmering with a satisfying metallic chime. A sleek leather pouch materializes, ready to stash the fresh loot. The system confirms a sweet 100 coins have been granted, explicitly stating this currency is for tower use only. The tower just dropped a bombshell. You can rake in 100 coins for every 10,000 views on your broadcasts. And get this, elite players even get premium courses based on their grades. But there's a catch, only the first 10,000 views from any single player actually count. So, choose your content wisely, because this new live broadcast function isn't just for fun, it's a whole new game. But hold up, this epic feature is only unlocked when you're facing down a boss. Talk about high stakes. Then, a chilling message flashes, punishment, with terrifying monster silhouettes hinting at the brutal consequences for anyone who dares to cheat. These shadowy horrors keep swirling, making it clear that messing with the system is a one-way ticket to pain. The message is crystal clear, cheat the system, manipulate views, and you're in for a world of hurt. Then, a terrifying red skull, glitching like crazy, screams warning. This system means business, and it's not playing around. But Jin-hyuk just grins, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he looks up, his eyes practically glowing as he declares, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He doesn't even flinch, instantly grabbing his phone, already dialing, a master plan brewing in his mind to exploit this new system. The system keeps dropping truth bombs, calling the tower, the bridge between people, a brutal divide between those who chase glory and those who just want to live another day outside. And out in the real world, everyone's glued to their phones, totally hooked on the broadcast system, a game changer that's taken the entire planet by storm. The broadcast system is live, and it's all about the views. Players know that if they want to blow up, they need to be tackling the highest floors, especially those epic boss battles, to rake in the audience. This isn't just any streaming, this is live broadcasting, and it's all about who can deliver the most interesting content to the masses. Everywhere you look, screens are lighting up with player feeds, all of them chasing that sweet, sweet fame. And what's the ultimate prize for all that fame? A literal mountain of gold coins, just waiting to be claimed. Everyone's scrambling, racing to the boss room, because they know getting that first clear means a massive head start on the coin grind. Plus, sharing strategies. Totally part of the fun. But while everyone else is in a frenzy, Kang Jin-hyuk is moving at his own pace, with a totally different game plan. He just watches the chaos unfold, a knowing smirk on his face as Kim Min-jun blazes by. Min Young-woo, the unnamed female character, and all the other hunters are in full sprint, desperate to be the first to take down that boss and leave everyone else in the dust. For them, it's all about that coin grind, and nothing else matters more. But Kang Jin-hyuk is thinking way ahead, he's not even trying to be the first to clear the boss, because letting viewers in on his secrets would be a huge mistake, a massive loss of intel. Keeping his methods locked down is the real play, because the long-term payoff is way bigger than any quick cash grab. With a laser focus and unshakable resolve, he's ready to forge his own legendary path. He's already got the first move locked down. It's a secret weapon, something nobody else even dares to try. He flashes back to the tower's lower levels, where they hit a wall, completely stuck. To even dream of the next floor, they had to dig deep, searching for something totally unique in those same old levels. That meant a total reset, rethinking everything and unleashing every past experience. And get this, the answer finally dropped from the most unexpected spot imaginable. That was the exact moment. He faced the brutal truth, his own character was fundamentally broken from day one. The ultimate revelation. Torch blazing, he stands ready, the darkness no match for his resolve. That glowing artifact at his feet? It's the key to everything. But to unlock it, he had to absolutely obliterate his own pride. Clutching a small, glowing red orb, he remembers the grind, the sheer dedication, thinking, 10 years. 10 years poured into this character. Only for it to all feel like a massive failure, as a brutal system prompt flashed before him, demanding, to be sh*t. Character deletion. Are you really going to delete your character? He stared down at the brutal choice, his face a mask of despair, knowing he'd poured his entire being into this, yet the question burned, I gave everything to. His fist clenching, veins popping, as the crushing realization hit him, so, this was the answer. Seriously? But then, a spark ignited, a fierce defiance, and he slammed down a definitive rejection, no. Even the time I spent regretting was a total waste. With a sudden, shocking move, his gloved hand didn't hit cancel, it slammed, yes, a chilling resolve in his voice, I'll need to start over. No other choice. A violent burst of digital energy exploded, the sound of a system tearing itself apart as his entire past was erased. Leaving him standing amidst the digital dust, a fierce, purple aura blazing around him, absolutely ready for a fresh start. His eyes blazed with an electric blue intensity, a silent, ironclad vow forming in his mind, next time. He would not be denied, I'll reach the absolute top. Looking up, a thoughtful, almost wistful expression on his face, he ponders the relentless march of time, can it really be 9 years already? His gaze drifts, lost in the profound memory of that life-altering decision. He stares up at the massive, mind-bending structure, and you can practically feel the challenge radiating off it. This isn't just any dungeon, it's the Labyrinthus, a B-rank nightmare supposedly crafted by Daedalus himself, packed with insane mazes and traps designed to break anyone who steps inside. This place is going to be brutal. But he knows the real secret to crushing the floor isn't just brute force, it's all about forging an unshakable foundation. He's trekking through these dark, overgrown labyrinth paths, and you can see the exhaustion creeping in, a feeling he swore he'd never let himself feel again. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he mutters, remembering every grueling step that brought him here. Even now, clutching that glowing blue orb, he feels this weird wave of nostalgia, a link to a past he thought he'd buried for good. He stares up at the colossal structure again, its ancient carvings now pulsing with an otherworldly glow, and with a fresh surge of determination, he's ready to dive in. Bathed in a soft blue glow, he stands at the entrance, the labyrinth practically screaming for him to come inside. Inside, a swarm of glowing blue butterflies dances through the air, lighting up these ancient halls with their magical glow. The whole place is practically buzzing with their energy, a jaw-dropping display of light and shadow. He stops to check out these insane carvings on the wall, instantly recognizing the epic scene they depict, a legendary story carved right into the stone. These ancient runes and mechanical parts aren't just for show, they hint at some lost, super-advanced tech, a mind-blowing design way beyond basic traps. He takes a deep breath, and that unmistakable dungeon stench hits him, it's all exactly the same as last time, no changes whatsoever. Spinning around to check out the area, he scopes out the massive, glowing cavern, bathed in an otherworldly light. Suddenly, delicate blue butterflies are everywhere, their wings absolutely glowing with pure magic. A single butterfly floats right up, its crazy patterns glowing in the soft light. He reaches out, trying to get a feel for the glowing bug as it floats past. He glances up, thinking, man, this place is seriously wild. His eyes, laser-focused, are totally locked onto every single detail of this crazy maze. Out of nowhere, a voice shouts, who are these guys, as he spots a whole crew of people up ahead. He keeps his distance, watching them, a whole squad of hunters chilling out in front of what looks like another dungeon entrance. A woman in the group loudly announces, they're hitting up the Goblin Cave, convinced it's gonna be a total loot fest if they snag the prime location. Then Kim Min-jun chimes in, saying it's every person for themselves if they're looking to have a good time. Just 10 minutes left until they dive in. Standing before the epic, glowing archway of the Labyrinthus, he knows the ultimate truth, more defeats, more coins, period. He's got the labyrinth's secret locked down, a game-changing insight no one else even suspects about its true nature. Meanwhile, Min Young-woo is dropping some serious intel on the unnamed female character, revealing that the labyrinth's first explorer is the only one who gets it, straight up stating he didn't just open a rift, he opened the entire labyrinth. With a fierce look, Min Young-woo is hyped, announcing they're going in too. He then throws out a challenge, wondering if they even comprehended how massive or dangerous the labyrinth truly was, a sentiment the unnamed female character clearly shares. Min Young-woo brushes off her worries, basically telling her to figure it out herself, but she fires back, pointing out that everyone knows the labyrinth's trials are notoriously brutal. Their intense discussion keeps going right at the entrance, their figures almost swallowed by the labyrinth's radiant glow. Min Jung-woo's gaze sharpens, doubling down on his argument, the first explorer didn't just find a key, he opened the whole labyrinth, and if a level 1 could get in, it's gotta be easy mode. From his hidden spot, Kang Jin-hyuk processes their entire conversation, mentally confirming that, yeah, it's definitely a labyrinth on the first floor. The unnamed female character then challenges Min Young-woo, asking if he seriously thinks the first explorer would just hand over the key, her doubt practically radiating. A knowing smirk creeps onto Kang Jin-hyuk's face, like he's already got the whole situation figured out. Min Young-woo confirms her hunch, saying, no way would he just hand it over, then drops the real plan, they just need to track him down because he's holding the eternal keys to the labyrinth. The unnamed female character takes it all in, her face dead serious as she processes this game-changing intel. Still watching their every move, he took in the unnamed female character's casual vibe, her light blue shorts and shoulder bag hinting at a relaxed demeanor despite the heavy talk. A young woman pops up with a bright, enthusiastic hello. Her smile absolutely beaming as she points out a door she'd just spotted. Her squad, though, is totally clueless about what she's talking about, one guy just shrugging it off. But then, Jin Hyuk's eyes ignite with an intense golden glow, his eye of truth skill kicking in to expose all the secrets. He zeroes in on Park Hana, who casually drops that she's a 22-year-old hunter who's already conquered the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials, and Jin Hyuk is instantly hooked. His skill pulls up her entire profile, a level 1 human female, with shockingly low strength and dexterity, but a massive magic stat, and absolutely no unspent points. She's got LV1 Fast Walk and LV1 Weak Cure, but the real game changer is LV1 Communion, a classless skill that lets her instantly bond with anyone she meets. The Communion skill has a wild catch. To copy it, he'd need to spend a whopping 240 hours with Park Hana, and here's the kicker, they have to be completely alone the entire time. As he tries to wrap his head around this, a mysterious image of Park Hana under a giant full moon, looking super enigmatic, pops into his thoughts, her voice whispering, communion, with a hint of intrigue. Jin Hyuk can't help but ponder the sheer power of this skill, thinking to himself that she's definitely one mysterious character. Still reeling from the revelation of Park Hana's insane skill, he casually drops an alias, Jang Jianghui, playing it cool like he's just a jobless wanderer on the first floor. But Park Hana, ever the enigma, just keeps her back to him, giving nothing away. Then, another hunter, Lee Min-ae, pops up, introducing herself and admitting she's also stuck on the first floor. As they move, he switches aliases to Jang Mina, dropping a casual mention of the second floor, while Park Hana, now John Min-ji, replies, and he then hits them with the bombshell, he's never even touched the Tower of Trials. Finally, he drops the act, revealing his real name, Kong Jin Hyuk, explaining he's just scoping out the tower for his very first trial. A smirk plays on his face as he confirms his identity. Inside, he's totally over it, thinking, why even bother remembering these randos' names? But then, Park Hana, with perfect timing, calls him Jinhyuk SSI, totally cutting through his dismissive thoughts as they keep moving. Suddenly, he reaches out, his hand shooting towards her shoulder. The moment his fingers brush her, a subtle, almost silent shing erupts, a faint, shimmering energy flaring around his touch. The entire scene explodes into a dazzling, ethereal pink, revealing a hidden truth as he locks his gaze onto her. Unaware of the power now swirling around her, Park Hana continues on, her back still to the unfolding mystery. He's watching her, thinking she's a total moron, but even he can't predict what's coming next. But Park Hana is totally clueless, wondering why her communion skill isn't working on this crazy maze. She's completely stumped by what kind of maze this even is. So she turns to him, practically begging, to spill the beans on what kind of maze this is and what secrets it holds. He just shrugs it off, like it's no big deal, as they're surrounded by a mind-blowing swarm of glowing blue butterflies, their light making this mysterious place shimmer. Kong Jin Hyuk just stares up, totally poker-faced, while those glowing particles swirl all around him. This place is massive, with epic arched ceilings and crazy detailed carvings, all lit up by the mesmerizing, pulsing glow of those countless blue butterflies. Then, he and Park Hana walk up to this gigantic, super fancy door, its old school look screaming that there are major secrets behind it. Out of nowhere, Park Hana lets out a huge gasp, her eyes bugging out as she, Lee Jin-ah, and Kong Jin Hyuk all freak out at something they just saw. But they don't even realize Kong Jin Hyuk's foot is pressing down, triggering some secret floor trap. Then, bam. A massive burst of electric blue energy explodes from the ground, ripping through the air with insane force. This insane energy blast makes Kong Jin Hyuk, Park Hana, Lee Jin-ah, and some other dude all scream in shock, their jaws practically on the floor. Park Hana, totally losing it, yells out in pure confusion, like, what the heck is going on? It's just a maze, right? Whoa. As the blue energy explodes from the ground, a voice booms, reminding everyone that more coins mean more power. The ground beneath them starts to crackle and glow, a vibrant blue light spreading like wildfire. The energy pulsed with an almost rhythmic intensity, making the air itself shimmer as it exploded outwards. A wave of pure, ethereal blue light absolutely drenched the maze's floor, lighting up the ancient stone with an otherworldly, jaw-dropping glow. The blue energy just kept on expanding, a mesmerizing, mind-blowing display of raw magical power. It climbed the walls and pillars, turning the entire chamber into a pulsating, azure spectacle that screamed epic. The group recoiled in pure shock, their faces lit up by the sudden, blinding light, someone barely managing to gasp out, crazy. Park Hana's eyes went wide with disbelief, her face a total mix of awe and, what just happened? She just couldn't believe her eyes, the maze's complexity blowing her mind, while another hunter was like, has anyone ever seen a maze that just changes like this? Kang Jin-hyuk just watched their bewildered faces, thinking to himself, of course they haven't seen this, they haven't been to the other side yet. He knew this was just the beginning of the maze's true nature, a challenge that would absolutely blow their minds. Park Hannah, still totally reeling from the sudden, insane change, just blurted out, "What kind of hell did we just walk into?" The maze was going absolutely wild, glowing with insane blue energy, and Park Hannah was not having it. She spun to Kang Jin-hyuk, demanding to know if he even had a clue what was going on. Lee Jin-ah, totally freaking out, jumped in, asking if they were just straight up stuck in this crazy place now. Hannah was getting seriously fed up, her gaze hardening as she flat out stated that if they couldn't find the way out, they were toast. She practically screamed, demanding again if they were stuck, the sheer impossibility of it all hitting her hard, while the narrator pointed out her total shock at how wild this maze had become. But Kang Jin-hyuk just stood there, cool as a cucumber, watching the insane new patterns on the floor, knowing full well that these rookies had no idea what they were really up against, as the maze kept morphing like crazy. Over on their side, Kim Min-jun, the old man, and Min Young-woo were huddled up, Min-jun guessing the walls were just some kind of trick, and the old man chiming in that this kind of crazy stuff usually only happened in super high-level dungeons. Hannah's face twisted into a look of total exasperation, the whole mess just crushing her spirit. Out of nowhere, the unnamed female character yelled at Kang Jin-hyuk, her voice cutting through the tension with a desperate edge. He just turned to her, totally poker-faced, as she ripped into him, asking why he didn't spill the beans about this crazy maze, the narrator emphasizing her conviction that he'd been holding out on them. Min Young-woo, absolutely fuming, piled on, blaming Kang Jin-hyuk for getting them into this whole mess. Hannah's face was still etched with worry, her brow deeply furrowed as the drama intensified. Kang Jin-hyuk just stared back, a subtle, knowing smirk playing on his face, his mind clearly miles ahead, already grasping the maze's true, mind-bending secrets that were totally lost on everyone else. The group is scrambling through the treacherous, ever-changing maze, but one voice screams above the chaos, "We got separated from Min-hoon because of you." He lets out a slow, deliberate breath, a wisp of blue energy escaping his lips. Then, he turns, and a chilling blue aura starts to pulse around him. He hits them with the ultimate mic drop, "Did I ever tell you guys to follow me?" One woman is absolutely floored, her jaw practically on the ground. His eyes ignite with an electric blue glow as he doubles down, "Seriously, you guys chose to stick with me. I didn't force anyone." A furious warrior with a staff roars, "Bastard." A glowing blue orb of pure power materializes in his hand as he fires back, "You think I'm enjoying this? I feel like crap being stuck here too." The staff-wielding man isn't backing down, yelling, "Then why were you hiding the exit this whole time?" His face twists into a mask of pure resolve, the blue energy around him flaring wildly. And then, boom! A massive wave of dazzling blue energy explodes from him. But it's not unopposed. A violent, chaotic burst of red and purple energy erupts, slamming into his attack in an epic magical collision. He unleashes a devastating, blue energy-charged kick, absolutely rocking his opponent with a bone-jarring impact. A woman nearby screams in pure terror, her voice cracking as she shouts his name. The kick just keeps going, his legs still blazing with blue energy as the other guy gets absolutely launched, leaving everyone wondering, what just happened? Then, out of nowhere, a monstrous, clawed foot absolutely smashes down with insane power, purple energy exploding from the impact zone. A bone-shaking, earth-shattering thud reverberates through the entire area. And then, a blood-curdling, drawn-out roar rips through the very fabric of reality. A colossal minotaur, its eyes burning with malevolent purple energy, unleashes another ground-shaking roar, engulfed in a blinding purple aura. A hand shakes uncontrollably in sheer disbelief, as the terrifying truth hits them, it's a minotaur. Meanwhile, the guy who got kicked is still plummeting, blue energy streaking from his form as he drops like a stone. Another man, his fiery red hair contrasting sharply with his suit, stands poised for battle, a blazing blue sword in his grip, radiating immense power. The kicked guy finally slams into the ground with a sickening crunch, the sheer force of the impact sending blue energy exploding everywhere. Above all the mayhem, the Minotaur unleashes another ear-splitting, thunderous roar, its purple aura throbbing with untamed, primal power. Just as the colossal Minotaur let out its terrifying roar, Jin-hyuk exploded into action, a devastating, blue-charged kick connecting with the monster's skull, sending it reeling with a furious shriek. The sheer, unadulterated power of that blow left everyone stunned, and Lee Jin-ah's jaw practically hit the floor, utterly shocked by the display. The monster, completely overwhelmed, was launched through the air like a ragdoll, its massive frame soaring backward. Still airborne, the beast was a dark, furious streak, a testament to the raw power that had just struck it. Then, with a ground-shaking, bone-jarring impact, the Minotaur smashed into the dungeon wall, the sound reverberating like a cannon shot. From the sidelines, Kim Min-jun could only gape, a bewildered "what's he doing?" tearing from his throat as the battle raged. But this monster was no pushover. Shaking off the hit, the Minotaur let out a guttural roar, its purple eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated rage. And then, it charged. A terrifying, unstoppable force, the Minotaur bore down on Jin Hyuk, its hooves pounding the earth like war drums. But Jin Hyuk was ready. A flash of blue energy, and he was gone, dodging the monster's furious swipe with impossible speed. The Minotaur kept coming, a whirlwind of destruction, but Jin Hyuk was a ghost, weaving through every attack, a blue blur against the purple chaos. A colossal fist smashed into the very spot he just occupied, obliterating the ground in a blinding explosion of rock and dust. The very earth groaned and tore apart, as the Minotaur's rampage ripped through the dungeon, leaving only devastation in its wake. The Minotaur's attack was coming in hot, but a flash of pink energy, a pure burst of speed, showed that the evasion was already a done deal. He wasn't just dodging, he was dancing. A blue energy trail painted his path as he spun through the air, making the Minotaur's attack look like it was moving in slow motion. The Minotaur's purple eyes flared with pure rage as its attack whiffed, leaving it looking like a total chump. Then, the system chimed in with the good news, a big, bold message flashing: "You have evaded the attack." Talk about a clean dodge. But Jin Hyuk wasn't just dodging, he was calculating, his eyes locked on the Minotaur, already planning his next move. A smirk crept onto his face as he thought, nice. He knew he was on fire. That confident smirk said it all, he was feeling himself, and the Minotaur was about to find out why. Then, a triumphant ding echoed, as a new system message popped up: "You have gained the hidden stat, Blink." Talk about leveling up mid-fight. He's moving like lightning, absolutely tearing across the dungeon floor. His blade flashing out to absolutely wreck the Minotaur. But hold up. The beast is fast, its massive arms swinging in a brutal counterattack, looking to absolutely flatten him. A system message pops up, confirming his insane reflexes as he dodges the attack. Landing perfectly on his feet. That look on his face. Pure determination, eyes locked on his target. And just like that, the system drops a hidden stat on him, powering him up even more for this insane battle. He's thinking fast, realizing he can't use dash yet, but that's just another challenge to crush on his way to level 10. But he's not backing down. With renewed resolve, he launches himself back into the fray, unleashing another powerful, glowing attack on the Minotaur. The squad is hyped, pushing deep into the dungeon. One shouts about hitting the goblin cave for some easy farming, but another quickly reminds them, it's every player for themselves out here. But for Jin Hyuk, the real grind, the true path to power, means facing down absolute monsters, like this terrifying shadowy beast with its blazing red eyes, a brutal test for his current level. He unleashes a devastating kick right to the Minotaur's skull, the force of the blow shaking the very dungeon. His gaze is locked, intense, analyzing every twitch of the beast, always one step ahead. No time to breathe. He's already on the offensive again, a lightning-fast strike, smashing into the Minotaur's chest with explosive force. The Minotaur lets out a guttural roar of pure rage and pain, staggering back from the sheer power of his attacks. He's got this monster's number, having crushed countless similar threats, and now, with a burst of electric blue energy, he unleashes another game-ending strike. Boom! A system alert pops up, confirming a stat boost. His gap stat just jumped by 0.15. And another one. His body is evolving mid-fight, the gap stat boosting again by 0.05. He's not holding back. A torrent of pure blue energy erupts, blasting the Minotaur with overwhelming power. The blue energy detonates into a colossal explosion, swallowing the monster whole in a wave of pure destruction. The blue light fades, revealing him standing victorious amidst the chaos, and the system just keeps piling on the notifications, his power skyrocketing. Boom! Jin Hyuk's energy-charged kick absolutely rocks the Minotaur, sending that colossal beast flying. And as the monster goes airborne, he just taunts it, saying all its gap means nothing if it can't even hit him. The Minotaur then slams into the ground, its massive body shaking the entire dungeon. Standing over the downed beast, he just keeps rubbing it in, reminding it that power means nothing if you can't land a hit. Meanwhile, from the sidelines, the unnamed female observer is absolutely floored, her jaw practically on the floor at Jin Hyuk's insane strength. She turns to Kim Min-jun, freaking out about how they ever thought they could mess with a guy like that. She's just blown away, wondering how a late bloomer hunter got this strong, and admitting she almost made a huge mistake. But the Minotaur isn't done yet. Recovering from the hit, it lets out a guttural roar, its eyes blazing red with pure rage, ready to strike back. Jin Hyuk just watches its rage, coolly calling out how slow the monster is. He keeps poking the bear, asking how it expects to fight with such sloppy swings. Absolutely furious, the Minotaur unleashes a monstrous roar and charges, a terrifying blur of muscle and rage. But before it can even land a hit, Jin Hyuk is already there, slamming it with another explosive, energy-packed strike that sends shockwaves through the dungeon. He's not just fighting, he's evolving, a wicked blue energy blade manifesting in his hand. Getting stronger fast. For him, it's just another Tuesday. All it takes is putting his life on the line, every single time. Every near-death experience just fuels his grind. As he carves through enemies with that glowing blade like it's nothing. Whoa. A close call. That hit almost connected, a brutal reminder that even he can't drop his guard. But he knows the drill, bigger risks, bigger rewards. Boom. Agility stat up. That's the payoff for all that insane risk-taking. He's crunching the numbers, thinking 1,000 points for this kind of exchange is a steal. He's got this, but one wrong move and it's game over. The stakes are insane. Time to upgrade. He needs to snag some new gear or a skill to keep this high-stakes game going. Back in the dungeon, Kim Min-jun, the unnamed female character, and Min Young-woo are watching him, and someone's already throwing shade, wondering if these low-rankers are getting too big for their britches. Hana is in full panic mode, gripping Lee Ji-na tight, screaming for them to escape this nightmare. But hold up, someone else is already strategizing, thinking if they just check the walls, they'll find a way out. But seriously, where is everyone even going right now? Then, bam. A massive impact rocks the dungeon, and Lee Ji-na's face just freezes in pure, unadulterated horror. Another heavy hit lands, leaving her completely shell-shocked. But Kang Jin-hyuk's face? It's all business, locked in a fierce determination as the chaos unfolds around him. He unleashes a devastating kick, sending the Minotaur flying, and warns everyone this isn't some playground for fun and games. Meanwhile, Min Young-woo is watching, cool as a cucumber, dropping knowledge bombs, dodging these attacks. That's how you rack up those sweet hidden stats. Jin-hyuk is a total blur, weaving past a colossal attack, showing off his insane agility. He keeps moving with impossible speed, dodging another crushing blow like it's nothing. The Minotaur, absolutely furious, charges in, a literal whirlwind of pure destruction. Min Young-woo, looking a little annoyed, just shrugs, saying it's way easier than it seems, and tells his crew to just try it already. Kim Min-jun and the unnamed female character are just glued to the action, their faces a mix of total shock and worry. A piercing scream rips through the air, her face a mask of pure terror. As a colossal blue energy explosion detonates, blasting debris everywhere. Then, another earth-shattering impact rips through the dungeon, unleashing pure destructive power. Leaving a dude in orange glasses sprawled on the ground, totally shell-shocked by the insane power of those hits. A giant hand swings, barely missing its mark, making the attacker question why it's not hitting, while Jin-hyuk, seeing the close call, knows he's got to create more space. From a safe distance, Hana and Lee Ji-na are glued to the insane action, their faces screaming worry. The colossal Minotaur is absolutely huge, its terrifying form filling the cavern, as Jin-hyuk, stunned, asks if that's really a Minotaur. Another earth-shattering impact rocks the dungeon, blue energy blasting everywhere. But Jin-hyuk is a blur of motion, a blue streak as he dodges the monster's non-stop attacks with insane agility. The Minotaur, absolutely furious, charges like a freight train, its giant axe ready to cleave. Another devastating hit lands, not on its target, but on the ground, unleashing a shockwave of blue energy and debris. The sheer destructive power just keeps ripping through the cavern as the monster's relentless assault rages on. He continues his relentless assault, a blue aura flaring around him as he closes the distance, ready to unleash another devastating blow. With a confident smirk, he bids farewell to the vanquished foe, a casual wave dismissing the recent danger, as if it were nothing. His attack lands with a resounding impact, purple energy erupting from the point of contact, a testament to his raw power. The Minotaur, however, is far from defeated, letting out a guttural growl as it prepares its next move, a terrifying display of its resilience. Its eyes burn with fury, the massive beast trembling with raw power, a clear sign of its unyielding rage. The ground shatters under the force of its devastating roar, a wave of red energy radiating outwards, tearing through the environment in a cataclysmic explosion. But the hunter is already moving, charging through the destructive force with his own blue aura blazing, completely unfazed. Another powerful strike connects, purple energy exploding on impact, delivering a critical blow. The aftermath leaves the dungeon chamber shimmering with ethereal blue particles, a silent testament to the fierce battle that just unfolded. Hana gasps, her eyes wide with shock at the sheer scale of the devastation. Nearby, Kim Min-jun surveys the ruins, his expression grim as he laments the tragic loss of Min-suk and Haemin, the casualties of this brutal fight. He turns to Hana, his head bandaged, questioning if the threat is truly gone, if the monster won't return to haunt them again. Inside the dungeon, Kang Jin-hyuk spots a glowing butterfly, a rare sight in the gloom, and instantly, he's already figuring out how to weaponize it. This guy is always thinking. But back in the real world, the tension is building as someone asks, if he's really been gone for a whole week without a trace. Back in the dungeon, Jin-hyuk just shrugs it off, thinking, it's all just basic stuff when your stats are this broken. Then, with a swift motion, he snatches up a glowing item, a quick power-up that lets him catch his breath every time the maze pulls a fast one. But even with all his tricks, he knows, you don't mess around with breaks in a dungeon, not when other players are already wiped out on the floor. The unnamed woman's eyes go wide with horror, she gasps, desperate to know who else didn't make it out alive. Min Young-woo, looking serious, drops the bomb, they're stuck, can't leave this maze for another whole month. Kim Min-jun just confirms the nightmare. Both the unnamed woman and Park Hana are just reeling, their faces a picture of pure dread as the grim reality sinks in. Min Young-woo tries to comfort Park Hana, revealing the brutal truth, it was all the monster's fault. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk is putting the pieces together, realizing that not only did they take out Haemin and Min Suk, but they also somehow managed to kill the monster. Wild. With a fierce look, he asks himself, what's the next move, what's the best way to go? He decides, it's smarter to just navigate around the maze, not fight everything head-on, as a massive, ancient archway appears, hinting at new challenges. He's still pushing through the dungeon's epic halls, but this time, he's not alone. He turns to her, dropping a loaded question, so, you knew the exit, right? And you? He keeps going, a smirk playing on his lips, that guy's totally broke. I made way more than anyone else, so obviously I knew the exit. She just brushes him off with a quick, He gestures, driving his point home, nothing in this world is free, right? He lays out his logic, saying that even buses charge. He wasn't about to let them freeload, so a small fee was only fair. They weren't noobs just tagging along for the XP, after all. Her eyes practically pop out in shock and irritation, a sharp eok sound bursting from her. He presses on with his demand, hand over. His stare is intense, leaving zero room for debate as he finishes. All your coins. Min Young-woo, an absolute beast of a hunter, just unleashes a brutal shield bash, sending that colossal minotaur flying back with a primal roar. While the dungeon's lesser goblins, with their eerie glowing purple eyes and weird skin tones, just watch the chaos unfold from the shadows. He's not letting up. Young-woo unleashes another earth-shattering blow that just reverberates through the entire cavern. Before a final, explosive strike just sends that monster absolutely flying backward with a pained shriek, utterly defeated. After absolutely crushing that goblin and feeling the sweet rush of a level up, Min Young-woo lets out a satisfied phew, muttering that he just needs one more before he can finally call it a day and head home. Suddenly, a young fanboy, practically glowing with admiration, tells him that even the online forums are going wild about Minwonim's insane exploits, pointing out that it looks like he just walked out of another epic, bloody battle with the goblins. The kid then adds, with a huge, grateful smile, that all their success is totally thanks to him, even calling him boss. Everyone is absolutely glued to the screen, totally hyped by Minwonim's insane video. Even he's like, dude, I get hit too, you know. His eyes, laser-focused, are burning with an intensity that screams he's seeing something way beyond the surface. The comments section is blowing up. Baldhan98 is totally roasting him, saying, 10 hours? Pfft, someone else did it in 8. He's totally bullshitting, I'd love to see him try. But then, a flashback or maybe his in-game avatar pops up, totally brushing off the haters, don't let it get to you. The world's always gonna have haters. Suddenly, back to reality, his jaw drops as a name pops up on screen, Myung Shinhwan. No way. Then, a massive system alert blazes across the screen, screaming, new Hall of Fame video. Our video's rank is about to get wild. And then, the ultimate flex appears, item successfully refined. First in the world to +10 refine an item. This is huge. His past self, or maybe his game avatar, is absolutely losing it. What? What just happened? Was that, surprise? The system just keeps dropping bombs, item refined. Are you kidding me? A +10 refinement? This is insane. His past self is absolutely fuming, muttering, that freaking Myung Shinhwan. He actually did it. And in the present, he's just staring, completely blown away, thinking, how is this even possible? Rewind 10 minutes. Jin Hyuk was already strategizing, figuring out his entry point. His crew was already deep in discussion, with Min Jun laying out the bidding basics, Jina stressing about getting outmaneuvered, and the other woman coolly stating the obvious, just bid higher. Taking it all in, he knew it was his turn to jump into the stock exchange action. The stock exchange's digital realm lit up with a vibrant blue as he logged in. A bold welcome message flashing across the screen, confirming every item was up for grabs. He let out a breath, already dreaming of raking in a mountain of coins. Then, he started sifting through the listings, grabbing a glowing blue item for a closer look. The market was flooded with common goods, like these 3 cards, each going for 700 coins. Even a beat-up bronze key fragment was listed at 800 coins. And a broken wooden wagon wheel. Yep, also 800 coins. He grinned, knowing that what others saw as junk, he saw as cold, hard cash. The system flashed a prompt, demanding to know if he was ready to commit to the purchase. He slammed his finger down, locking in the deal, and the system instantly confirmed the purchase. But the real game changer wasn't just buying junk, it was knowing exactly how to use it. His eyes blazing with intent, Kang Jin-hyuk declared his next move, a 3-item combination. With a flick of his wrist, a dazzling blue energy surged, pulling the chosen items into a swirling vortex of light within the system. The system roared its approval, confirming the 3-item fusion and then blasting out a successful combination message with an explosive blue energy burst. The blue energy reached a crescendo, culminating in a blinding flash as the combination finalized. And from the heart of the storm, a magnificent new artifact materialized, a golden, intricate chronometer, pulsing with an ancient, powerful light. The artifact thrummed with raw, untapped power, its golden gears spinning with a life of their own. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he gazed at his masterpiece, a single, satisfied, "I did it," echoing in the silence. Gripping the chronometer, he knew its true power, realizing that luck was meaningless unless you pushed it to its absolute limits. His fingers clenched around the artifact, because he knew exactly where that line in the sand was drawn. Boom! A massive burst of red energy explodes from the item in his hand, signaling the start of an epic refinement. And just like that, the system screams a success. His costume just hit a legendary +10. But he's not done yet. The item now throbs with a wicked purple glow, its power skyrocketing with every beat. He's playing chess, not checkers, thinking about those impossible odds, but with his luck maxed out, he knows he's unstoppable. No doubt, no hesitation, he's calling it, a flawless 100% success rate. Then, with a smirk, he drops the bomb, "I'll be using it all on my dagger." This guy is a legend. And the system just can't keep up, spamming refinement has been successful, over and over again. He's on a roll. Another one bites the dust. The system just keeps confirming his insane success. Boom. The final message drops, he just scored an old dagger, maxed out at a legendary +10. He stands victorious, the newly forged dagger blazing with an otherworldly purple glow in his hand. What a beast. But wait, there's more. A bonus achievement pops up, crowning him the first to hit +10 refinement on the Korean server, dropping a sweet 5,000 coins. And get this, the system is putting his name in the Hall of Fame for a whole day. Talk about making history. He explodes into action, a torrent of purple energy erupting around him. His dagger a lethal blur, the purple aura screaming around him as he strikes. A fierce grin spreads across his face, he knows this is it, the game changer, the weapon he's been waiting for. But then, a jarring flashback. 10 brutal days in hell, 2 desperate souls clinging to life in a desolate wasteland. A pathetic bonfire, barely flickering, the only thing keeping them from freezing in this nightmare. Their bed, a sad patch of moss. Starving, they were reduced to eating mushrooms and even moss, a truly horrifying existence. One of them, completely broken, lay motionless by the dying fire. The horrific memory dissolves into black. Only for Jin-hyuk to snap back to reality, facing down a brutal minotaur, one of the endless horrors from those cursed labyrinths. He remembers those soul-crushing, shifting labyrinths that sucked the life right out of them. And a burning resentment for anyone who dared to take this hellish ordeal lightly. Kang Jin-hyuk is locked in a silent, intense stare, but his companion, Lee Jin-ah, can't hold back her worry, exclaiming that he'll die if this keeps up. But the chatter around them is wild, with some voices taunting them to just quit, saying they're useless, while others are hyped, warning everyone not to mess with him because he supposedly cleared the 10th floor. And get this, there's a massive 1 trillion won reward for anyone who stopped a similar catastrophe, a fact that hits Kang Jin-hyuk hard, his eye flaring with an insane, glowing power. The anonymous chatter keeps going, everyone scrambling for intel on this enigma, but it's a dead end, all footage of players who conquered the Tower of Trials is completely locked down. The same rumor just keeps circulating, he's definitely someone who's been to the 10th floor. Lee Jin-ah is glued to a screen, sifting through tons of data, when a voice reminds her to send a crucial report from the tower survivors, her face still a mask of pure anxiety. She whips around, her voice urgent, demanding to know if Appa has been clued in on the whole mess, her worry practically radiating off her. A voice confirms the news has reached him, and the guild is on it, but the maze is a black hole of info, and they're looking at a 3-week wait just to get there. This news hits Lee Jin-ah like a truck, making her question if she can really handle 3 more weeks of this nightmare. Kang Jin-hyuk, his face a picture of pure frustration, slams down the truth, there's zero information, as Lee Jin-ah watches, her worry intensifying with every passing second. Kang Jin-hyuk is down, injured on the cold ground, with 2 uniformed figures looming over him, and one of them starts to scheme, "I was thinking." The uniformed figures keep talking, casually discussing offing him and bailing out the same way they came in, all while they're just chilling, waiting for Appa to show up. With Kang Jin-hyuk completely out of commission, his life hanging by a thread, a chilling voice echoed, hinting at a chance to break free from their current predicament. But the uniformed man, his face a mask of cold calculation, turned to his partner, dropping a bombshell. The real challenge was figuring out how to finish him off. A hand snaked out towards the vulnerable hero, seizing the moment, as the man declared this was their golden opportunity, with Kang Jin-hyuk helpless and everyone else tied up in Pandora. Just as the uniformed killer was about to make his move, a new player, a civilian radiating pure fury, slammed into the scene with a thunderous roar, his fist balled up and ready to throw down. The save was clutch, shielding Kang Jin-hyuk, who remained unconscious, his face ghostly white, a stark line of blood at his mouth screaming danger. Kang Jin-hyuk's hand hovers over the mouse, and a chilling voice whispers, "Isn't it our chance while he's sleeping?" The voice intensifies, "Let's do it now. Everyone dies when their heads are bashed in, anyway." Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk explodes into action, his body a blur of raw power. A desperate plea cuts through the air, "Wait," as a hand closes in on a woman's body. Kang Jin-hyuk stares down at his fallen opponent, a moment of tense silence before the storm. The chilling voice rationalizes the brutal act, declaring the fallen was too weak to fight, destined to be monster fodder, and this was merely a preemptive strike. Kang Jin-hyuk's face twists in regret, a silent, "I'm sorry," in his thoughts, but Kim Min-jun's grim words cut through, reminding him there was no other option. He grips the bizarre, glowing green fruit, a desperate conviction burning in his eyes. This is his only path to power. Suddenly, a mysterious woman with terrifying, glowing green eyes unleashes a sinister grin. And in her hand, the very same enigmatic, glowing green fruit pulses with an eerie light. He's over it, muttering about the pathetic dungeon loot, like, seriously, more roots and mushrooms? Even with this dark truffle, it's like we're stuck in some twisted cooking show. But his female companion, glowing with an almost eerie light, is totally into it, giggling, "So fun," and even offering to go grab more if he wants. He's all business, though, agreeing to the hunt, because, let's be real, more loot means more cash. Time to chow down on their dungeon feast, he commands, eyeing the questionable pile of raw ingredients in the bowl. But his partner is totally grossed out, barely able to stomach the thought of eating this dungeon slop. Jin-hyuk just lets out another humph, his face a mask of grim determination as he forces down the awful food. The scene shifts, and now a different guy, Kim Min-jun, is watching, his eyes locked on the memory of them choking down that nasty meal. But then, something in Jin-hyuk just snaps, and he absolutely obliterates a wooden bowl of food, sending it flying everywhere. Then, with a burst of raw, purple power, he unleashes a brutal, bone-shattering punch that warps reality itself. The hit connects, and Kim Min-jun gets absolutely wrecked, blood exploding from his mouth as he screams in pure agony, his body twisting from the sheer force. Jin-hyuk doesn't let up, unleashing a relentless barrage, his fists a blur as he absolutely demolishes the now gurgling, unrecognizable mess on the ground, leaving nothing but chaos. As Jin-hyuk looms over the defeated Min-jun, his female companion can't help but scoff, challenging his brutal tactics. "Is this really how you save me?" she demands, as Jin-hyuk, surprisingly, worries if the very flesh he just ripped off could be tainted. Staring down at Min-jun's battered face, Jin-hyuk drops a bombshell, revealing a dark past. "I was just like you once," he states, "I bit the flesh off of your body's bone marrow." A chilling confession. But then, a sudden, powerful blue aura erupts around his hand, as he unleashes a broadcast skill, sending his message out into the unknown. Meanwhile, a mysterious woman with piercing green eyes is absolutely furious, screaming, "How dare he?" She can't believe a low-rank hunter is pulling this stunt on her, ordering an immediate retreat. But Jin-hyuk's not backing down, a fierce blue glow surrounding him as he declares, "I'm not letting you get away with this. You're going to pay." His companion, seeing his face during the broadcast, realizes just how serious he is, noting the intense gravity of his expression. But then, a flicker of disappointment crosses Jin-hyuk's face, a frustrated sigh escaping him as he exclaims, "I can't believe this. So disappointing." The green-eyed woman, now absolutely engulfed in a furious red aura, roars, "No." Her glowing eyes are practically spitting fire. Jin-hyuk, with his blue energy surging again, doubles down on his threat, "You're going to regret this. You're going to pay." His companion can only watch, jaw dropped in shock, as the red energy around her seems to explode, signaling the insane escalation. And then, it's on. They're face to face, a massive warning flashing over the green-eyed woman, who lets out a choked gasp as Jin-hyuk, relentless, promises, "You're going to pay for what you did." His eyes burning with pure resolve, he delivers the ultimate, bone-chilling promise, "You're going to regret this." He stands there, radiating power, his voice cutting through the air with an undeniable promise of payback. Meanwhile, the green-eyed woman is hit with a massive emotional wave, clutching her head as a red warning flashes across her vision. She knows this rage isn't hers. But he doesn't let up. His words of vengeance keep hammering her, loud and clear. And her internal struggle against the imposed fury only intensifies, her green eyes blazing with pure agony. He just watches her, calm as ever, through the shimmering blue projection. A close-up of her face showing a twisted mask of pure, unadulterated rage, her green eyes burning with uncontrolled fury. But he's totally unfazed, just watching her fury play out on the projection. While right next to him, another young woman watches the whole thing, her face totally etched with concern. Her worry just deepens as a terrifying thought hits her, and she can't help but whisper her fear. Then, out of nowhere, he turns to her, calling her Park Hannah, and hits her with a super pointed remark about her shamelessness. Leaving her totally bewildered by his sudden, out-of-left-field comment. With a sly smirk, he brushes off her confusion, declaring the broadcast officially over and dropping the bombshell that he's coming to confront the enraged woman in person. He's locked in, eyes burning with a chilling promise. This isn't just a threat, it's a declaration of war, a guarantee that they're about to face the ultimate regret. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he banishes the glowing blue cube, declaring its purpose served, its utility expired. He pivots, facing the young woman, a single word hanging in the air, a silent challenge. But her mind is already reeling, a terrifying truth slamming into her. Her life is a mirror of reality, and she's about to see the absolute worst, the very thing that makes her blood run cold. Out of nowhere, a shadowy impact slams into her, sending her flying, the air ripping with the force of the blow. She's airborne, a helpless ragdoll spinning through the air, before slamming down hard. Pinned and battered, with shadows closing in, a chilling voice sneers, telling her to soak in her own misery. It's been less than an hour since those idiotic girls, and now, something far more terrifying is about to be unleashed. Then, a blinding surge of raw, purple energy erupts from him, his eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated power as he unleashes hell. The purple blast slams into a shadowy form, twisting and tearing it apart with explosive force. The purple wave expands, swallowing every shadowy attacker in its path, their forms dissolving into nothingness. And with one final, devastating explosion, the shadowy horde is utterly annihilated, leaving only the fading glow of his power behind. He goes absolutely ballistic, unleashing a purple-powered explosion right into the Minotaur. Then immediately follows up with a lightning-fast, blue-charged combo. Delivering a skull-shattering kick that sends shockwaves through the monster. The beast is still standing, but that gap closure was worth it. The beast's head snaps back with insane force, barely able to withstand the onslaught. But there's no stopping him now. He's already winding up for the next devastating hit, he can't finish it yet, but he's going to make it pay. Slamming a supercharged punch directly into its face. He's not letting up, just absolutely demolishing the Minotaur with a barrage of blows, he just needs to make it feel every ounce of pain he felt. And then, boom. He unleashes a brand new power, activating the fire element and turning the monster into a blazing inferno. The Minotaur lets out a primal, agonizing roar as it's engulfed in pure fire. Its massive body literally cracking and burning apart from the inside. One last desperate, ear-splitting scream rips from its throat. Before it finally crashes down, a charred, smoking wreck. This fight is over. Jin Hyuk wasn't holding back. His foot came down like a hammer, shattering the earth with a powerful, blue energy-infused kick. But the Minotaur, a beast of pure rage, wasn't backing down. It stood firm, a dark, imposing figure, ready for whatever Jin Hyuk threw next. Jin Hyuk was a blur of motion, his blade flashing with blue energy as he slashed the Minotaur's back. Someone yelled, "Don't go crazy," but he was already in the zone. But Jin Hyuk wasn't listening. He gripped his glowing blade, a fire in his eyes, ready to finish this. He knew this was the only path to victory, thinking, if you act like this, you'll be able to clear it. Then, with an explosive burst of power, he charged, a blazing blue comet, his eyes locked on the Minotaur. Almost there, he declared, ready to end it. He connected again, a thunderous strike, and the colossal beast staggered, its body rumbling from the sheer force. But hold on, the Minotaur wasn't done. Its eye blazed with a terrifying red, unleashing a final, desperate power-up. The moment this guy brings out his final card, someone gasped. Then, with a earth-shattering roar, the Minotaur exploded with a massive wave of red energy, a cataclysmic impact that swallowed everything. The red power just kept coming, a final, desperate surge of the Minotaur's raw strength, threatening to obliterate everything in its wake. Deep in the dungeon, a colossal Minotaur looms, its sheer power radiating from its massive, muscled back. Two hunters push through the gloom, one of them hyped, shouting, "Goblin Cave is the move. Find a sweet spot, and we'll be raking in the loot." But Jin Hyuk, ever the pragmatist, cuts in, "Hold your horses." He lays out the cold hard truth, let other hunters snag the drops, and you're left with nothing to sell. A flicker of power in his hand, he's already locked onto the next target. A knowing smirk spreads across his face, he's got this, they're almost there. Then, a burst of raw, crimson energy explodes from his hand, slamming into the Minotaur's leg with devastating impact. The crimson power rips deeper, shredding the monster's hide, as he unleashes his ultimate move, the final card. The monster's leg is absolutely torn apart by the relentless barrage, that crimson energy just keeps on ripping. Then, a final, explosive impact detonates, sending shockwaves everywhere, leaving the Minotaur absolutely wrecked by the devastating hit. He's not holding back. The red energy attack is a total blur, hitting with insane power. Then, a massive sound just explodes, a primal roar that shakes everything. The Minotaur gets absolutely rocked, its huge body exploding with green energy as the hit lands. Kong Jin Hyuk is just standing there, cool as ice, watching the chaos he just unleashed. Meanwhile, some girl in the background is totally freaking out, like, OMG, how did he even do that? But hold up, the Minotaur isn't done yet. Its eyes are glowing red, and that green energy is going absolutely wild. A skill icon pops up, and it's a level 10. This thing just leveled up mid-fight. The skill info flashes, 30% boost to attack, speed, and movement for 5 minutes. And then, the Minotaur actually speaks, a terrifying, human, escaping its lips. And get this, the skill also gives it temporary intelligence and speech. It screams, I am you apart, while Jin Hyuk's eyes blaze red, ready for anything. Its huge, fanged mouth opens even wider, promising to shred its enemy and spread their bits all over the dungeon. This Minotaur is absolutely furious and supercharged, swearing that no one will ever set foot here again. But Kong Jin Hyuk isn't backing down, he's hitting back with another massive red energy blast, clashing directly with the Minotaur's new power. He's going all out, purple energy blasting everywhere, but even then, he senses it, a weird magical vibe nearby. His eyes narrow, a hint of surprise there as he processes the raw power he's feeling, muttering, not bad, under his breath. But that surprise quickly turns to pure focus, his eyes blazing with purple power, ready to absolutely dominate this fight. But then, the Minotaur, now super smart and totally enraged, lets out a terrifying roar, screaming that it's going to crush him. Wrapped in a wild green aura, the Minotaur goes full beast mode, charging like a freight train, but our hero is too fast, dodging out of the way. But Jin Hyuk isn't playing around. He's already in the air, purple energy surging, and bam. He smashes the Minotaur, sending it flying back. The hit is so hard, the monster's head snaps back, green energy exploding around it, that's gotta hurt. Jin Hyuk doesn't let up, unleashing a barrage of purple energy punches on the stunned monster, just pummeling it back. The Minotaur tries to fight back with a desperate green energy blast, but Jin Hyuk is ready, his purple power batting it away like it's nothing. But the Minotaur isn't done. With a primal roar, it unleashes a huge green energy explosion, its whole body glowing with raw power. The blast hits Jin Hyuk hard, sending him flying back, his purple energy flickering under the Minotaur's raw power. Meanwhile, some random guy in a suit is watching this whole insane fight go down, and his jaw is practically on the floor. The green-eyed observer can only watch in horror as he stops dodging, taking every brutal hit head-on. But the boss-ranked monster, with a level 10 skill now fully activated, is going all out, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that could wipe out anything. Forget a single person, even an entire guild wouldn't stand a chance, they'd be absolutely crushed by this insane power. Her glowing green eyes are wide with shock, thinking, how is that crazy bastard still standing? Then, with a devastating "Kwang," the monster's attack lands a direct hit, unleashing a massive explosion. He's completely obliterated in that situation, his body sent flying from the sheer power. It felt like the entire world was crumbling, everything just dissolving into nothingness. No matter how hard he tried to run, he was stuck, standing still, and then he just fell, into the void. He's just plummeting through the darkness, until even the sky itself is gone. Then, the ultimate game over, you died, flashes across the screen. Real life or game, it doesn't matter, this hell-like difficulty is always the same, always brutal. But wait, even after dying, a new system message pops up, revealing map, SEA, acquired 57. He's back in action, blazing through the desolate void with an unstoppable drive. His mind screaming a game-changing truth. This brutal, unforgiving world, actually bends to his will. A blinding blue energy explodes from him, and just like that, his desire manifests into reality. A system alert flashes, confirming his luck stat just got a massive boost. This is insane. But hold up, because that power-up just triggered an insane counterattack. A monstrous green energy blast rips through everything. Immediately followed by another, even more destructive blue shockwave. And who's behind it? The mysterious, shadowy figure with those chilling green eyes, watching her chaos unfold. The very ground beneath him shatters, collapsing into a terrifying, bottomless pit. Sending colossal rocks crashing down. He's free-falling. Sword gripped tight, as the entire world screams around him. Still free-falling through the desolate void, Kong Jin Hyuk was absolutely consumed by a swirling vortex of raw purple energy. The descent was punctuated by a powerful, resonant impact, the purple energy around him absolutely exploding with intensity. Then, out of nowhere, a towering, horned demon with glowing green eyes just materialized, its voice dripping with pure disdain, utterly dismissing his efforts as nothing but petty tricks. It kept on taunting him, boasting that if that pathetic power was all he had, he wouldn't even be able to scratch its formidable hide. But before the demon could even finish, Kang Jin-hyuk, now absolutely wreathed in a brilliant purple aura, unleashed a powerful, arcing kick aiming straight for its massive form. The kick connected with a solid, resounding impact, sending a shockwave through the void. The demon, completely caught off guard, recoiled violently from the unexpected blow. As Kang Jin-hyuk's expression shifted, a system message flashed, announcing that the time limit for the labyrinth's luck diversion skill had just expired. The horned demon, still trying to regain its composure, started to speak, its voice absolutely filled with disbelief. Its face contorted into a primal snarl as it roared, "You! Insolent!" A new system message popped up, explaining that the demon had been using power that exceeded its limits for 5 minutes, a temporary, forbidden surge of strength. However, another message, displayed against a backdrop of roaring flames, revealed the severe penalty, a state of suspended animation for a full 24 hours. Kang Jin-hyuk is locked in a mental battle, staring down the impossible odds of a level 19 foe, knowing he has to bridge that power gap. 53 gap stat points still stand between them, and he knows this is his only shot to close that insane power difference. His eyes are burning with resolve, as he calculates the mere 23 days he has left to pull this off. He's questioning everything, asking himself, am I ready for this? The pressure is immense. But back in the real world, a woman is absolutely heartbroken, tears streaming down her face, clearly devastated by someone's absence. Back in his grind, Kang Jin-hyuk is still pushing, with the system clock ticking down, 20 days left. He's standing there, cool and collected, hands in his pockets, the epitome of focused intensity. 20 days later, after an insane grind, everything changes. Suddenly, a massive surge of power explodes from him, a clear sign of a huge breakthrough. Green energy explodes around him, forming a dazzling aura, his power skyrocketing. Then, with a final, epic surge, the system drops the bomb. His stat gap has increased by a crucial 0.015. He emerges from the fading green light, now glowing with a subtle, undeniable power. Boom! The grind was real, and the system just dropped the good news. His stat gap shot up by 0.015, netting him a sweet 100 gap stat points. Finally, it was done. A beastly minotaur-like monster unleashed a terrifying roar, its massive frame ready to throw down. But wait, what's this? The monster's getting weaker. A crimson aura of pure distress pulsed around it, like it couldn't believe its own power was fading. Then, boom! Its body started to break down, dissolving into swirling purple and black energy. The Minotaur was fighting a losing battle against an invisible power. Then, a massive impact ripped through the air. As Jin-hyuk brought down a crushing stomp, finishing off the monster with extreme prejudice. He stood over the dissolving beast, giving a cold, almost mocking farewell to the little moo-moo. A smirk spread across his face, his eyes burning with a subtle purple glow as the raw power he'd just absorbed surged through him. Back in the city, he was already planning his next move, Goblin Cave. He wanted a prime farming spot, and he made it crystal clear, it was every player for themselves. He was talking about hiring players, when suddenly. But he just gave her a totally unimpressed look, clearly not feeling her vibe, and asked if she wasn't interested in his offer. Her response? A deep bow and a desperate plea, please, hire me. He's not buying it, but she's pushing hard, claiming her unique ability is a game changer. But he's not having it, declaring he's already got everything she's selling. He's walking away, dropping a bombshell, he'll never betray himself. She's left reeling, wondering what he even means. He shoots her a look that could freeze fire, calling her disappointing and leaving her stunned. She's absolutely floored, the word useless echoing in her head from past failures. But he's not budging, his face a mask of stone. Then, in a last-ditch effort, Lee Jina drops a bombshell, Graham's name. He said I could get a good spot. Kang Jin-hyuk snaps, grabbing her arm, grilling her about Graham as she freaks out, begging for her life. His eyes narrow, the gears turning in his head at this new intel. Graham's name is a golden ticket, meaning prime farming spots and easy gains. Then, bam. A glowing golden ring appears, packing insane buffs, speed, giant magic resistance, and mana efficiency. The system confirms this ring is a game changer, and get this, Eye of Truth, just activated for Park Hana. Kang Jin-hyuk is totally sizing up the situation, a sly grin hinting that he's already got Lee Jina's number, thinking she's not exactly crushing it. But Lee Jina is totally in her own world, still trying to sell him on the deal, hyping him up for getting hired as an intern at the Veteran Players Control Center. Then, she drops the bomb, casually mentioning they don't actually pay their interns. He's still watching her, and she's laying down the law, she'll come whenever he calls, but only if he calls. And get this, she tells him, whether it's 3 a.m. or on some remote island, he better not even think about giving her the cold shoulder. Lee Jin-ah then glances at some paperwork, double-checking the contract length, and then hits him with a, "Didn't we have a deal?" Out of nowhere, a system notification pops up, revealing he's reading the devil's contract. And his response? A casual, "Yeah, obviously." Then, another system alert flashes, revealing the Ring of Braham, a game-changer that boosts movement speed, magic resistance, and slashes mana costs by 10%. And get this, it also activates the Eye of Truth skill for Park Hana. The system keeps going, showing a prompt to merge two skills, and it's confirmed, he's combining two skills. Kang Jin-hyuk, staring at the glowing system screen, finally gets it, and he's like, "This is totally a scam." Lee Jin-ah, totally caught off guard, demands to know what he's talking about, like, "What do you mean, a contract?" He then points to the tiny text on the system screen, which, get this, says he has to sell his soul to the devil. Lee Jin-ah's eyes practically pop out of her head as she finally reads the fine print, muttering a shocked, "Wait." As the horrifying truth of the deal sinks in. Just as the chilling truth of the contract hit, a blood-curdling scream erupted, and a hand, engulfed in a blinding blue energy, spasmed in pure, unadulterated agony. Then, a system alert flashed, revealing the horrifying truth. A level 1 soul stigma was being seared onto Park Hana's very being, explaining the sudden, terrifying scream. The soul stigma skill icon, a pulsating blue hand, blazed into existence, confirming its terrifying power. The full, terrifying scope of the soul stigma was laid bare, a difficulty skill that branded targets, forcing absolute obedience and forbidding any harm to the user, with the ultimate penalty of being consumed by agonizing flames for any defiance. The blue light from the previous panel explodes, swirling with raw energy. As a hand reaches out, absolutely bathed in the brilliant azure glow, a voice shouts, I can see the light." Suddenly, a system message materializes, confirming the epic achievement. "You were the first to clear the first floor labyrinth." Bursting into a vast, open space, Hana collapses to her knees, pure relief washing over her as she screams, "We're out." Finally. 2 more system messages pop up, announcing their epic achievement in the Hall of Fame and the sweet reward. Players who have cleared this location will each be given 5,000 coins. Hana stares at the message, her expression a mix of exhaustion and disbelief, muttering, "So is this the reward for our hard work?" Jin-hyuk's hand rests gently on her shoulder, a silent acknowledgement as she responds to his unspoken question, in turn. "Yes, sir." He extends his hand, a clear demand in his gesture, "Hand it over." Jin-hyuk then reviews his own status, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips, "And with this I have over 10,000 coins." He glances towards Hana, who is still processing her own rewards, absolutely confident in his superior haul. "I bet there's no one else who has more coins than me at this time." A subordinate hits him with a tight deadline, "Get Minhwan's bag in 3 days. But he's not having it, that's way too short. With a subtle blue glow around his hand, he's already calculating, a fierce determination burning in his gaze. His partner, Hana, can only let out a defeated sigh, already bracing herself to somehow pull off the impossible. Meanwhile, the Myeongwon Guild, Korea's top dog, is gearing up for a massive raid. They're hitting the 3rd floor boss monster in just 1 week. Guild executive Kim Min-jun is on the case, double-checking the intel, making sure they're all on the same page about that crucial number. The pressure is on Korea, he observes, especially with global powers like the US, Europe, and China all hitting roadblocks. Back with our heroes, Hana can't help but ask if Jin-hyuk is still banking on a miracle, because things are looking seriously tough. Min-jun, ever the strategist, is confident the Myeongwon Guild can handle this boss, even if it's Minwo himself. Jin-hyuk, watching the news unfold, can't help but scoff at the idea of clearing the 3rd floor boss in just 1 month. That's way too much time. He can only wonder how much they'll regret their choices when the consequences finally catch up to them. He gets why they're all rushing, desperate to be number 1, but he knows the cold, hard truth, hit a wall, and that rush turns into a desperate fight for survival. Kang Jin-hyuk's face hardens as he stares down the clock, just 90 days per floor, ticking away. The system isn't holding back either, blasting that countdown to the next level right in their faces. He knows if your foundation is weak, every single level after this just gets harder, making it an impossible climb. This is the real deal, a terrifying monster with glowing eyes and razor claws, the pure, unadulterated power of the spiritual world made manifest. It lets out a deafening roar, a terrifying symbol of the pressure building up. The spiritual world's power ramps up, crushing anyone too weak to handle it, and one poor soul gets snatched right up. No do-overs, no second chances for humanity. If they mess this up, it's game over. Right now, the mission is clear: get all the public info, everything that dropped last month. In a world absolutely flooded with rumors and fake news, finding the real truth is everything. Jin-hyuk, chilling out a bit, is glued to his phone, digging for answers. He zeroes in on one specific news feed, a source that's been dropping solid intel for ages. He's sifting through the noise, knowing that the real intel comes from the right people, like this guy, Lee, chilling in a cafe, but there's more to him than meets the eye. Then, with a casual wave, Lee drops his name, a chill greeting for a human big head. But hold up, another player enters the game. This woman, with her blazing red eyes and explosive aura, isn't holding back, proclaiming herself the hot-headed fist. She's right behind Lee, both of them dropping their real names, he's Lee, and she's Yuyanua. Then, a game screen pops up, showing Yuyanua in full battle mode, her power going off the charts, it's pure activation. Next up, a full status screen for Lee Jinwoo. He's a level 25 hunter, rocking 15 in strength, dexterity, health, and magic, and he's sitting on 2,200 coins. Then, it's Yuyanua's turn. She's also a level 25 hunter, packing skills like Magic Engine, Magic Command, and Magic Barrier, and apparently, she thought someone else got stronger. Her Magic Engine is an innate ability, all about mana, but it's a mana guzzler. Yuyanua's full stats are here, level 25, 17 in strength, dexterity, health, and magic, 0 unallocated points, and 1,775 coins. Lee Jinwoo's screen keeps going, revealing his 9-wind cultivation technique skill, giving him unwavering power in battle, talk about an OP innate ability. And the system wraps it up, pointing out how similar their levels are, meaning these two are on par. These two have been a dynamic duo, absolutely crushing it in the hunt, their synergy always on point. He's diving deep into the secrets of soul cultivation, a power that's about to change everything. But the real question everyone's asking is, what's his deal with her? She drops the bombshell, he's Lee Jinwoo, and his true power will explode the second they step into that dungeon. He lets out a groan, totally regretting the alias he picked way back when. She spills the tea on her past, 26, a former Paprika TV broadcast jockey. He's stunned, confessing he actually used to tune in. He quickly clarifies, that's all in the past now. She chuckles at his formality, then drops the bomb, they're already in the same guild. With a shrug, he just goes with it. Talk about an unexpected friendship blooming. Another figure, radiating confidence, recalls his past, remembering all the times people tried to use him. Her face darkens, as she reveals they only ever wanted to stab her in the back. He's had enough of those kinds of people, vowing never to repeat his past mistakes and to simply cut them out of his life. The Hunter world was a high-stakes game, and the top guilds were the ultimate power players, pulling all the strings across the globe. But it wasn't just the guilds, the BJs, broadcast jockeys, were blowing up, too, especially the ones calling themselves BJ Hunters. But lurking in the shadows, a mysterious hooded figure with terrifying glowing red eyes was making their own power play, their true motives completely unknown. Back in the real world, Kim Min-jun hit Kang Jinhyuk with a loaded question, so, you actually dodged the top hunter test, didn't you? The tension was palpable. Kang Jinhyuk just stared at some tiny, weird gadget in his hand, giving absolutely nothing away. Then, a quick scene change, hinting at time flying by, or maybe they just hit the road again. City lights whizzed by outside their car window, they were definitely on the move. Min-jun dropped a bombshell, tons of people were passing the top hunter test, but the death count was absolutely insane. Because of all the carnage, the unnamed association had to lock things down, only letting the certified badasses climb higher, trying to put a lid on the chaos. The association's massive HQ just sat there, towering over everything, a silent monument to their power. Min-jun then dropped another bomb, the association had slapped an S code on Kang Jinhyuk, just like him, meaning he was officially a big deal. He finished with a smirk, hinting that the association was getting seriously desperate, probably because things were going completely off the rails. He's a legend now, a myth in his own right, and he knows he has to play the association's game to his advantage. He's gotta use it, he thinks, staring up at the endless sky above the concrete jungle. The city is buzzing, skyscrapers piercing the heavens, a monument to this new era. And it's all under the unnamed association's thumb, their symbol radiating pure power. But even with all that power, people are still failing these brutal tests, getting kicked out before they even see the second floor, their dreams crushed. He sees a failed stamp, but he knows the truth, if you're good enough, the top guilds will still be blowing up your phone. That's why you see three kinds of people at these testing grounds, all with their own reasons for being there. In the crowd, a man tries to calm a crying woman, all she wants is to pass, to get a good rank, to climb that tower. But he's not worried about any of that, he just wants to climb, an S rank, an E rank, it doesn't matter. Reporters are swarming, all trying to guess who the next big player will be, as more people show up to flex their new ranks. And look who it is. Kim Min-jun spots a familiar face in the crowd, a young woman who clearly knows him. It's Park Hannah, straight out of the Raven Guild. Jinhyuk takes in the chaotic scene, while the woman next to him is already losing her cool, asking if everyone here is seriously trying to take the same test. He just watches, then a voice from the crowd screams, "Wait! Look behind them!" A smirk plays on his face as he hears another hunter's voice, hyping up the goblin cave, claiming it'll be easy farming if they just get a good spot. He just waves it off, as the voice keeps going, basically saying every man for himself if you want to have fun. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun is totally stressed, wondering if this insane crowd is even a test site or just a giant waiting room. Lee Jin-ah, right there with him, totally agrees, pointing out they can't waste time waiting around because the test has already started. Min-jun's face gets serious, warning her that she knows exactly what goes down if they mess up, right? Jin-ah gives him a confident smile, assuring him they'll totally nail it. The duo then tries to push through the insane crowd, just trying to get somewhere. Min-jun, totally fed up, shouts about how many people there are and how impossible it is to move. They keep fighting their way through the packed zone, the crowd just never ending. Then, out of nowhere, a slick guy in dark sunglasses pops up, pointing right at you, while some unseen voice is like, "Who the hell are you? Don't you know your place?" Kang Jin-hyuk lived for one thing and one thing only, cold, hard cash. He cut off everyone, every connection, all for the sake of the almighty dollar, and honestly, who cared about anything else? This obsession with cash turned him into a hunter, and now he was here, surrounded by a massive crowd, about to crush the open hunter test. His stats popped up, confirming he was Kang Jin-hyuk, a rank F hunter, but a burning question remained: what was the actual point if he couldn't even get into a dungeon? He thought he had it all figured out, but the brutal reality hit him: if you chase money over everything, you just become its puppet. That thought just kept looping in his head, a constant, painful reminder of the choices he'd made. Then, out of nowhere, a woman with glowing green eyes popped up, looking super intense, like she was about to drop some mind-blowing truth about everything. Out of nowhere, a massive, invisible hit rocked Kang Jin-hyuk, sending him reeling back in pure shock and agony. He grabbed his head, eyes wide with pure agony, as the unseen force just kept pounding him. Completely overwhelmed, he crumpled forward, blood streaming from his nose as he hit the ground. A man's face twists in pure agony or fury, his hand darting into his jacket pocket like a viper. Then, in a flash, he's got another guy by the throat, drink still in hand, absolutely seething. Before dropping a devastating punch that sends a third guy flying, a wicked purple energy starting to spark around his fist as he screams. With the aggressor's power going absolutely wild, one of the bystanders yells a frantic warning. The dude himself now totally engulfed in a sick, menacing purple aura, his eyes blazing with raw power as he tells everyone to back off. But before he can even think about another attack, Kang Jin-hyuk is there in a flash, dropping a lightning-fast punch right to the aggressor's face, absolutely shattering his purple shield. The aggressor gets absolutely rocked by the surprise hit, his massive aura flickering and about to vanish. Jin-hyuk doesn't let up, landing another brutal hit that sends his foe absolutely launching backward in a burst of red energy, leaving everyone watching completely speechless. The aggressor is sent absolutely soaring through the air, swallowed by a chaotic explosion of purple energy and flying debris. Before slamming into a distant wall with a bone-shattering impact, leaving a massive crater and making the remaining onlookers scream in disbelief, wondering aloud. After that insane power display, he actually stumbles. Did his feet just give out, or was that a side effect of his raw strength? Everyone's buzzing. Kim Min-jun, ever the cool head, just tells his buddy to chill out and drop it. What's he thinking? But the mysterious man in sunglasses isn't letting it go, he's got his eyes locked on Jin-hyuk, sizing him up with a serious stare. He tries to hit Jin-hyuk with his Eye of Truth skill, but bam. A system warning pops up, shutting it down because the level gap is just too massive. His face totally twists in shock and disbelief, even with the shades, you can tell he's blown away. He's thinking, no way. This guy's power is off the charts, he's gotta be over level 20, easy. Then he remembers something weird about the hunter, like, wait, didn't this dude have his nanny with him? Jin-hyuk, on the other hand, is totally aware of the guy's thoughts, thinking, yeah, I'm a handful, but hey, I get the job done. He can't help but smirk, repeating the word useful to himself. What's he plotting now? Then his mind takes a wild turn, asking himself, Korean ginseng to China. What's that even mean? And the man in sunglasses? He's absolutely fuming, totally bewildered and frustrated, his face a picture of pure rage and shock. Kang Jin-hyuk's crew watches him, clearly worried. Kim Min-jun's like, what's up with him, and the unnamed female character points out he's been off ever since he left the dungeon. But across town, the man in sunglasses is on a heated call, totally fuming about the missing data. He's like, seriously? Not even one piece of info. Still buzzing from the last fight, Jin-hyuk's brain is totally overloaded, trying to compute the insane 300% effect of the Eye of Truth. Then, out of nowhere, a voice booms, stop there. Kim Kong just dropped an EX rank blackout barrier, and you can feel the raw power instantly. Boom. A dark, shimmering barrier slams down, trapping the man in sunglasses, who's like, what is this? Stuck inside the energy cage, he's yelling, who is this, totally freaking out. Meanwhile, Yuyanwa is screaming, Jinhyuko PPA, as she and Kim Minjun watch the whole crazy thing go down. This blackout barrier is going wild, swallowing up the entire city in its dark, ominous energy. The darkness is absolute, swallowing everything in its path, turning day into a terrifying, silent night. Trapped inside the barrier, the man in sunglasses is still on the phone, totally suspicious. He's grilling them about monopolizing dungeons and if their info is even real. But Jin Hyuk? Totally chill. He's just watching the barrier, a glowing green orb forming in his hand, like, oh, a barrier? No biggie. Get ready for some serious power-ups. First up, we've got Korean ginseng, an edible item that's all about that excellent magic power recovery. This isn't just any root, folks. It's Korean ginseng, promising to supercharge your magic reserves, a total game changer for any high-stakes mission. But hold up. A shadowy figure in a dark purple cloak drops a bombshell. You can only use these power-ups inside a dungeon, making every single consumption a high-stakes strategic move. Jin Hyuk's mind is already racing, processing this crucial intel, knowing that these restrictions just cranked up the difficulty on even basic recovery. And the system keeps delivering. Next up, Cabotin's extract and a moonlight stone, more magical recovery items to add to the arsenal. Just like the ginseng, these new items demand respect and careful handling, especially that root, you gotta prepare it just right. Across the city, the man in sunglasses, still stuck in that blackout barrier, gets the worst news from his subordinate, the data acquisition. Totally failed. His face tightens, the failure hitting him hard. This setback is a massive wrench in his entire operation. Jin Hyuk, watching everything go down, wonders who's behind this whole barrier mess, a flicker of unease crossing his face. But the man in sunglasses isn't backing down. He's still got that steely resolve, ready to play whatever twisted game is being thrown his way. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he activates a small, glowing device, its golden light reflecting his fierce determination as he gears up for the ultimate showdown. Jin Hyuk, with eyes like daggers, sends a silent, chilling message, telling the man in sunglasses to brace himself, because things are about to get real. He wasn't about to let this slide, not when they were trying to shake him down for info on dungeons he'd already locked down. Even for the intel he needed, the man in sunglasses was fuming. This price for their exclusive dungeons was straight-up robbery. His face hardened, a clear sign he was done playing games. This was it, he thought, time to lay down the law and show them who's boss. Then, with a sharp click, he fired up a glowing gadget, a golden pulse erupting as he geared up for a showdown. But just as he was about to unleash hell, a sudden, invisible shockwave hit him, his eyes popping wide in disbelief. A chilling smirk spread across Jin Hyuk's face, his eyes blazing with raw purple power, as he coolly dropped the bomb. You've got it all wrong, buddy. Bathed in a pulsating purple glow, he radiated pure dominance, making it crystal clear who was really in charge here. Then, with a power surge that practically screamed, game over, he laid down the ultimate truth, I'm the one calling the shots. Then, a thunderous crash ripped through the air, as an invisible explosion tore through the ground, sending shockwaves everywhere. The man in sunglasses let out a choked gasp, blasted backward by a blue, explosive force that sent him flying. And just like that, Jin Hyuk stood tall, the undisputed victor, his rival and his crew sprawled out on the pavement, the whole fight over in a flash. Yanawa's rage absolutely explodes, a crimson aura practically screaming around her as she shouts for everyone to get back. But Jin Hyuk? He's still got a death grip on the defeated man, his face stone cold. Then, out of nowhere, a system message flashes, Lee's black ice barrier is gone, its destruction echoing with a sharp crack. He pivots, calmly holding Yanawa back, telling her to chill. Threat-handled, Jin Hyuk just strolls away from the pile of defeated bodies. Minjun, though. He's absolutely fuming, yelling that he's been holding back and can take on every single one of them. Jin Hyuk just gives a quick look back at the defeated guy, a silent nod to the unexpected fight he put up. Minjun's determination just locks in, his fist tightening like a vice. He squares up to Jin Hyuk, demanding to know if he's seriously just going to let these guys walk. No time for answers, Minjun just explodes forward, ready to throw down. But before he can even blink, a lightning-fast, spiky-haired attacker blindsides him, absolutely crushing his face with a punch. The attacker doesn't let up, following with a vicious kick, sending Minjun soaring through the air as a chilling voice declares he's way out of his league. He stands tall over the fallen, his voice a chilling warning, letting them know exactly what happens if they cross him again. But across the way, Kim Minjun is getting a brutal reality check, choked by the neck, his face screaming in agony as he's forced to submit to this new, terrifying foe. The spiky-haired assailant just towers over him. Minjun is absolutely wrecked on the ground, the brutal impact of his defeat still ringing out. Minjun's mind is absolutely blown, he can't even process how his powerful barrier got completely annihilated. This spiky-haired dude's eyes are practically burning red as he drops a terrifying threat, telling Minjun he's dead if he fights back. This guy can literally copy skills from anyone he makes hostile enough, and it all gets saved in his Grimoire of the Hunter. Kong Jin Hyuk is watching this whole thing go down, instantly recognizing this guy as a hunter and his insane harassment skill, a move that lets him absolutely crush anyone in his path. With a fierce look, Jin Hyuk steps up, basically daring the hunter to a test that's definitely tied to this crazy ranking system he just found out about, where legends like Park Hana and Han Minhui are crushing it at rank A. But the hunter? He just shrugs off the challenge, turning his back and casually strolling away, vanishing into the masses like it's nothing. He's locked in, ready to unleash his own system before hitting the dungeon, as the call for the next challenger echoes. Stepping into the arena, the rules are simple: smash the crystal with your weapon or your ultimate skill. Facing the glowing crystal, he's about to show them what he's made of. A voice from the shadows challenges his move, asking why he'd use a basic dagger, instead of his insane abilities. He doubles down on his decision, the dagger in his grip pulsing with a wicked purple glow. He just walks off, and the examiner, totally chill, tells the next guy to step up. But the other officials are glued to the screen, their eyes wide with anticipation. Then, a gasp. The crystal he just tapped is going absolutely wild with light. Another official, holding a low-grade magic stone, tries to hand it over, probably to push him even further. But the main examiner is totally freaking out, whispering that even the super-powerful crystals never went off like this. Suddenly, a terrifying crimson aura explodes from his chest, pulsing with untamed power. The energy goes absolutely wild, surging around him like a raging storm. The crimson aura around him exploded, making someone gasp in pure shock. And get this, a system message popped up, screaming that the Rift stat was going max. With his eyes burning red, Jin Hyuk was thinking, is this it? Am I finally gonna see the true power of my labyrinth? Did all that grind actually pay off? The testing crystal in front of him started to absolutely blaze with a furious red, cracks exploding across its surface from the sheer power. The crimson energy around him just kept getting stronger, and the crystal pulsed even brighter, looking like it was about to explode. His hand, still clutching that dagger, was totally consumed by the raw, swirling crimson power. One of the officials, watching this insane power show, could only stammer, unbelievable. He knew most people couldn't even hit the magic power minimum, let alone this. Then, with a final, earth-shattering crack, the testing crystal absolutely obliterated, unleashing a violent wave of red energy. A digital screen instantly flashed, screaming, "Congratulations! Your S rank, with a mind-blowing magic power of 9,999. The official, still totally stunned, grabbed his tablet and stammered, "I'm reporting this to HQ, so just wait here." A beat of stunned silence hung heavy, as everyone tried to process the S-rank bombshell. Later, a new official came up to Jin Hyuk, who was now chilling in a jacket, phone in hand, and asked, "Can you please postpone the report by 1 week?" But Jin Hyuk was like, "Postpone? What are you even talking about?" The S-rank reveal was massive, and the official next to him could only stutter, But he was already thinking steps ahead, a core principle echoing in his mind. "I've learned one of them is, the fist that's close to the law that's far away." This guy is playing chess, not checkers. A quiet, determined affirmation escaped him, yes. He knew exactly what he was doing. Back at the Hunter Association HQ, the building itself seemed to be buzzing, a low hum of power and secrets filling the air. Inside, Jin Hyuk was already confronting one of the officials, calling her out by name, Park Hana. Hannah's face was a mask of worry and tension, as she braced herself for what he would say next. Then, the truth dropped like a bomb, a system message flashing, "I know what the problem is. Description, suppressed abilities. Your F rank." They tried to hide his power. The official, clearly flustered, tried to backtrack, practically begging him, "I still don't understand. We recognized your abilities. I kept the report. Please reconsider." "Too late, buddy." But Jin Hyuk wasn't having it, his hand cutting through the air as he laid down the law, "I'll decide from your actions." Mic drop. The sheer audacity of his move, combined with the suppressed rank, left everyone else stunned, a resounding, "What?" hanging in the air. Two other officials, totally blindsided, stared in disbelief, one of them exclaiming, "Hannah, why? I was sure you'd be helping us." The plot thickens. The massive building loomed over the city, a silent observer to the chaos brewing within, as the full weight of the suppressed abilities began to sink in, leaving everyone with a collective, worried, awe. The Hunter Association building looms large, a nexus of power and destiny, and he's already plotting his next epic move. He's been stuck on the first floor of the Tower of Trials, but with an official walking away, leaving him to strategize, he's ready to go all out and search for a breakthrough. This time, he's absolutely crushing the Tower of Trials. Elsewhere, a sharp-dressed man is all business, focusing on the first test that defines a hunter's rank and magic power, the ultimate gatekeeper for all challengers. The mission is crystal clear, just conquer one of the epic dungeons in the Tower of Trials. Since there are zero restrictions on the test, everyone usually goes for the easy wins against goblins or orcs. But our hero isn't like the others, he's eyeing the only dungeon on the first floor that's never been beaten, a legendary challenge that stood since the Tower of Trials game dropped 8 years ago. Even with the Tower of Trials now a terrifying reality, this specific domain is still a no-go zone for every single challenger. It's the ultimate, unconquered domain. He stands amidst the eerie, floating ruins of this impossible domain, a place he hasn't seen in ages, and the challenge is calling his name. His face hardens with resolve, a silent promise to himself, he's ready to conquer the impossible. Clutching a pulsating, glowing orb, he's about to breach the gates of the legendary Hall of the Depraved. This has to be the Orb of the Depraved, he thinks, knowing that beating this will rain down a mountain of coins. Their quest takes a dramatic turn as they arrive at the first floor of the Tower of Trials, a colossal structure looming over ancient mountain ruins. Where massive, jagged rock formations defy gravity, suspended in a mystical, swirling mist, a breathtaking and dangerous landscape that screams epic adventure. This isn't just any dungeon, even after the original guild conquered it, the tower still beckons, offering a chance to become a registered hunter and beta tester to anyone with the guts to try. Tiny adventurers dot the perilous floating islands, highlighting the sheer scale of the danger. But as they prepared, Park Hannah, his sharp-witted companion, voiced her doubts, thinking their current strategy was way too risky, and proposed a safer, easier run in the Goblin Cave. He, however, coolly reminded her that the grind was the same for everyone, a universal truth in the world of hunters. Just then, his phone buzzed, and Kim Min-jun popped up on the screen, hilariously announcing he was there to support his foxy wife and bunny-like kids, a line that even got a chuckle out of Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk couldn't help but think aloud, wow, guys like that actually exist, a mix of surprise and amusement as Min-jun's booming laughter filled the air. Meanwhile, Hannah, ever the pragmatist, doubled down on her refusal to take any unnecessary risks, her resolve unshakable against the perilous dungeon. Jin Hyuk finally gave in, admitting she had a point, then added that at least the other hunters here would rake in some serious coins, a thought that made him pause, wait, what? Min-jun's uproarious laughter exploded from the phone, his pure joy practically bursting through the screen. Jin Hyuk shot back with a sarcastic, yeah, thanks for the encouragement, I guess, then added that Min-jun was seriously on another level of energy compared to everyone else. The Glimmer of the Fallen event just dropped, kicking off a 24-hour raid with insane rewards for top contributors, but only 100 spots are open. He's staring down the massive Tower of Trials entrance, and you can practically hear the hype as someone shouts for everyone to brace themselves, the raid is officially on. Then, BAM. A system notification flashes, screaming special reward. It's a perk for the first to conquer the tower, and those golden crates are just begging to be opened. His hand shoots out, and the system confirms, the perk is officially opening. A sweet chime rings out, and just like that, his luck and adaptability stats each get a +1 boost. Right after that, the Cold Heart ability kicks in, meaning he's gonna stay ice cold and rational no matter how wild things get, no more getting swept away by emotions. And then, boom. Unexpected activates, teasing an unknown great item if he can just make it to the final reward chest. His eyes go wide, and all he can manage is a stunned, this is. The system practically screams his thoughts back at him, fucking crazy, and a stark reminder flashes, only one person gets to claim the ultimate prize. A fierce glint sparks in his eyes as he takes in all the insane privileges now laid out for him in the Tower of Trials. The system was still buzzing from his epic triumph, dropping another bombshell, crank up the difficulty, and the coin payout skyrockets. He was glued to the holographic screen, two other guys peering over his shoulder, when BAM. Another system alert popped up, the Goblin Cave raid was officially open for business. The raid's insane details exploded across the glowing blue interface, bathing the entire room in an otherworldly, electric glow. Then, his own status window popped up, screaming, Kong Jin Hyeok at the top, flaunting his boosted level and stats, proof that he was leveling up like crazy. The guy with the glasses started mumbling apologies, while his buddy just stood there, soaking it all in. Then, a total tank in epic red and grey plate armor stomped forward, announcing they'd run raids like always, and he was invited to join the advance party, talk about an offer. Then, this absolute unit status window popped up, screaming, Song Donghwan, at level 79, packing insane strength, agility, and a killer skill called Goblin's Bane. This guy was no joke. Jin Hyuk glanced down, a storm brewing behind his eyes, then snapped his head up, a defiant glint in his stare. He spoke, his voice cutting through the air, shutting down any idea that he was just another recruit. Donghwan and his crew just stared, faces blank, as Jin Hyuk laid down the law. A smirk played on his lips, a silent promise hardening his gaze, thinking, fine, whatever, as long as these guys don't slow me down. The ruins loomed, a silent testament to forgotten power, just begging to be explored. Inside the dungeon's dark depths, he was already on the move, eyes locked on the prize, ready to conquer whatever stood in his way. But then, bam! A skeletal monster appeared, glowing with sinister red power, gearing up for a massive strike. Its power surged, forming a giant, deadly claw, coming down fast. That red energy just kept coming, a pure wave of destruction. Boom! It hit the ground with an insane explosion, rocking the whole place and sending rubble everywhere. Checking out the massive, ruined chamber, Song Donghuan was blown away by its size, and another hunter confirmed they were in the legendary ruins. But Jin Hyuk was already in motion, landing a sick kick to the monster's head, only for the beast to fire back with a glowing, bone-crushing punch. The monster's attack was just non-stop, its glowing fist radiating pure evil as it landed. But Jin Hyuk wasn't backing down, his own punch landing with insane power, sending that skull monster flying while the other hunters just stared. Afterward, talking about the fight, Yuyanwa was like, "How did you even do that?" And the other female hunter couldn't believe the monster's speed, asking how it moved so fast. Thinking back on the fight, Jin Hyuk knew that monster was way stronger than it should have been, realizing its power was totally out of its league. The squad is hyped, pushing through the dungeon. One hunter's already calling out the goblin cave as the ultimate farming spot, while another just screams, "Every man for himself." But Jin Hyuk's not buying it, eyeing the spiky-haired guy who pushed the goblin cave idea, while the female hunter next to him is totally against rushing in without a plan. "Seriously?" she exclaims. Suddenly, his focus shifts, locking onto a mysterious symbol etched into a knight's golden armor. What is that thing? He remembers hearing about it before, that symbol. It's the Royal Guild, apparently. A smirk crosses his face, looks like he's not the only one who's seen this mysterious mark. So, he turns to the armored figure, deciding they've got to track down the Royal Guild, giving a quick thanks for the intel. He's checking out the knight, noticing the feminine build under all that steel, and wonders if she's actually a Royal Guild member herself. Then, boom! We see her, a stunning blonde female knight, decked out in epic golden armor and a white cape, sword ready, with red banners waving dramatically behind her. He thinks about the Royal Guild, realizing they're basically the most powerful knights in the entire kingdom. Check out the Royal Guild's crest, formerly the Royal Knights, with two fierce lions protecting a shield under a crown. The blonde knight is a total powerhouse, standing strong in the middle of a war zone, sword ready, surrounded by the glowing aftermath of an insane fight. This legend saved Amsterdam from an outbreak and is now one of Europe's most famous players. A new legend is unveiled. Get ready to meet Teresa de Laurentia, the Saintess of Amsterdam, a name that echoes across the globe. Jin Hyuk is locked onto the screen, and his crew is buzzing, confirming her legendary status as a European player everyone's heard about. The data keeps flowing, revealing her incredible origin story, a player born with a unique skill, the very hero who saved Amsterdam. But then, a jarring system message pops up, fail. He can't activate the skill because of a level difference, leaving him wondering if his mana is just too low. Another fail hits the screen, explaining that his stats have somehow balanced out the level gap. The screen then spotlights Teresa as a system-recognized player, and the guide's voice practically vibrates with excitement, ready to drop more bombshells. Then, a full profile of Teresa de Laurentia pops up, revealing her gender and a shockingly low level of 29, as the guide confirms this skill is totally copyable. The system then unleashes her insane list of unique skills, featuring Commander's Blessing and Blessing of the Gods, plus epic abilities like Divine Power and Illusion Barrier. But there's a catch, a massive condition to copy her skills. Teresa has to be a top 100 player, and you have to save her life from a deadly situation to snag any of her unique or regular abilities. The guide is practically giddy about this plan, hyping up the day Jin Hyuk finally meets her, convinced she'll be an absolute game-changer. Jin Hyuk instantly gets it, realizing why all this info was dropped, and gives a quick, appreciative thank you for the intel. Clutching his cup, he stares off into space, his mind racing, already plotting his next move in that epic future meeting with the Saintess. The system's dropping some serious knowledge, hinting that the more you level up, the more cash you'll rake in, and then bam. We're hit with the Blessing of the Gods, radiating pure, unadulterated power. But hold up, getting this skill isn't some walk in the park. We see a badass armored figure on a cliff, staring down a blood-red landscape, the system making it crystal clear, this ain't gonna be easy. And the craziest part? The ultimate price for this power is dropped, you gotta save her life. This blonde knight, with eyes burning like embers, is the key. The stakes are high, and we get a quick flash of a crumbling dungeon, with someone screaming for Changmin to move it, hinting at the kind of danger involved. The tension ratchets up as a heavy boot slams down, kicking up glowing dust, screaming action now. Jin Hyuk's mind is racing, trying to piece it all together, and his face just screams, whoa, what did I just get myself into? Then we cut back to Teresa, totally freaking out. First she's like, no way, then she's clutching a glowing orb, asking, how is this even happening, and finally, she's just blown away, saying, I've never seen anything like this. Her jaw drops even further as some unseen force tells her, you can't do it, then the bombshell drops, the treasure of the gods has been unsealed, leaving her utterly stunned, muttering, no way. The clock's ticking down in some epic, ancient ruin, and someone's dropping an F-bomb, because things are about to go sideways. Jin Hyuk's fired up, ready to protect it no matter what, but then he's like, wait, why am I even learning about this treasure of the gods? The confusion is real. But that confusion quickly morphs into pure resolve as he figures out the game, realizing this whole thing is just a mind game, a trap to make him quit. His eye blazes with an intense, crimson glow, a raw display of power, as he faces the brutal truth, he's on the brink of death. A shadowy figure, a dark presence, cuts through any hesitation, shouting a resounding no to overthinking the impossible. Elsewhere, a terrifying monster has a helpless figure trapped in a dark abyss, as a voice booms that it's time for the backup party to unleash their full power and finally make their move. Jin Hyuk, battered but unbroken, refuses to yield, declaring with fierce determination that he won't let this nightmare repeat itself. In the heart of a brutal monster onslaught, he grimly realizes the truth, the backup might not make it, and just staying alive is a desperate fight for every single one of them. His face set with fierce resolve, he barks an order, stop playing the hero. He tells them to stick with him, because he's going to be their shield. Then, a blonde figure with a signature bow appears, and a voice declares with absolute certainty that they don't need backup, because they have Teresa, the legendary saintess. Her flowing white robes and radiant blonde hair radiate an aura of pure power, a shining symbol of hope in this desperate hour. The brutal fight continues, hunters barely holding their ground against the monster swarm, as the chilling news spreads, did you hear? The backup still isn't here. Jin Hyuk faces Lee Jin-ah, who challenges his grasp of the situation, arguing that a mage like Balak couldn't possibly miss a plan, but he sharply cuts her off, no, you don't get it. Teresa, the saintess, is utterly stunned, shouting unbelievable, and realizing that if this is a plan, it's a suicide mission. Her armored gauntlet lifts in shock, her face a mask of pure bewilderment, as she can only manage a confused, huh? Suddenly, a brutal impact rips through the air, exploding into a shower of blood and destruction. But in the heart of the maelstrom, Kang Jin Hyuk acts instantly, snatching a hooded ally to safety, protecting them from the devastating blow. With a battle-hardened snarl, he ignites with raw blue power, his roar echoing, everyone, prepare for battle. Then, the armored hunters explode into action, with Kang Jin Hyuk spearheading the assault against a colossal mechanical beast, their blue-hot powers tearing into its cold steel. A seasoned hunter, looking intense, shouts that these monsters are getting way too easy to dissect, practically handing over their weak points. The frontal assault team explodes into action, a full-blown brawl igniting as hunters tear through hordes of goblins and orcs, their attacks a blur of raw power. Then, a system alert blazes across the vision, declaring that Lee Jin-woo has just unleashed Sword of the Monarchs, a ridiculously powerful, glowing blade materializing, practically screaming raw destruction. He explodes with a burst of electric blue energy, delivering a bone-shattering kick that sends a massive orc absolutely ragdolling with a deafening crack. The system flashes again, confirming Sword of the Monarchs is fully online, and Jin-woo is practically glowing with an insane blue aura, locked and loaded for more action. Other hunters are absolutely stunned, one gasping, who is this guy, while another screams, save the furniture, as the sheer destructive power threatens to level the entire dungeon. Jin-woo keeps up the insane offensive, his fist, absolutely charged with crackling blue power, smashing into another monster with a devastating, bone-jarring impact. He immediately follows up with another lightning-fast, glowing kick, his movements a pure, unstoppable blur as he absolutely decimates the monster horde. Unleashing an absolute torrent of power, Lee Jin-woo was a blur of blue energy, absolutely shredding through the monster horde. The other hunters were absolutely speechless, watching him tear through the skull monsters like they were nothing, even Captain Song Dong-hwan was left utterly bewildered by the sheer power on display. Dong-hwan felt a chill run down his spine, the power gap was just insane, leaving him completely dumbfounded. But Jin-woo's eyes were blazing with blue energy, his focus laser-sharp as he pondered the system's crazy power. He realized mana costs were a thing of the past, the system had basically given him infinite power. Dong-hwan was still totally floored by the spectacle, muttering in pure disbelief at the insane power he was seeing. Jin-woo stood tall among the defeated, absolutely radiating blue energy, his power was just off the charts, no denying it. Then, from the shadows, a desperate cry pierced the air, someone was begging for help. Jin-woo's arm flared with an even crazier surge of blue energy, gearing up for another absolutely devastating attack. He then unleashed a colossal explosion of power, wiping out the rest of the skull monsters in one blinding, epic blast. Just as the chaos subsided, a system notification popped up, revealing a brand new, game-changing skill, Monarch's Domain. Then, an absolutely blinding golden light burst from the ground, signaling a massive, game-altering shift in power. A golden burst of pure power absolutely explodes, obliterating everything in its path. But hold up. A new player enters the arena, a knight radiating a fierce blue aura, who immediately drops her name, Teresa de Laurentia of the Guardians Knights, and screams that civilians are in serious trouble. With an iron will, Teresa de Laurentia is absolutely locked and loaded, ready to throw down. She's face to face with a colossal mechanical monster, radiating an eerie blue glow, and her warning about the civilians just got a whole lot more intense. Blasting forward with blue energy, she's tearing through the facility, absolutely desperate to get to that back room. A shadowy figure spots a back room supply station sign, and you can practically hear their sarcastic thought bubble, yeah, safe my butt. Then, a massive thud rocks the place, and Jin Hyuk's eyes practically pop out of his head. The mechanical monster is right there, glowing and swinging its terrifying axe, and Jin Hyuk's internal monologue is screaming, I am so screwed. But before that monster can even think about attacking, Jin Hyuk unleashes a shockwave of purple energy, smashing into the mechanical beast with a crack and a crunch. Now absolutely glowing with a powerful purple aura, he stares down the monster, practically daring it to answer, who exactly do you think you're talking to, huh? His purple power just keeps getting stronger, and he's not just asking who it's talking to, he's demanding to know, who's pulling the strings here. His eyes now burning with a terrifying purple glow, he absolutely explodes forward, a purple blur of pure, unadulterated power ready to tear through anything. He unleashes his fire element skill, a massive power surge igniting around him, but deep down, he knows giving up isn't even an option. The sheer power, or maybe a hidden counter, sends him flying backward, stumbling midair. But he's not out yet. He instantly recovers, blasting out a devastating torrent of fire, incinerating everything in his path. He knows this isn't random, someone's pulling the strings, and he's not about to let them get away with it. He's going to make an example out of whoever's behind this mess. His eyes burn with defiance as he glares at the unseen foe, vowing they'll regret ever crossing him. Fueled by pure rage, he charges forward, a lightning-fast blur across the arena. He lands a devastating, focused strike, the impact shaking the very ground. But just as he's about to finish it, the blonde knight appears out of nowhere, instantly locking him down with incredible force, her voice dripping with disdain for his reckless actions. Her grip is iron-tight as she declares her intention to arrest him, her face set in stone. He thrashes and struggles, but he's completely locked down, her grip is unbreakable. She doubles down, making it crystal clear that he's not going anywhere, her power is absolute. But wait, a flicker of confusion crosses her face, even as she holds him tight, could there be a massive misunderstanding here? Still pinning him down, the knight grumbles, she just doesn't listen when she gets hyped up. He lets out a shocked gasp, but she's already shutting him down, her face set in stone. Her golden energy easily crushes his struggling purple power as she lays down the law. Her piercing blue eyes narrow as she makes it clear she's not the one who woke up the Guardians. Still trapped, he fires back, claiming he would have taken her out if he was actually the bad guy. A flicker of doubt crosses her face as she apologizes, admitting she might have messed up. She glances away, repeating herself, trying to get her thoughts straight. Looking him dead in the eye, she genuinely apologizes for her mistake, confessing she had him pegged all wrong. He calls her out, using the name Lee Jina, demanding to know why she was hiding her real identity and what her game was. She drops a bombshell, revealing she's also on the hunt for whoever snatched the holy relic. Then, she finally drops her real name, introducing herself as a knight from the Guardians, and revealing her name is Teresa de Laurentia. Kang Jin Hyuk, now with her real name, wastes no time proposing a small deal to Teresa. Kang Jin Hyuk just dropped a bombshell, and the crowd is absolutely stunned, barely able to process what they just heard. These hunters, who used to see him as a total scrub, are now losing their minds over his insane power-up, freaking out and wondering if this is even the same guy. Then it hits them like a truck, he's the one who took down the Minotaur, and that's why he kept his name under wraps. But he just shrugs off their shock, like his old weak self is ancient history. And Teresa, the saintess herself, is just staring at him, deep in thought. Finally, she gives in, agreeing to his crazy demands, but she's not letting him go in alone, promising a map and the full plan before they dive into the dungeon. He takes the deal, but not without a stern warning, making sure she knows he's not messing around and expects her to deliver on her promise as he snatches the cash. He just walks off, leaving the other hunters totally flabbergasted, their minds blown trying to figure out how this weakling became a powerhouse. He dramatically points into the distance, either showing where he's headed or dropping one last mic drop moment. Then, with a powerful declaration, he's out. An old-timer, a true veteran, drops some serious wisdom on the rookies, telling them straight up that nothing, absolutely nothing, is more important than staying alive. The talk quickly turns to the saintess, with one hunter warning everyone not to throw away their youth, even for a super hot lady, and another guy immediately agrees, though the first one tries to backtrack like he didn't mean it. The vibe is all wrong, totally stifling his progress. If things are this messed up, he might as well just go for it, right? Meanwhile, two other hunters are totally freaking out, wondering what's up with him, with one even telling Kong Su to just bail. But Kong Jin Hyuk isn't backing down. His eyes are blazing, and he's screaming that this is the moment to go all out for love. He's pumping himself up, rose petals flying everywhere, ready to risk it all, even his life, for this mission, even if he thinks he's not strong enough. The other hunters are just speechless, totally shocked by his sudden, intense outburst. Kong Jin Hyuk starts walking off, with the blonde knight right on his heels, and one of the guys watching just shakes his head, grumbling about this generation and how it's bringing back old memories of his own wild youth. And just like that, they're off. The two of them are power walking into the horizon, ready to tackle whatever comes next, leaving everyone else in the dust. Deep in the dungeon, a chilling scene unfolds. A skeletal monster with glowing purple eyes stands sentinel, flanked by a massive mechanical beast with menacing red optics, both frozen in time. The tension is palpable, the silence deafening, as these ancient guardians stand watch over some forgotten secret. Then, a voice shatters the quiet, demanding to know how they're supposed to break through the sarcophagus's barrier. The blonde knight, looking sharp, turns to Jin Hyuk, her face etched with concern as she speaks to him. He's all ears, his eyes locked onto that strange barrier, trying to figure out its secrets. Red energy pulses violently around the barrier, a complex magical array humming with power, and Jin Hyuk's hand reaches out, feeling its raw force. This was clearly the work of the Covenant of Peter. The knight's voice cuts through the air, her question sharp and direct. Seriously, how do you even begin to take down a barrier like that around a sarcophagus? Jin Hyuk, looking deep in thought, finally answers her question. He's seen this kind of thing before, he confirms. Out of nowhere, a massive red warning blazes across the screen, a jolt of energy making Jin Hyuk's hand snap back. The barrier is alive, and it's reacting to them. The knight stares at the warning, a new message popping up, revealing the Tinker of the Hall of the Depraved, and the curses it's laid on them. This isn't just any barrier, it's a trap. Jin Hyuk's eyes narrow, confirming the dire situation. He says this is actually the best possible outcome, because the barrier just acknowledged them. The knight, still trying to wrap her head around it, turns to him for answers. She's asking if this means the barrier actually acknowledged them. Her eyes locked on the barrier, the knight repeats her question, desperate for a clear answer. So, does this really mean it acknowledged them? After the barrier's shocking response, she could only muster a single, defiant, no. But her companion, clutching a mysterious, glowing orb, spun around, his voice laced with bewilderment as he demanded, "What is with this?" He then challenged her previous claim, a sharp edge in his voice, so much baseless confidence. Jin Hyuk SSI, let me tell you something. You claimed you knew how to clear this dungeon, right? Strolling away from the sarcophagus, Kong Jin Hyuk confirmed, a faraway look in his eyes, yeah, it's been a minute, though. A beat of intense thought crossed his features, a silent query burning in his mind. The knight, her face etched with worry, then turned to him for answers, what should I do? Her gauntlet hand now gripped the small, pulsating orb, its dim glow highlighting her growing unease, a stark reminder of their desperate situation. Suddenly, a monstrous growl ripped through a massive, ancient hall, revealing a hulking, gray-skinned behemoth in battle armor, its crimson eyes burning with malice. From the shadows above, Kong Jin Hyuk plunged into the chaos with lightning speed, crashing directly into the fight. His strike connected with a devastating, explosive impact, igniting the air with raw power. Fully unleashed, Kong Jin Hyuk and the blonde female knight tore through the horde of armored, gray-skinned beasts, their combined power a whirlwind of destruction in the epic hall. The moment the fight kicks off, it's pure chaos, a symphony of steel and monster screams, and the threat is instant. Then, out of nowhere, a skeletal monster bursts from the darkness, claws out, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey. But just as things get wild, a system alert pops up. It's official, Teresa just dropped her LVS battle song. And get this insane skill is going to supercharge them, boosting all stats by a massive 80% for 8 whole minutes. Even with all hell breaking loose, Kong Jin Hyuk is cool as ice, telling Teresa, her mission is straightforward. With even more gray, undead monstrosities closing in, he makes it clear, just get their attention. No time to waste. Kong Jin Hyuk explodes into action, a red aura blazing around his leg, and sends an armored undead monster absolutely reeling with a devastating kick. Right next to him, Teresa is a whirlwind of motion, her sword a streak of white energy, absolutely shredding through the undead horde. And as her divine power goes into overdrive, a golden light just explodes from her, Teresa turning into a literal beacon in this dark, monster-filled hall. She stands there, absolutely unshakable, her armor practically glowing with power, ready to drop the full force of her battle song. And the divine power she's blasting out. It's messing with their enemies big time, sending the undead into total confusion. Her eyes are practically burning with an insane golden glow, a pure reflection of the sacred power ripping through her. Boom! The sacred reinforcement skill just went off, blasting the night with a golden aura and confirming the power-up. With that divine boost, she's a golden blur, slicing through the stunned undead like butter. And Jin Hyuk? He's right there, tearing through them too. It's a total massacre. These two are a whirlwind of pure power, absolutely shredding the undead horde that thought it had them cornered. Jin Hyuk's hits are pure dynamite, every punch and kick exploding on impact, turning the undead into dust. He's a machine, crushing skulls with every single, perfectly aimed strike. They're an unstoppable duo, a perfectly synchronized storm, wiping out wave after wave of those creepy crawlers. Her sword is a blur of gold, a dazzling dance of death as she takes down another monster with effortless grace. And Jin Hyuk? He's dropping the hammer, unleashing a devastating kick that sends an undead flying like a ragdoll. Amidst the carnage, she's still locked in, eyes blazing with resolve, her golden aura a beacon of power. He stomps a skull into dust, letting out a frustrated groan about this never-ending horde. He keeps on smashing, but notices something weird, these monsters are obsessed with the night. Is it her divine power drawing them in? Yep, she's definitely the main event, her glowing form a total monster magnet as she stands her ground like a boss. A hidden dungeon's echo rips through reality, announcing its explosive arrival. And Jin Hyuk unleashes a raw surge of crimson power, ready to tear into whatever comes next. But from the shadows, something sinister begins to materialize, its form etched in an evil red glow. Culminating in a devastating explosion of dark power. The elite lich emerges, a terrifying skeletal figure engulfed in a malevolent red aura, staff crackling with dark magic. The game system itself confirms the nightmare, the hidden den of the elite lich has appeared. Its very presence detonates a colossal explosion, ripping through the environment with fire and debris. Jin Hyuk stares down the inferno, a grim realization dawning on him as he mutters. When suddenly, a tiny, glowing blue creature, like a mystical butterfly, zips into existence. He snaps his head up in shock, realizing he's standing on top of a colossal, metallic monstrosity that just materialized. The mechanical monster is fully revealed, a towering blue behemoth, with the tiny creature zipping around it. His jaw drops in utter disbelief as he shouts, "What the hell, the Dillawan shouldn't be here though." He's trying to process the dungeon's crazy new patterns, thinking, did my last fight with Teresa somehow trigger this madness? But before he can even finish that thought, bam. A blinding blue energy explodes, and he's forced to dodge or defend in a split second. It's the elite lich's black lightning, a brutal, dark energy blast that absolutely smashes into him, exploding with raw, destructive power. And this isn't some weak magic, this is a one-shot kill, even for the toughest, most experienced hunters out there. The black lightning just keeps coming, swallowing him whole in a chaotic storm of red and black power. He's fighting against this insane power, the destructive magic ripping through his defenses like they're nothing. He's pushing back with everything he's got, but the raw power of this attack is about to break him. Just when he thinks it's over, the energy finally starts to fade, leaving him completely rocked and barely standing. The dark energy finally clears, leaving nothing but shattered fragments in its wake. You can practically feel the destructive power of that attack, as the red energy just vanishes into thin air. This power is so insane that even top-tier Class 3 barriers get absolutely shredded by it. The last of that dark energy finally explodes away, leaving nothing but a chilling silence behind. After taking that insane hit, Jin Hyuk unleashes an instant, earth-shattering counter, absolutely demolishing the elite lich's magic barrier. Blue lightning explodes and debris flies everywhere, as the lich's body starts to crumble under the sheer power of his attack. He's moving at impossible speeds, a total blur, ready to land another crushing blow. Then, a blinding blue explosion erupts, swallowing the elite lich whole. The hits just keep coming, smashing the lich into glowing dust. He stands tall amidst the fading magic, his hands still crackling with the raw purple power of his insane combo. The elite lich, somehow still standing, lets out a shocked, well, while Teresa is absolutely going off on a mechanical monster in her own epic fight. Her sword glows with pure power, Teresa is about to wrap things up on her end. Meanwhile, back at the main event, Jin Hyuk's voice rings out, taunting the now utterly alone bag of bones. Then, bam. A final, crushing blow slams down from above, engulfing the elite lich in a massive wave of purple power. Even Jin Hyuk looks shocked, his eyes wide at what just happened. And just like that, it's over. He plants his foot on the lich's shattered skull, a definitive declaration of victory. The call rings out, a battle cry for the Goblin Cave. Everyone's hyped for easy farming, but it's every hunter for themselves out there. But hold up, amidst all that chaos, one truth stands out, there's only one person who moves like they're literally fighting the monster's comeback. He's just walking through these epic halls when suddenly, a voice from the shadows drops a bombshell, "I knew you'd show up here." His face goes from chill to totally serious as he fires back, "Long time no see." The mysterious voice keeps going, sounding way too familiar, "Yeah, you gotta remember me. Jin Hyuk's eyes narrow, his mind racing, trying to figure out who this person is. Then, a shadowy figure steps out of the gloom, barely visible against the ancient walls. He spins around to confront them, demanding, "Who are you?" The air crackles with tension, as they face off. A sly grin spreads across the shadowy figure's face as they hit him with it. "You seriously don't recognize me?" Kong Jin Hyuk is on the scene, and he's got a burning question. "You don't recognize me?" He's taking in the massive, intricate floor, the patterns just going on forever. His eyes lock onto a system message, confirming the stat effects have just supercharged the level difference. Boom. Another notification pops up, telling him he's just opened up someone's status window. And the window drops the bomb. It's Chun Yu-sung, a 29-year-old level 79 sword saint, with an insane list of sword skills. But wait, there's more. The copy conditions declare that Chun Yu-sung thinks he's the ultimate sword master, and the only way to beat him is to use the very sword he reveres. Then, bam. The camera zooms in on a magnificent, intricately designed sword, its blade practically screaming with ancient power. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk's in a museum, checking out a super important artifact from the National Museum of Korea. He's deep in thought, wondering what kind of power he'd have if he got his hands on that thing. His mind flashes back to a simpler time, when the Tower of Trials was just a chill game. And there he is, standing next to the blonde knight, a quiet longing escaping him for someone, anyone, to just believe in him for once. Even when the odds were stacked against him, Kong Jin Hyuk's spirit blazed. He kept pushing, kept challenging, no matter how many times he got knocked down. Because deep down, he held an extraordinary concept, a game-changing idea that pulsed with power. Flashback to a pivotal moment, where he and Song Donghwan stood together, eyes locked on something unseen, a shared intensity between them. Then, the infuriating thought of that psycho stalker, back again, making his presence known. A frustrated growl escaped him. "You really don't recognize me? Just because we're in a different reality now?" He questioned the depth of their perception, a memory sparking, knowing the museum held the ultimate truth. He recalled the relentless bastard who had hounded him, always seeking a confrontation, always pushing his buttons. But this time, everything was about to change. His resolve was ironclad, even amidst the silent grandeur of the museum. Striding forward, sword in hand, a burning question echoed in his mind, "Did you only?" His face was a mask of fierce determination, a subtle, knowing smirk playing on his lips. He wouldn't hold back, not if his opponent truly wanted to throw down. And his allies? They wouldn't be sitting on the sidelines either, as a mysterious, glowing artifact pulsed in his hand. He's locked and loaded, with the legendary blonde knight by his side, and the tension in the air is absolutely electric. The Saintess, with eyes like daggers, is totally aware of his reputation, even commenting on the insane rumors that follow him everywhere. Then, out of nowhere, a chilling declaration rips through the air, a direct challenge to anyone foolish enough to step into the fray. A hand surges forward, crackling with dark purple power, as Chun Yu-sung unleashes his battlefield selection, twisting reality itself. Instantly, a brilliant blue aura explodes around him, his power going into overdrive to meet the incoming threat head-on. Then, a blinding explosion of energy detonates between them, a raw clash of power that wipes out everything in its path. He's thrown back, a shocked gasp tearing from his throat, the raw power of the hit completely blindsiding him. But the purple energy just keeps on surging, Chun Yu-sung's power still actively twisting their world. He's slammed backward by an invisible force, as a worried voice screams out his name, Jinhyuk SSI. The blonde knight, now glowing with pure power, leaps into action, her own strength exploding to shield him. But even amidst the chaos, he flashes a confident, almost cocky grin, promising to catch them later, a clear sign he's not backing down. The entire scene warps to a massive, opulent hall, where a single figure stands, ready for the ultimate showdown. The battlefield selection hits hard, and a voice screams out to Jin Hyuk, who's just been slammed onto the epic, ornate floor, with the blonde female knight right there. The new arena's energy just explodes around them, and Chun Yu-sung is already standing there, looking like a total boss over a dazed Jin Hyuk. But Jin Hyuk isn't out for long. He pushes himself up, eyes blazing, and practically screams that no one's gonna bother them now, throwing down the gauntlet for another round. Chun Yu-sung just stands there, absolutely radiating raw power, the blue energy of this insane battlefield practically dancing around him. Then it hits Jin Hyuk like a truck, a shocking realization as his power just dips, the system screaming that his opponent's stats are up by 10%, and his own are down by 10%. Even with this insane disadvantage, Jin Hyuk doesn't flinch, locking eyes with Chun Yu-sung, a silent, intense challenge passing between these two absolute powerhouses. Chun Yu-sung just smirks, a total power move, letting out a triumphant sound as he revels in the moment. The system just went into overdrive, activating a special condition, with glowing scales appearing. Then, a sharp ding echoes, as the fusion skill roars to life. And the system drops a bombshell: if the original copy is at an overwhelming disadvantage, the conditions will be adjusted. Talk about a game changer. Jin Hyuk gets the prompt, confirm the skill. No time to waste, the stakes are too high. He doesn't even flinch, making his move, declaring he'll copy Chun Yusung's unique power. Success. The system confirms it, he's officially copied the Song of Swords, S. And there it is. A hexagonal skill icon, glowing with crossed swords, bursts into existence, radiating pure power. Another ding, and the full power is unveiled. Song of Swords boosts sword understanding by 200%, grants instinctive sword paths, and massively upgrades body senses. This is insane. The skill's essence, a glowing, intricate cube, pulses with raw power, merging with him. And just like that, Jin Hyuk's hand ignites with the sheer force of his new skill. The final confirmation flashes, this copied skill is now etched into the very memory of the world. But across the way, Chun Yusung is fuming at Jin Hyuk's apparent lack of attention, snapping, "You're ignoring me again. Don't be so relaxed." The tension is palpable. Whoa! A mysterious purple sword just manifested in his hand. What is this power? No time to think. He immediately goes on the offensive, his new sword meeting Yusung's dagger in a blur of motion. Boom! A massive blue energy shockwave erupts from the impact. Yusung is not happy. He's clearly caught off guard by this new level of aggression. The attacks just keep coming. Jin Hyuk is a whirlwind of blades, pushing Yusung back with incredible speed and power. Yusung is getting frustrated. He can't believe his opponent is fighting him like this, only using a dagger. But Yusung isn't worried. He's still got that arrogant smirk, thinking this is all just child's play. But that smirk quickly fades. He's getting seriously annoyed at being underestimated. That's it. Yusung's had enough. He unleashes his level 6 soul-chasing sword energy. The power is exploding. A blinding flash of pure energy. And he's gone. Yusung becomes a blue blur, closing the distance in a blink. Crash. A devastating blow lands, exploding with raw power. He's not holding back. His purple blade is a blur of blue energy, and his opponent can't believe he's using basic sword energy against a master, calling him a total noob. And then, a lightning-fast kick. This guy's moves are just too wild. His opponent is absolutely losing it, screaming in pure shock and anger. That purple blade is moving so fast, it's literally invisible. His enemy can't even see it coming. But he's not stopping there. He's like, fine, I'll just make my own way, and conjures up this dark, glowing orb. What is that thing? His enemy is totally freaking out, wondering if this new power can actually go head-to-head with pure sword energy. He's got a crazy plan. He's gonna fuse his sword energy with the demonic soul pill. This is about to get wild. Whoa! A massive explosion of purple energy just blasts out of him, with this insane, high-pitched hum. The fusion is happening. And check it out. A mystical hexagonal symbol, glowing purple with a moon and star, just appears. This is the birth of something epic. His enemy is absolutely floored, watching in disbelief as the Soul of Swords and Demonic Soul Pill combine. This is a game changer. He's completely engulfed in this insane, crackling purple aura, and his eyes are glowing with the same power. He's totally transformed. And his purple sword is absolutely blazing with power. He just unlocked the unique ability, Soul of Chaos. This is huge. The moment of truth arrived as a powerful symbol erupted, signaling the activation of the game-changing unique ability, Grave of Swords. This isn't just any skill, it's the Sword of Chaos, a mind-blowing fusion of raw sword energy and a demonic soul pill, forcing the user's entire body to bend to the sword's will, a true test of mastery. Then, a dark, ethereal energy exploded around him, swirling with vibrant purple hues, the power finally taking shape. And with a thunderous boom, the unique ability, Grave of Swords, was officially activated. He stared at the raw power, a chilling thought hitting him, this wasn't even a tenth of its normal strength, and it was already insane. Red and black energy pulsed violently along his arm, a clear sign of the untamed power raging through his veins, it was almost too much to handle. He gritted his teeth, fighting to control the monstrous ability, a stark realization hitting him, his magic power wasn't enough, he had to boost his stats, and fast. Then, from his back, an overwhelming aura of purple energy absolutely exploded, radiating outward with uncontrolled force, it was a pure power flex. Chun Yusung watched the terrifying display, his eyes practically popping out of his head, a cold sweat running down his face as he gasped, what in the world is this insane strength? He was a battlefield-type user, all about strength and agility, but now, mana was screaming for attention, proving just as vital for this insane power. His face twisted in a furious grimace, a mix of frustration and pure grit as he fought against the power's limits, why can't I just control this thing? The scene then dramatically shifted, pulling back the curtain on the deeper mechanics of his world, all happening inside the game. A chilling, "You died" screen slams into view, a brutal reminder of the crushing defeats that came before. But a furious voice cuts through the silence, screaming about giving his absolute best, only to be utterly defeated. Elsewhere, Kang Jin-hyuk pores over a board plastered with cryptic notes and diagrams, his mind racing. The rival's voice screams again, a desperate cry of, "Why can't I surpass you?" A raw, agonizing grimace twists Jin-hyuk's features, his hand clenching into a white-knuckled fist. The rival's fury explodes, a defiant roar of, "I can't accept this." Then, a blinding torrent of electric blue sword energy absolutely explodes, ripping through the air with raw, untamed power. But before it can even connect, his eyes ignite with an unholy, electric purple glow, a vortex of chaotic energy erupting around him as his true power unleashes. And with a devastating, absolute force, his purple sword energy absolutely shreds through the blue, obliterating it into nothing but fading particles. The sheer, unadulterated impact sends his rival absolutely flying, hurled backward, completely and utterly overwhelmed by the raw, terrifying power. Stunned, broken, and utterly disbelieving, the rival can only gasp, "You slashed all my sword energies?" He's flashing back to a brutal fight, facing an enemy who leveled up hard, an enemy that straight up consumed him. Purple power starts swirling, and Kang Jin-hyuk's face gets super serious, locked and loaded. He grips his sword, and boom. The grave of swords goes full power, a swirling, insane purple vortex erupting. Power surging, he unleashes the ultimate technique, a massive, radiating wave of purple energy. The hit lands with insane force, sending his enemy flying back in a burst of purple chaos. A scream of pain rips through the air, as the foe gets absolutely crushed by the pressure. No mercy. Kang Jin-hyuk keeps pushing, a total blur of speed and raw power. The attack is too much, and the enemy's sword hilt just explodes into pieces. His eyes blaze with an insane purple glow, totally consumed by the dark power of his skill. Even his hand is crackling with raw, wild power, showing off the sheer destructive force he's packing. Then, bam. The scene changes, and he's in a desolate sword graveyard, letting out a tired sigh as he admits, "I died again. This is the 138th time." He looks down, totally wiped out from the endless loop, confirming the brutal truth of his training, it's the 138th time. Battered and broken, yet unyielding, Kang Jin-hyuk stares up at his formidable trainer, a chilling demand echoing through the void, "Kill me." A faint, almost defiant smile plays on his lips, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve, even in the face of death. The trainer, a figure of stoic power, gazes down with an intense, unwavering stare, his dark eyes holding the weight of countless battles. But the system itself halts the grim ritual, a stark message flashing before his eyes, "Hold up. You're not done yet. The third of finals still awaits. This isn't just any training ground, it's where gods and devils themselves would fall." He rises, locking eyes with the trainer, the system's voice fueling his burning ambition, "Maximize your stats. Push beyond your limits. Especially when facing an opponent as strong as this one." With a silent nod, the trainer extends a hand, a powerful gesture of challenge, and the system confirms, "Challenge accepted." He processes the challenge, a smirk playing on his face as he recalls the trainer's unique power, 60 days to copy skills. No sweat. His powers won't work on me. His confidence radiating, he declares his absolute immunity, because he simply can't copy my skills. Then, a dazzling, multicolored flag bursts into existence in his grasp, and the system roars, "New skill unlocked. LV1, commune activated." Even after a loss, his eyes blaze with fierce resolve, a chilling promise echoing in his thoughts, "I might have lost this round, but mark my words, next time, the outcome will be completely different." His challenge laid down, the system officially concludes the brutal training, battle selection deactivated. The training simulation vanishes, dropping them into a vibrant city street, and he muses on his mysterious mentor, "Wait, I never even learned his name. But who has time for formalities when the stakes are this high?" The trainer's voice cuts through the air, a mischievous smirk practically audible, announcing, "All right, I get it. Time to bust out your original name." A jarring metallic clang punctuates the statement, and Kang Jin-hyuk's mind races, a desperate question escaping him, "My original name?" Then, it hits him like a truck, his eyes snapping wide open in pure dread. Panic sets in, sweat dripping as he desperately shouts, "No. Don't you dare say it." He spins around, every muscle coiled in anticipation, dreading what's about to come next. Then, the trainer drops the bomb, the most ridiculous, soul-crushing original name imaginable, "Poop Fart." Chun Myung is on high alert, his detection magic going absolutely wild, picking up on some serious power. His buddy is yelling at him to get out of the way, but Chun Myung is locked in, trying to figure out what the heck is going on. He's confirming his magic is going nuts over a power surge, even though he thought they'd already wiped out all the threats. Meanwhile, way up high over the city, a massive, glowing red object is screaming down, sending everyone into a panic. It's getting closer, and a crowd is staring up in pure terror as a deep growl rips through the air. That thing is no meteor, it's a colossal, metallic beast, its red eyes burning as someone screams, "Crap. That's an iron golem." Another voice chimes in, confirming the nightmare, just repeating the name of that terrifying mechanical monster. But wait, there's more. The golem isn't alone, a sleek, white-haired figure is just chilling on its head, and someone's freaking out, someone's on top of it. This guy's look is absolutely captivating, his sharp face and fancy clothes screaming dangerous elegance. As the golem makes its grand entrance, the white-haired dude is instantly ID'd as a high-ranking vampire, his red eyes practically burning with evil. With a truly evil grin, the vampire throws out a hand, giving a bone-chilling welcome to the terrified humans. Just as the high-ranking vampire was dropping his sinister welcome, a new player stepped onto the scene, boldly announcing, "My name is Helios." Talk about a grand entrance. The vampire, those terrifying red eyes instantly locking onto the source, snapped back, "Who said that?" You could practically feel the tension spike. Then, with a condescending glance down at some poor soul, he sneered, calling himself the master of these ruins, and demanding to know their name. Classic villain move. Still losing that chilling calm, the vampire declared that this person clearly had a motive for being there, and he was about to drop a proposal on them. What could it be? Facing off against a human in dark armor, the vampire brandished a wicked blade, boldly declaring, "I am a god," before repeating his proposal. This guy is seriously full of himself. He then casually pressed the point of his sword right to the human's throat, giving him a chilling ultimatum, "Come with me quietly." Talk about a tough choice. The chilling implication hung in the air, a single, terrifying word, or. You just know that, or means something bad. But before the human could even blink, a massive, violent explosion of crimson energy absolutely erupted from the ground, as the vampire's left eye activated, unleashing a terrifying, destructive power. The very air screamed with destructive force as the vampire's hand blazed with that same malevolent red, unleashing an absolute torrent of raw, terrifying power. Completely swallowed by the swirling, destructive crimson energy, the human let out a gut-wrenching scream as his body literally began to twist and tear itself apart. The destructive magic showed no mercy, absolutely consuming him until nothing was left. In a flash, where the human had been, only wisps of red energy lingered, as the high-ranking vampire simply stared, utterly unfazed, at the void he'd created. Chilling. Just as the high-ranking vampire's chilling offer echoed, an explosive surge of power erupted, red energy coiling around a desperate hand. Lee's divine purification was online, baby. But the high-ranking vampire wasn't done. Engulfed in his terrifying red aura, he stared down with icy composure, dropping a bombshell, "Become my apostle while the others are still alive." Talk about a power play. Cut to a grim, destroyed city where our hero, Kong Jin-hyuk, stood, a subtle blue glow hinting at his readiness, his eyes scanning the sky, picking up on the massive energy shifts. And check out Teresa. The blonde knight was absolutely radiating, her divine purification, skill blazing with white and gold energy, a total game changer that supercharged all her stats by 100% for 10 minutes, wiped out all debuffs, and made her immune to everything. This divine power was no joke, only for the truly blessed. Kong Jin-hyuk's mana was going wild, a blue light exploding from his hand, his power skyrocketing as he locked his gaze upwards, ready for anything. He'd snagged divine purification, but missed divine blessing, only able to use it thanks to Teresa's insane power, a skill linked to the master of the cause of the fallen, that would give him a 200% stat boost for an hour after taking down a boss. Then, a thought hit him, is that Song Dong-hwan? Teresa, practically reading his mind, flashed a supportive grin, "Yeah, I'm happy to help," she chirped, as he turned to face her. But his face suddenly dropped, while Teresa, looking grim, muttered, "I can't believe that just vanished." One last look down, his hand still crackling with blue power, he announced, "Time to move." He's grappling with the sheer impossibility of it all, wondering why he's the only one who can pull this off. But then, a terrifying thought hits him, what if he's the only one who can evolve like this? The blonde knight, seeing his intense focus, can't help but wonder if he's still obsessing over that divine blessing skill, the one he literally can't get without her. Her eyes are locked on him, a silent challenge in her stare. He's still deep in thought, clutching that glowing orb, asking himself if the whole game would have played out differently if he hadn't made that one decision. The burden of his past choice is crushing him, making him wonder if he totally messed up. Standing right there, the knight is all ears as he declares, "This is my path." He finally turns to her, acknowledging her presence, and asks if she's struggling. She lets out a heavy sigh, confessing it's not just a little tough, but she totally gets where he's coming from. He meets her gaze, a silent understanding passing between them, as she continues, "The only one who can become like this right now." His face tightens as he finishes her sentence, confirming that, yeah, he's the only one. He stares into the void, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes, fully aware that in this messed up world, he's got only one way forward. With a fierce resolve, Teresa gears up for her next big move. Holding a mysterious glowing orb, she thanks Jinhyuk for the intel, then drops the bombshell. She wants to commission him. Right there with her, he shuts her down, saying commissions aren't his thing right now, but still asks if she's going through with it. A slight annoyance on his face, he hears her double down, offering him everything and begging for his help right now. Watching her unshakable determination, he can't help but wonder if she's really going to do it, her hand practically radiating power. Then, with a decisive fist and a burst of purple energy, he's in. Quest accepted, time to deal with those snoozing monsters. Suddenly, a massive quang reverberates through the ominous, purple-tinged dungeon, setting the stage for the sleeping horrors that lie ahead. Gazing up at him, her hand still faintly glowing, Teresa confesses, her magic went haywire and shattered, putting all the monsters to sleep. He just gives her a calm look, admitting her magic is a bit wonky, but tells her to chill out, reminding her this sleep effect won't last forever. She agrees, but with a slight hesitation, and he immediately counters, saying the ultimate move is to just wipe them out while they're down, so they never wake up. Her eyes wide with surprise, Teresa asks if he's got a strategy, while he just flashes a confident smirk. The terrifying shriek continues, but a mysterious woman with piercing purple eyes and flowing dark hair just stares, her face a picture of chilling calm. With an unnerving calm, her voice slices through the air, demanding nothing less than absolute trust. Inside a massive, shadowy Gothic hall, two figures stand dwarfed by an epic throne, ready to face whatever power awaits them. Kang Jin-hyuk pivots, his eyes locked onto the massive throne, as that eerie sound just won't quit. The mysterious woman, now looking sharp in a killer dark suit with red accents, flashes a sly smirk, hushing the very air around her. Kang Jin-hyuk and the blonde female knight finally step into the spotlight, and the woman on the throne calls out, announcing their long-awaited arrival. She's perched on that epic throne, gazing down at a bunch of kneeling figures, totally owning the entire room with her powerful vibe. This is it. The big reveal, Alice von Orogia, aka Jeanzy, finally speaks, and she's clearly not thrilled about how long they took. Alice gestures dramatically with her wicked sharp nails, still laying down the law, as Kang Jin-hyuk just stares back, his face a total poker face. She demands to know what's up with everyone here, then tells them to just look for themselves. Suddenly, a system alert blazes across the screen, dimension break, is gone. Kang Jin-hyuk and the blonde female knight are absolutely stunned, as that creepy sound just keeps on going. He stands alongside the blonde female knight and Alice von Orogia, facing the imposing throne in the grand chamber, the tension palpable. Suddenly, a monstrous voice booms through the hall, demanding to know if a specific skill brought Park Hajin here, calling him a guardian. The voice presses on, declaring that the skill he used is the sole reason for their arrival. It confirms its chilling statement, insisting this is the very skill set it has always shielded. Alice stands poised, her elegant form a stark contrast to the booming voice, as the shocking revelation begins to unfold. The monstrous entity then drops the bombshell, revealing the ability's true name, the skill of Dimension Break. Upon the throne, the skull monster sits, its skeletal form radiating an eerie power, the terrifying source of the disembodied voice. As the terrifying implications sink in, the blonde female knight gasps, "I'm beginning to see it," just as a system message blazes across their vision, the skill of Dimension Break has been deactivated. She whirls on Alice, demanding, "What's the meaning of this, Alice?" Alice looks down, her expression unreadable, apologizing but adamantly refusing to disclose any further information, repeating, "I'm not allowed to tell you." Now regally seated on the throne, Alice calmly asserts that, it's all for the best, insisting they will be able to be at ease with this shocking decision. A powerful red aura explodes around Kang Jin-hyuk, his eyes burning with intense frustration and pure rage at her dismissive words. He glares up at Alice, his voice laced with fury, defiantly declaring that, "No one asks for your opinion on this." Alice von Orogia isn't backing down. With a chilling aura of red and purple energy swirling around her, she extends her hand, her eyes burning with an unyielding resolve. "You have no say in the matter," she pronounces, shutting down any and all opposition with a single, powerful statement. A sinister crimson glow pulses from the abyss, and Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes are locked on it, completely absorbed by the terrifying light. The unsettling radiance explodes, painting everything in a terrifying, deep red. Then, a chilling voice cuts through the air, dropping the ultimate ultimatum, "You don't have a choice." Suddenly, the scene shifts to a lavish hall where Alice von Orogia confronts him, her gaze piercing as she demands, "Are you all right?" He gives a curt, "I am," in response, but his internal monologue reveals a strategic mind at work, already calculating the next move, even as he feigns composure. With the blonde knight standing by, Alice's voice drips with menace, promising something far more enticing than a mere fight, "I'll give you something sweeter than my blood." Kang Jin-hyuk is brought to his knees, a clear display of dominance, as he demands, "Jinhyuk SSI, what are you doing?" Alice's purple eyes burn with an almost insane intensity as she repeats her dark promise, "Something sweeter than blood." He meets her gaze, unyielding, as she utterly dismisses his every move, proclaiming his subterfuge is pointless. There is nothing more important to us than delicious blood. Alice von Erogia, still on her throne, held Kang Jin-hyuk in her piercing gaze, the tension absolutely palpable. Her voice, dripping with icy confidence, sliced through the air, proclaiming his efforts were useless, her hand unshakable. But Kang Jin-hyuk, defiant even on one knee, shot back, "Are you sure about that?" before trying to cut a deal. But Alice wasn't having it. She just raised a hand, purple energy crackling around her fingers, her power surging as she spat out one word, "freedom." Then, a massive burst of magic exploded from her, her eyes blazing with pure malice as the very air screamed with her power. That magical force transformed into vicious, glowing purple vines, slithering across the ground and instantly wrapping around Kang Jin-hyuk's hand, twisting his own words against him. More vines exploded forth, coiling around his body as he roared in pure fury, screaming, "How dare you even speak that word here? Completamente angelido y lutando contra as amaras magicus, sus alhas brillarum en carmesum en cuanto el girava despedicala." But Alice didn't even flinch. Her hand pulsed with dark power, and then, three terrifying, cloaked figures phased into existence behind her, silent witnesses to her absolute control. Her face was a mask of cold, hard resolve, as she laid down the law, he would take responsibility. Her words hung in the air like a death sentence, a chilling reminder of his utter helplessness. Broken and beaten, Kang Jin-hyuk could only despair, muttering that he couldn't possibly take responsibility after her words, and wishing he'd never set foot in this cursed place. A chilling, victorious smile crept onto Alice's face, her glowing eyes gleaming with the triumph of his total subjugation. With a burst of raw purple power from his palm, he boldly claims his name, ready to shoulder the burden. This is the legend of Kang Jin-hyuk, the chosen representative of the demonic humans, standing tall in the tower. His hand blazes with a fierce violet glow, a raw display of his incredible power. A determined voice rings out, vowing to break free from any chains. Violet power swirls around his face, his resolve burning bright. His power-infused hand stretches out, ready to seize destiny. Forget mere monsters, the demonic humans are something else entirely, individuals who cast aside their humanity, driven by their own twisted convictions. A chilling figure, shrouded in darkness and a sinister mask, exudes raw power, their glowing red eyes burning with an ominous intensity. Their dark, armored form screams danger, a formidable presence unyielding and unmoving. Spinning around to unveil a colossal, ornate weapon, the demonic human confronts a colossal tower, a stark monument to their power. He demands to know how his counterpart discovered the temple's location, confidently stating his own prior contact with the 27th floor's sacred sites. But as the tension builds, a swirling vortex of crimson energy pulses with an ominous, almost sentient glow, its intricate patterns hinting at a powerful, ancient barrier, ready to unleash its secrets. The mysterious white-haired figure, with those piercing, upturned eyes, coolly acknowledges having heard of his kind, his composure unwavering. The masked demonic human doubles down, demanding to know how the other possesses such forbidden knowledge of the temple's location, especially after he's already proven his own access to the 27th floor. Then, with a chilling simplicity, he reveals the truth, the other's mere existence is the key. The crimson energy intensifies, swirling with even greater ferocity, revealing intricate, ancient patterns, a powerful barrier or ruin pulsating with raw, untamed power. These arcane patterns explode outwards, forming a colossal, complex structure, validating every single word he's ever heard. But then, his attention snaps to a new, disturbing revelation, wondering aloud if the protagonist has suddenly allied himself with a demonic human, a truly unsettling development. He presses on, demanding the precise reason for their horrifying transformation into demonic humans, the dark enigma of their existence consuming his thoughts. The white-haired figure, after a tense beat of contemplation, finally concedes that if the demonic human truly possesses knowledge of the temple, then his claims are undeniably legitimate. The demonic human, sensing his advantage, seizes the moment, directly asking if he has finally earned trust, his masked gaze unwavering. The white-haired figure delivers a chillingly pragmatic response, utterly dismissing the significance of one's status as a demonic human. The masked enigma, still probing the depths of their uneasy alliance, throws out a challenge: could anyone truly fix the ancient rift between their peoples? Suddenly, the air crackles with crimson energy, as a storm of red particles erupts around them, signaling an imminent shift in the atmosphere. Amidst the escalating crimson storm, the masked figure cuts through the tension with a chilling declaration: "I don't trust you." The white-haired elf, a stoic silhouette against the escalating power, absorbs the distrust without a word, the crimson energy swirling around him like a prelude to chaos. With a cold, calculating gaze, the elf pivots, his red eyes locking onto the masked figure, the system blaring, blood spears activated as he delivers a bone-chilling line: "Your blood sings to me." What a shame. No more talk, no more games, just one brutal, absolute command: die. And just like that, a storm of crimson spears explodes from the elf, blitzing towards the demonic human with terrifying velocity. The blood spears hit like a freight train, tearing through the very fabric of the air around their unsuspecting target. The onslaught doesn't let up, each spear a blazing crimson streak of pure annihilation. Completely swamped by the sheer volume of projectiles, the demonic human is swallowed whole by the explosive, blood-red assault. When the smoke clears, the white-haired elf remains unmoving, a lingering red aura pulsing around him, his face a mask of cold determination after unleashing that devastating power. Just as the blood spears closed in, a system alert blazed across the vision, sacred reinforcement activated. A blinding golden light exploded, confirming the sacred reinforcement was online. A massive, glowing cross-shaped barrier slammed into place, bracing for the impact. But the blood spears hit like a freight train, obliterating the golden barrier in a cataclysmic blast. The demonic human was sent flying, the raw power of the assault slamming into them. The last fragments of the broken barrier vanished, leaving the demonic human completely exposed. A pained grunt escaped the demonic human, but then a fierce voice roared, "Jinhyuk SSU. Stay behind me." The blonde female knight's eyes burned with divine fire, her resolve absolute as she declared, "I'll hold on as long as I have divine power." A massive surge of energy erupted from her, as she conjured a new shield, ready to meet the storm head-on. The system blared again, sacred shield activated, as a golden bulwark solidified before their eyes. The blood spears kept coming, a relentless crimson storm tearing through the air. But this time, the blonde female knight's sacred shield stood strong, shattering the blood spears and saving the demonic human from certain doom. The white-haired elf is just cackling, absolutely loving the chaos and the struggle his enemies are putting up. With his eyes blazing red, he locks onto his prey, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he gears up for the next devastating blow. He's not about to let his audience down, making it clear this is all just a show for his twisted entertainment. Then, bam! A crimson vortex explodes into existence, the blood explosion, skill going off, unleashing a torrent of deadly blood spears that rocket towards their target. He's not just attacking, he's taunting, promising to send his foe flying with this insane, all-out assault. The blonde knight, her face a mask of worry, is seriously wondering how long she can even last against this relentless barrage. But just like that, her eyes blaze with a fierce blue light, her face transforming into a mask of pure, unyielding resolve. Crash! The blood spears slam into a shimmering blue energy shield, exploding into a dazzling shower of light and particles as they're completely shut down. She's holding that sacred shield like a boss, radiating a powerful blue aura and absolutely shutting down the elf's relentless attack. Her face is twisted in a grimace of pure, raw strain, her teeth clenched tight against the insane pressure of that magical beatdown. But just as she's about to break, the demonic human swoops in from behind, offering crucial support, and shouts out a name, clearly worried sick. The blonde female knight was still getting absolutely hammered by the white-haired elf's insane blood explosion, his voice dripping with pure venom as he taunted her, laughing at her supposed betrayal of a master who'd once had her back. That crimson energy was still going off, blood spears slamming into her sacred shield, pushing her to her absolute limit. When suddenly, the demonic human popped up behind her, dropping a bombshell, "I'm proof you can't just bluff. So, are you gonna trust me or what?" He threw his weight into supporting her, literally holding her up as she fought to keep her shield from shattering. And in that moment of desperation, she cried out, "Jinhyuk SSI." The demonic human's hand shot out, a silent, powerful offer, maybe even a power-up. Making her snap back, "You said you had a plan, right?" But before he could even respond, boom! A new, terrifying power erupted. Purple markings blazed across Jin Hyuk's face, signaling he was about to go all out. His hand gripped a knife, now crackling with that same wicked violet energy, ready to unleash hell. And in a flash, he was gone, a dark and purple blur, closing the distance in an instant. His blade connecting with a sickening crunch, blood exploding from the white-haired elf as Jin Hyuk landed a critical hit. Leaving him to stare down his stunned opponent, his face still glowing with that ominous, game-changing purple power. The white-haired elf's face twists, a flicker of something new in his eyes. As he lets out a chilling, almost delighted cackle, clearly impressed by the sheer audacity of the human's previous move. He can't help but admit it was impressive for a mere human, then, with a sly grin, he offers a chance to talk, hinting at a way to bypass the barrier holding Alice in captive. But Jin Hyuk isn't just talking, he's already powering up, dropping the bombshell that he's got a game-changing 7-star spell ready to unleash. And just like that, he whips out a legendary item, Braham's Ring. Then, he lays out his insane strategy, he's going to seal Alice Him's soul into the ring, tricking the barrier and blowing everyone's minds. The white-haired elf is visibly stunned, the idea of sealing a soul hitting him like a truck, he's never heard of such a thing. But Jin Hyuk isn't done dropping bombs, he reveals his master plan, the shocking truth that he intentionally stayed at level 1. And as he speaks, a surge of raw, vibrant purple energy explodes from him, glowing, intricate marks blazing across his face and body. He reveals the genius behind it, he wanted to hoard all the experience from the Tower of Trials, a power-leveling strategy that's absolutely next level. The purple energy around him goes absolutely wild, surging with incredible force, as his true, terrifying power is finally unleashed. And then, the big reveal, the name of his ultimate, game-breaking ability, the 7-star skill, Soul Transfer. With his level 1 condition finally met, a powerful purple magic circle erupts around him. The ethereal energy swirling as a message flashes, screaming that this power is only for those who embrace level 1. His hand blazes with an intense purple light as the system screams the activation of the legendary 7-star skill, Soul Transfer. But this power comes with a price, a brutal 365-day cooldown, a 1-soul limit, and the shocking need for a goblin's consent. The magic circle on his back throbs with urgency, a ticking clock counting down to its permanent disappearance if he doesn't act within a minute. Leaving the ultimate choice to unleash this power, right now, solely in his hands. The white-haired elf, his face a mask of shock and apprehension, demands to know his next move. But Jin Hyuk, with the pulsating magic circle still blazing on his back, simply turns and declares that this power can be wielded in a very specific way. The elf hangs on every word, his eyes wide with a mix of dread and burning curiosity. As Jin Hyuk continues to lay out the mind-bending intricacies of his devastating new ability. His face is frozen in a state of utter disbelief. As he grapples with the sheer magnitude of Jin Hyuk's game-changing revelation. A mysterious voice drops a bombshell, revealing a shocking twist and mentioning a key player, Bellis. But the white-haired elf, now revealed as Alice him, is not easily swayed, her mind racing with suspicion, openly admitting she can't fully trust this guy. Her piercing red eyes gleam with caution, a silent threat hanging in the air, don't even think about trying anything funny. She even considers taking him out and obliterating the magic circle, a chilling display of her ruthlessness, all while confirming her identity as Alice him. Even with all the safeguards, she's still on edge, hesitant to agree to a totally unknown spell, but the crushing weight of her century-long imprisonment is a powerful motivator. It's been over 100 years since her death, and she's desperate, but is this really her chance, or just another trap? The harsh truth hits her, this might be her only shot at breaking free from this cursed underground prison. Her eyes burn with a desperate plea, as she asks the million-dollar question, can I really trust you? Kong Jin Hyuk, with an unwavering gaze, makes a bold promise, grant me this honor, and you will never regret it. He reaches out, a soft blue light flaring from his palm, activating his level 1 commune skill, instantly making the target feel a little more friendly. Under the skill's subtle influence, the white-haired elf, now fully embracing her true identity as Alice von Ataraxia, finally gives her full consent to the soul transfer. Suddenly, a golden ring, pulsing with otherworldly energy, materializes, a clear sign that the soul transfer is officially underway. The moment Graham's vessel started absorbing progenitor Alice's soul, a massive surge of blue energy exploded, engulfing the figure with an intense, audible roar. The raw, ethereal blue energy kept churning, its currents twisting and reforming with escalating intensity. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the air, the swirling magic hitting its absolute peak before finally starting to stabilize. With the last wisps of energy finally fading, a soft, contemplative sound escaped the newly transformed figure, a quiet, almost surprised acknowledgement of the profound change. Inside the ornate golden ring, Alice's consciousness finally settled, and to her absolute shock, it wasn't stifling at all, it was unexpectedly cozy. A hand, now unmistakably Alice's, reached out, a wave of profound relief washing over her new, transformed body. Watching the transformed vessel, Kong Jin Hyuk coolly noted her comfort, as she, clutching a small glowing orb, pondered if this truly was her new home. But elsewhere, a game-changing moment unfolded, the unique ability, Blessing of the Star, just activated, its golden power surging from a knight's gauntlet. The blonde female knight stood absolutely resolute, her armor gleaming as crimson energy pulsed around her, ready for anything. Cutting back to the transformed elf, Kong Jin Hyuk flashed a subtle, knowing smirk, a quiet, welcome back, sealing the deal on the intense, successful transfer. The blessings of the star exploded into a radiant, golden emblem, a clear sign of its immense power. Kneeling, the knight absorbed the full, incredible power of the blessing, gaining a one-time revival, as long as her death wasn't instant, with a 24-hour cooldown. The air crackled after the monumental soul transfer, and a voice cut through the tension, calling out, Teresa SSI. Her piercing electric blue eyes, now blazing with an unyielding determination, locked onto him, a single drop of blood on her lip a testament to the sheer power she just unleashed. The blonde knight is absolutely locked in, her eyes burning with fierce determination. And as her name echoes, Teresa's face twists into a snarl, absolutely hyped for the fight. Meanwhile, the masked protagonist is absolutely radiating power, a glowing purple orb crackling in his hand. He's not just ready to fight, he's telling everyone he's got mana for days and daring anyone to disrespect him. A hand, absolutely bursting with orange energy, lunges forward, as Bellis screams for his minions to take down this dirty liar. He's right up in Teresa's face, a purple orb pulsing with dark power, taunting her with questions he'll only ask once she's been utterly destroyed. Bellis spins away, his voice dripping with pure rage, a chilling, dared, hanging in the air. Across the battlefield, Alice Vaughn Arogia's eyes blaze crimson, her face a mask of pure contempt as she spits out, "Foolish humans." Crimson energy absolutely explodes around her, as she snarls, "Did you really think you could betray my master and get away with it?" The white-haired elf, his eyes burning with an intense red glow, unleashes his own terrifying aura, firing back, "Oh, we'll see who's been betrayed, won't we?" Then, bam. A colossal burst of red energy explodes, a cataclysmic clash of powers rocking the very foundations. In a blinding, crimson explosion, a raw, primal scream rips through the air, signaling an impact of devastating proportions. The red glow hangs heavy in the air, as Kang Jin-hyuk and the blonde knight lock eyes, a silent, explosive showdown about to ignite. No hesitation, no mercy. He unleashes his level 1 fire element, a scorching orb of pure flame manifesting in his hand. Boom! The orb detonates, blasting the blonde knight off her feet with an explosive force that sends her flying. Still engulfed in the crimson chaos, she lets out a pained cry as the relentless assault batters her. Surrounded by a vortex of fire, Kang Jin-hyuk stands unyielding, weapon ready, a true force of nature in the blazing chaos. The smoke clears, and the tension shifts. Teresa urgently mentions hostages, and Kang Jin-hyuk breathes a sigh of relief, declaring he's not too late. His eyes drop, a sudden concern for Teresa flashing across his face as he asks about her. It's go time. Teresa unleashes her ultimate move, activating her level 4 sign of the cross skill, a radiant symbol of power erupting. The holy cross blasts out, smashing into a guard with a blinding flash of divine power. Watching the mayhem unfold, Teresa realizes Kang Jin-hyuk is taking on the rest of the guards all by himself. And just as she thought, he's a one-man army, moving with lightning speed, taking down multiple foes at once. Bellis, the white-haired elf, is absolutely floored, wondering how a human could possibly wield such insane mana against his own magic. With a chilling smirk, he drops a bombshell, "Your magic and my eyes are total opposites. And you're seriously missing something here." But the real drama unfolds as Kang Jin-hyuk's hand grips a pulsating purple ring, the very instant his master's soul gets locked inside. Suddenly, a massive burst of purple energy explodes around him, as he screams, "Lost," and unleashes his ultimate move, Grave of Swords. Not to be outdone, Bellis's eyes blaze red as he unleashes his level 9, Dark Fighting Spirit, a terrifying dark aura engulfing him. He snarls, "Shut up, you pathetic fodder. If my magic doesn't finish you, my sword sure as heck will." His hand, crackling with dark power, grips his sword, as a chilling voice demands, "Destroy the ring and free our master." But Kang Jin-hyuk isn't backing down, letting out a primal scream, his eyes glowing with furious red energy as he prepares to unleash hell. He rockets into the air, a whirlwind of purple energy and spectral blades forming around him, ready to absolutely decimate his foes. His eyes narrow, locked in on the next target, ready to unleash pure chaos. Amidst the chaos, he shouts out, "Teresa she." He goes full throttle, blasting out a wave of purple energy, absolutely shredding through the dark figures like they're nothing. He takes down another one, leaving the remaining enemies completely bewildered, shouting, "Who the hell is he?" The blonde knight watches him, a chilling thought hitting her, he's gotta be completely out of mana, running on fumes. He stares at his hand, the last wisps of purple power fading, a silent, heavy realization washing over him. The pain hits him hard, a brutal flashback to his first death, and the ultimate betrayal of it being by an ally's hand. She turns to him, cutting through the gloom with a sharp question, "But didn't we still win? Didn't we succeed no matter what?" Her face softens, a quiet power in her voice as she declares, "Yes. We really did it." The dam breaks, and tears stream down her face, a raw, emotional outpouring after everything they've been through. Seeing her break down, his own eyes start to water, the sheer weight of it all finally getting to him too. Wiping her tears, she looks at him with deep gratitude, realizing she owes him everything for making it out alive. Boom. The system confirms it, Teresa, the wielder of the Blessing of the Star, is saved. Conditions fulfilled. And just like that, another message flashes, confirming that the Blessing of the Star ability has been copied. Then, a giant Save button pops up, just begging to be clicked. Once it's locked in, that copied skill is heading straight into the memory of the world. Then, the full stats for Blessing of the Star drop, an SS rank skill that can weld divine power, bring you back from the brink, and has a massive 240-hour cooldown. Back in the real world, Teresa gives him a puzzled look, confessing she can't help how she feels, it's just, there. A small smile plays on her lips as she probes, wondering if he knew she had the power to revive. Alone, staring at a system screen with a chilling red prompt asking, "Do you want to die?" Jin-hyuk just shrugs, relieved she's still breathing, knowledge be damned. Back to business, Teresa proposes, they grab their reward and get out of there. But then, a voice shouts, "Hold up. Please wait." Jinhyuk, back to the system, declares himself Jinhyuk, captain of the Divine Guild, as a message pops up, all items go to the guild. Thump, thump. Teresa gasps in shock, as he explodes, I saved your life, and now you want me to give up my reward too. Kong Jinhyuk is all ears as an official lays out the deal, we're hooking you up with another type of reward. The official keeps talking, bragging about how much cash and coins they're gonna drop on him, guaranteeing he'll be stoked. He lets out a frustrated scoff, thinking, seriously? The nerve of these regular rankers, trying to snatch a reward meant for an entire attack force. He spins back to the official, demanding, are you seriously telling me this is all I get? This measly reward? Even though he's clearly fuming, he takes it, warning the official, just remember, no matter how this plays out, don't you dare regret it. He then checks out the item he just got, a weird, fancy staff piece, and he's totally clueless about what it even is. Suddenly, a system window pops up, revealing the item's true identity, fragment of Merlin's staff, material. Whoa! His eyes practically pop out, as he processes the legendary name attached to this fragment. Merlin's staff. This changes everything. But as he clutches it, the fragment starts to blaze with a sinister red glow, throbbing with some seriously dark energy. The red power goes wild, swallowing his hand whole and making him flinch back, clearly in pain or totally shocked. He just stares at his hand, which is now practically radiating red energy, a look of pure confusion plastered across his face. He whips his head back to the official, demanding, what the heck did you give me? Is this thing cursed or something? He's thinking about this divine artifact, right? The one that can only be truly claimed by taking out Alice. But then, boom. A shocking truth drops, Alice is actually chilling inside his ring. He's totally floored, like, what? This impossible reality just hit him hard. Even the blonde knight is like, what the hell is this? Alice's ghostly form is literally stuck inside the ring. Suddenly, we're in a new place, straight to the heart of Seoul. Look at this massive Tower of Trials entrance, just dominating the city skyline, it's where the Enhanced Association's big shots hang out. Inside, the officials are all buzzing, one's asking if the mana is even real, and another's like, dude, it's not even on the books. He's just chilling, taking a puff, remembering someone telling him to just chill out and stop winning so much. Then, Kim Tae-hyun, this big shot from the Enhanced Association, tells him straight up, they should hit the Tower of Trials with the next squad. But another official cuts in, saying the experts think it'll take at least 3 weeks to clear it. He's like, that's way too slow. And the official's worried about all the top guilds getting involved. His hand starts glowing with this weird red energy, and he's got this super strong feeling about everything that's going down. His hand, still pulsing with that ominous crimson energy, confirms it, the Hall of the Depraved run has been absolutely dominated. Back at HQ, Kim Tae-hyun's jaw drops, his mind racing to comprehend the sheer audacity of this unexpected clear. And just like that, a squad of armored warriors bursts forth from the dungeon's maw, bathed in an electrifying blue glow. Even the legendary blonde knight can't help but gasp in amazement, instantly recognizing the formidable Balhi Guild. The press goes absolutely wild, a frenzy of microphones and flashing cameras, demanding to know the secrets behind this epic first-floor clear. But the crowd isn't just cheering, they're buzzing with questions. Who's this enigmatic figure, and how did they manage to absolutely wreck the attack force captain? The captain's face is a horror show, not just his hair, but his eyebrows and even his eyelashes are gone. What kind of monster did this? The blonde knight's expression turns serious, realizing the sheer desperation required for a clear like this, a truly somber victory. Kim Tae-hyun, still reeling, can only stare at the news feed, utterly baffled and demanding to know, what in the world just went down in there? With a steely gaze, the blonde knight drops a bombshell, Sono Chanhwa didn't clear this run. And then, the big reveal. A phone screen flashes her image, confirming her true identity, it's the legendary saintess of Amsterdam, Teresa. The world is buzzing, everyone's asking, did the Zion Guild, the big shots, actually clear the Hall of the Depraved? But the answer? A hard no, as an insane blue glow bursts from the feet of the real hero. And there he is, on a platform, absolutely radiating that wild blue energy, because get this dude, all by himself, cleared the entire ruin. Even Teresa, the saintess herself, is there, looking up at him like, who is this guy? The crowd below is absolutely losing it, jaws on the floor, because they just witnessed a solo show of pure power, realizing they were just background extras in his epic performance. Kong Jin-hyuk just stands there, a total boss, his dark hair practically glowing with the insane blue energy still radiating from him. But not everyone's cheering, 2 shadowy figures in the crowd are already whispering, one of them chillingly asking if they should just terminate this new powerhouse right now. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun, looking totally shell-shocked, just breathes a sigh of relief, admitting they only made it out alive because of this guy, and honestly, he just wants to go home. The city is absolutely buzzing, massive skyscrapers piercing the clouds. And everywhere you look, digital screens are blowing up with one burning question: who is the masked player? News channels are going wild, trying to figure out this new, super powerful force known only as Jin Woo, who's totally shaking up the entire hunter world. But away from all the hype, Jin Hyuk is just chilling in his room, cup noodles in hand, totally deep in thought about everything that's gone down. This simple meal a wild contrast to the absolute madness he's been dealing with. His thoughts drift to the legendary blonde knight, Teresa, the one person who knows his real deal. A golden ring glinting in his hand, a silent vow that she's totally safe, her secret locked down. Finishing up his meal, he can't help but think about the insane power he's gaining. Even wondering about a chat with the progenitor, like it's just another Tuesday. Then, his mind shifts to Alice von Orogia, another major player he's tangled with. Meanwhile, in a totally different scene, a white-haired woman with intense red eyes is going off on a dark-haired figure, practically yelling, "Do you seriously not know who I am?" Just as she's about to make her stand, the white-haired woman is violently grabbed by a shadowy figure whose eyes burn with an infernal red glow, a dark, menacing aura exploding around him. Caught completely off guard, she's instantly disoriented, the world spinning as the demonic human's brutal attack intensifies. A sadistic grin spreads across his face, as he taunts her, reveling in her pain and asking if this makes her feel better. But then, his gaze snaps to a gleaming golden chain, a momentary pause in the chaos as he scoffs at her shocked face. Snapping back to his victim, he yanks her head back by her hair, promising a fitting punishment for her audacity. Her face twists in pure agony, the brutal force of his attack clearly overwhelming her. Her muffled cries erupt into a full-blown scream, as the relentless assault continues. Then, a devastating red energy blast explodes, slamming into its target with incredible power. 3 agonizing hours later. Lying broken on the ground, near the discarded chain and ring, the white-haired woman can only whimper, begging for the torture to end, convinced she's about to die. But the demonic human isn't done. His hand blazes with crimson energy, as he injects raw mana into the legendary dragon fire. And then, standing over his defeated foe, the demonic human unleashes his true form. Massive, shadowy wings erupt from his back, his power now absolutely terrifying. The demonic human's transformation was complete, his red eyes blazing with pure malice, and those ethereal wings fully unfurled. He was ready, screaming, "It's finally time to take my revenge." His voice, a chilling echo of dark power, promised to unleash 1,000-fold humiliation on those who wronged him. But hold up. Elsewhere, Kang Jin Hyuk was staring down at something totally unexpected, a tiny, chibi version of Alice von Ataraxia. She'd literally materialized a sealed portion of herself. He could only manage a thoughtful HM. The tiny Alice clarified that she was just a materialized, sealed portion of her true self. She went on, confirming she was a mini Alice, and even like this, she could still unleash her original power. Jin Hyuk, ever the pragmatist, realized that even with her power sealed, she was still way stronger than any average hunter out there. But the tiny Alice was clearly bummed, complaining that she was still totally restricted by the seal and couldn't even tap into her real power. Jin Hyuk, with a no-nonsense look, told her straight up to stop crying and just listen. Alice, clearly irritated, snapped back that his words at the ruin weren't empty, but this freedom wasn't what she wanted. A confident smirk played on Jin Hyuk's lips as he talked about real freedom, the kind she actually craved, but she'd have to earn it. Totally confused, Alice shot back, wondering what exactly he was getting at. Staring right into her eyes, he called her by her full name, Alice von Ataraxia, and laid out his offer: help him, and he'd make sure those who betrayed her paid the price. A chilling, white-haired demon, a forgotten power of the Ataraxia family, dominates a dark, ethereal void, its very presence screaming ancient, terrifying might. And the word is out, a brand new video just dropped in the Hall of Fame. This isn't just any video, it's the legendary raid everyone thought was a bust, featuring that same white-haired demon, now with blazing red eyes and massive black wings. The footage zeroes in on the masked player, Kang Jin Hyuk, radiating a dark, powerful aura, and everyone remembers, he was the only reason that whole mess got cleaned up. Someone's watching, glued to the screen, soaking in every dungeon stat and item detail, confessing they've never been this hooked, totally ignoring the results, just blown away by his insane moves and combos, calling them weirdly refreshing. Jin Hyuk unleashes a devastating attack, and the observer can't help but marvel at his insane precision and instincts, declaring that this guy can literally do anything. The system confirms it, this is the famous player, the one with countless achievements, the legend who led that S-rank raid to victory when everyone else gave up, and he's loaded with top-tier gear. The observer's mind is made up, they have to recruit him, even if it takes everything they've got. The screen flashes a top 10 likes list, showing Jin Hyuk and the blonde female knight side by side, begging for likes and subscriptions. The comment section is blowing up, everyone's freaking out about how wild this is, and asking if the guilds are going absolutely bonkers trying to sign him, with fans spamming, "I'm a fan of the masked player. He's so cool. Elsewhere, the dark-haired observer stares at his phone, grumbling that he heard Jin Hyuk was already on file, and it looks like the rumors are true. He then snaps his head up, eyes locked on a massive skyscraper, a fierce resolve hardening his expression. He unleashes a devastating surge of vibrant purple energy, crackling with raw power around his hands. And clenching his fist, he focuses that destructive force, ready to unleash chaos. He doesn't care if some massive guild is monopolizing everything or is totally corrupt. But they dared to try and kill him. That's a line you don't cross. And he absolutely cannot let that slide, delivering a swift, brutal kick to an opponent. Meanwhile, back at the corporate HQ, a stern-faced boss stands surrounded by his suited goons, clearly not happy. For people like those, he will completely destroy them. No mercy. His eyes glow with fierce, unyielding determination, a powerful purple aura flaring around him. Back in the office, the boss slams his hand down, absolutely furious, yelling, "Hey, you F******************* ING bastard." He grabs a subordinate by the collar, practically lifting him off his feet, demanding to know why his order to discreetly kill the target in the dungeon wasn't followed, and what went wrong. He rages, explaining that the guild's reputation is being dragged through the mud, and if they can't teach a lesson for this humiliation, they'll become a laughingstock. Meet Shin Jianwoo, the Black Crow Guild leader, looking all confident and ready to throw down. But before he can even react, a lightning-fast kick smashes into his face, sending him flying back with a shocked grunt. He hits the deck, staring up in pure shock at Kong Jin Hyuk, who's just standing there, while his gray-haired minion looks on, absolutely speechless. Then, Jin Hyuk goes full power, unleashing a crushing wave of purple energy, blasting the guild leader away in an explosion of raw force. That hit leaves Shin Jianwoo absolutely wrecked on the floor, his body looking like it just went through a meat grinder. With a menacing purple aura flaring around him, Jin Hyuk stares down, asking if this pathetic guy is really the guild leader, his voice dripping with pure menace. From the floor, the beaten leader screams for someone, anyone, to help him, his desperate cry mirroring the sheer panic of his minion. But Jin Hyuk just brushes off his cries, casually grabbing the guy by his collar, hoisting him up like he weighs nothing. Then, with a brutal throw, he launches the guild leader flying across the room, making the subordinate freak out and declare he's bailing to the Super Rouge Guild because this is just too much. The guild leader just rockets through the air, a human missile with no control. He slams into a far-off wall with a sickening crash, the whole building practically shaking from the impact. And just like that, he's stuck, embedded in the shattered wall. Shin Jianwoo is completely wiped out, his body a crumpled mess. The tension is palpable as Shin Jianwoo, absolutely seething, confronts him, screaming about the humiliation at the association. But Kong Jin Hyuk just sits there, cool as ice, letting the accusations wash over him, the other guy still raging about a spoiled hunt. Then, in a lightning-fast move, Shin Jianwoo's hand blurs, and his sword is out. Blue energy explodes around his blade as Shin Jianwoo unleashes his quick sword skill, he's going for the kill. That sword is a blur, cutting through the air with insane speed, heading straight for Kong Jin Hyuk, who hasn't even moved. He's practically screaming about how fast his sword is, totally convinced he's got this. But just as the blade is about to hit, a tiny, dark projectile shoots out from Kong Jin Hyuk's hand, stopping the attack cold. It's a freaking go piece. It slams into the sword with an explosive burst, sending it flying off course. Shin Jianwoo's jaw drops, his eyes bugging out in total shock, his ultimate attack just got owned by a board game piece. Kong Jin Hyuk's hand is just chilling on the table, go pieces everywhere, like he just pulled off the most casual counter ever. Then, with a move so smooth it's almost insulting, he stands up, the go pieces scattering like confetti around him. A smirk plays on his face as he stares down his opponent, basically asking Shin Jianwoo if he wants to get schooled again. Kong Jin Hyuk's name is on everyone's lips, and the Black Crow Guild leader, Shin Jianwoo, is absolutely fuming, surveying the total devastation of his office, a scene of pure, unadulterated chaos. His face contorts in a furious snarl, utterly baffled that anyone would trash his place, especially after he'd been so generous as to try and spare them. But our hero, with lightning-fast reflexes, whips out a dagger, its edge practically screaming danger. Before Jianwoo can even blink, bam! A brutal hit connects, blowing the room apart and making the air explode with raw power. The guild leader, absolutely rocked by the surprise attack, can only gape at the insane destruction, screaming, "Why are you trashing my entire building?" But our protagonist doesn't even flinch, just charges up, purple lightning exploding from his hand, ready to drop the hammer again. The energy blasts out, smashing into Jianwoo with insane power, sending him flying back with a scream as blood explodes from the hit. The fight is over in a flash, with Jin Hyuk chilling at a desk like nothing happened, while Jianwoo is totally wrecked, slumped over and his mask tossed aside. Still crackling with raw power, our hero holds out his hand, dropping the ultimate mic drop question, just for fun. From the floor, totally beaten, Jianwoo can only gasp out his surrender, begging for the beatdown to finally stop. He listens as Jianwu, clearly trying to play it cool, tells him to chill out and think rationally. Jianwu then drops the bomb, reminding him about the 200 people out there clearing the tower, basically saying, mess with me, and you mess with an army. But Jinhyuk just turns, his eyes burning, and drops a truth bomb, if you kill me, they'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Jianwu's jaw drops, a shocked gasp ripping through him, as Jinhyuk's chilling words hit hard. He then pushes back, demanding if Jinhyuk even gets what he's saying, before going full dramatic, blood calls for blood. An eye for an eye. Revenge. A terrifying vision of an endless army flashes by as Jianwu keeps going, laying out the brutal truth, this killing will never stop as long as someone holds a grudge. He finds it wild that Jinhyuk is saying all this, but admits it makes sense, then tries to shut it down, blood and revenge are just bad dreams. Jianwu tries to wrap things up peacefully, but before he can even finish that thought, Jinhyuk's hand snaps out, grabbing his arm in a flash. A terrifying purple glow erupts from Jinhyuk's hand as he declares, I'll be the last one to take revenge, and then absolutely crushes Jianwu's arm with a burst of power, a demonic shadow flashing in the inferno. Crunch. The sound of bone and muscle ripping apart echoes, as that insane purple energy just goes wild around Jianwu's now destroyed arm. Jianwu, totally freaked out and screaming in pain, can only choke out, what do you mean, as Jinhyuk's grip moves, now choking him by the neck, that wild purple energy consuming them both. His face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated terror and agony, as Jianwu lets out a blood-curdling scream. The brutal assault continues. Shin Jianwu lets out a desperate cry as a maelstrom of purple energy absolutely shreds his surroundings, the impact ripping through everything. Blasted by an invisible, crushing power, he's launched backward like a ragdoll, a terrifying purple aura trailing in his wake. Then, with an earth-shattering crash, he slams straight through a giant glass wall, sending a tidal wave of razor-sharp shards flying everywhere. He's just tumbling through the air, a broken puppet caught in a storm of sparkling, deadly glass. After that absolute annihilation, Kang Jinhyuk just stands there, cool as ice, his face giving away nothing as he takes in the chaos he just unleashed. And down below, buried in the wreckage of that glass wall, Shin Jianwu is just lying there, completely out cold, utterly crushed. While he's staring down at the broken guild leader, a voice suddenly cuts through the silence from behind him, calling out, Park Hajin. Kang Jinhyuk's eyes are still locked on Shin Jianwu, a chilling reminder of his earlier words, the only reason this guy is even breathing is because of his sister. He barely even turns, his voice a low, dangerous growl as he warns the new guy, telling him to back off, because things are about to get real, naturally. Then, with a barely perceptible shift, he snaps a direct order at the subordinate, a single, sharp command cutting through the air. The subordinate, now standing rigid and fully visible, snaps back with an immediate, sharp yes. He stares down, an undeniable aura of power surrounding him, a silent promise that if he unleashes his full strength, no one will be left standing. Kang Jinhyuk, a 26-year-old prodigy, recalls his Stanford days, a computer science and accounting major, a genius mind perfectly suited to dominate the complex world of guild management. He confidently declares that he can delegate anything to his team, his brilliant mind focused on grand strategy, not petty details. A confident smirk spreads across his face, acknowledging his own genius, but he quickly scoffs at the thought of personally running a guild, that's beneath him. Kim Tae-hyun, ever the loyal subordinate, nods in agreement, confirming that a mere guild is far too small for a true leader like him. Kang Jinhyuk then drops the bombshell, handing over the entire guild operation to Tae-hyun, a move he considers trivial, just a formality to get into the outer appearance of things. But then comes the chilling warning, even as a guild master, no one will truly follow him, a brutal truth about the cutthroat world they inhabit. He sees himself on a colossal throne, knowing that opposition is inevitable, especially for a sleeper like him, destined to conquer the very peak of power. A furious roar erupts from the unseen masses, challenging his very right to rule, screaming that he can't stop those who dare to defy him. Tae-hyun, with a hesitant gesture, asks if he'll personally crush the opposition, a question loaded with anticipation and a touch of fear. He glances down, a look of utter disdain on his face, as if the very idea of such a bothersome task is beneath his notice. With a cool, effortless flick, he ignites a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him as he stands utterly unfazed by any obstacle. A voice casually brushes off a request, promising to just borrow someone else, instead. Then, a piercing phone ring slices through the silence, snapping him to attention. The screen flashes a blunt message, sorry, busy. Call you back later. Talk about an inconvenient interruption. He lets out a frustrated, TSK, seriously, an emergency meeting now, when he's swamped. His annoyance spikes, remembering he was mid-raid. Mandatory or not, this timing is absolutely terrible. It's a massive emergency call for the Black Crow Guild's A-rank players, and the sheer number of people is already overwhelming. A motley crew of players, from sharp suits to battle gear, all converging on the same spot. He lets out another frustrated groan, the sheer number of people here is just infuriating. The street is packed, a buzzing, murmuring sea of people, all talking at once. Pushing through the chaos, Kim Tae-hyun confronts him, demanding he move, and asking why he's blocking someone else's entrance. And just to add to the madness, a car is absolutely totaled, its front end smashed in, a grim testament to the city's chaos. Completely fed up with the absolute insanity unfolding, he just stares up at the sky, utterly exasperated. Boom! The guild master bursts onto the scene, instantly silencing the room. His powerful strides shaking the very ground. He's not holding back, demanding answers about who dared to call this emergency. And his eyes lock onto none other than Kim Hee-woong. With a mysterious, glowing blue artifact in hand, the guild master is a force to be reckoned with. And he immediately confronts Kang Jin-hyuk, practically yelling, "Why are you still sitting?" The crowd gasps as he grabs Jin-hyuk. His hand clamping down on his collar. He's laying down the law, but Jin-hyuk, ever the cool one, just rolls his eyes at the new consignees, thinking, "Ugh, this is so annoying." And just when you thought it couldn't get wilder, a stunning silver-haired woman makes her entrance, joining the massive, ever-growing crowd of powerful players. The emergency meeting is going off the rails. Kim Hee-woong is absolutely floored, can't even form words, because someone just dropped the bombshell that a kid is behind all this chaos. But hold up. A silver-haired woman, with eyes practically burning red, is not having it. Someone just called her a kid, and she's about to go nuclear. The rage is building, that question hanging in the air like a threat. And just like that, Kim Hee-woong is stunned, recoiling from the sheer power of her glare. But the drama isn't just in the meeting. Across town, a huge explosion just rocked a skyscraper, sending debris flying and shaking the very foundations of the city. The building is absolutely obliterated, a fiery inferno consuming everything in its path. Kang Jin-hyuk and Kim Hee-woong see the whole thing go down from afar, Jin-hyuk freaking out while Hee-woong just calmly states the obvious, the world is officially going crazy. Jin-hyuk whips out his phone, and his face just drops. He knows exactly whose place just went boom. His phone screen lights up with the devastating news, Alice von Erogia's building is gone, exploded, and no one knows why. Walking through the city, Hee-woong points out that it's already been a whole month since the time of trials kicked off, and things are just getting wilder. The world is flipping upside down, no doubt about it, and people are adapting at lightning speed, even finding ways to profit from the chaos. And the news channels are all over it, broadcasting the rise of new, powerful players in this crazy new world. Only two souls truly grasp his hidden power, the unassuming porter, and the masked player himself. Mr. Kim, the former porter leader, was one of the chosen few, who eagerly swore to keep his explosive secret under wraps. And the legendary Teresa, she too pledged her silence, a powerful ally in his corner. While he contemplates the epic duality of his existence, the masked enigma, and the raw power beneath. With these crucial allies, he's unleashed. He can now move with unparalleled freedom, ready to dominate. Especially with the Awakened Association, a colossal force in this new era. Standing tall, a beacon of the world's transformation. Every single chain, every single limitation, has been utterly shattered. And he strides forward, an unstoppable force, ready to claim his destiny. This is it. The moment has arrived for him to seize absolute control and monopolize everything.